saw a girl last night. She was standing in the light in a corner of the room. She was waiting for a hand.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Virtual Bundesliga 2023 Championship Sunday Grand Finals. My name is Richard Buckley. I will be your host, presenter, and commentator throughout the next 6 rounds of FIFA action until we crown our VBL Grand Champion. I won't be doing this journey alone. You will be joining me, as well as 2 of my best friends in the FIFA scene, Alex B and Brandon Smith. They were here yesterday for the group standings, and they are back today for the knockouts. Al, this time yesterday, we took about 15 minutes to get a word from you. Can we get it right off the top? How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing very well. I'm feeling good this morning because we've now progressed into best friends, Richard. You didn't tell me about that.
There's a surprise for everyone on a Championship Sunday. Brandon, yesterday, I feel like we were just getting the ball rolling on the VBL. Today, we see a champion crowned. Will it be a defending champion? Will it be a back-to-back champion? Will it be potentially somebody brand new? For the people who missed yesterday, I'm going to give the ball to you. Catch people up. What happened?
Yeah, a lot happened yesterday. I mean, look, as you said, today is the ultimate day where we crown this year's Virtual Bundesliga champion that will get €40,000. Can not forget as well, there are playoff spots on the line, and there are play-ins as well that should take place, as Rich was saying yesterday, in a couple of days' time. What you missed out on yesterday was some big names that have qualified. Timox is through, the old guard is still competing, Dullah, Mike, all through. Lev isn't there quite yet, and to be honest, there was a couple of shocks yesterday. There was a couple of players that fell out the bracket from this 32 list you see in front of you right now. Serratino, Sakul out. De Gaucho has made one of the biggest ones yesterday. Rich, he plays for a team of Ummet, and he plays for a team with Anders Vergang in there.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with his performance yesterday. You can see the rest of the groups there, Group 1 and Group 2. Some of the names to look out for. Ummet, as Brandon just mentioned, for RB Leipzig, he's in. Timo, he went 4-0 in yesterday's games. He'll be looking to carry on and fly through into the knockouts and continue that fine form. Dullah Mike, the reigning defending champion, he is through with a 3-1 record. Over into Group 2, the man that everyone was looking at, Levi Finn, wasn't the most convincing performance from him yesterday. Berkey Lyon, he was outstanding, it's got to be said, in his games, alongside Antonio Rodea, both confirming their places into the knockouts. I'm really looking forward to today's action. To give you a little bit of up-to-date what is happening today. These are local time, so 12:15 if you're in Central Europe, and you can figure it out. Basically, it's in 12 minutes the first game will be taking place. This is the last round of Swiss. Here we will find 6 players to go through and join our knockout finalists, and 6 players will be eliminated. Nicholas Rank up against HSV Daniel. Dave versus Hachi Ummet. Kankos up against Levi Finn. BX Stip versus Focus Musty. Furky versus Mark. We'll come back to that game in a couple of minutes' time. And finally, Funino versus Henning. All of those 12 competitors fighting out for a chance at the knockouts. Alex, we've got to talk about it. We've got to talk about that game. 2 players from the same club. It's going to be unbelievable. Have you ever been in a situation like this? Maybe when you've played... I know you play against a lot of you... I've said, have you been in a situation like this? I'm going to answer the question. No. You've played against a lot of your club personal friends, maybe in local tournaments, in friendly matches. How do you go into a game when the person you're playing against knows everything about you?
We've actually had it before. Once I was coaching an esports team where we had two brackets under that team where we ended up matching in the Club World Cup. So there was that potential chance of that happening there. And when you match up against someone that you already know and you already play against on a regular basis, we spoke about it yesterday when we saw Dullah Mike and Musty play against one another. It just changes things massively. And obviously we're talking about Furky and Mark in their game coming up
when you know someone so well, you train with them, you play against them for friendlies, because you never really think, oh, you know what, there's a chance I'm going to play against you in this weekend tournament. It just very rarely happens. What does it actually mean for those players? Well, you have to take things outside the box because they know everything about you as a FIFA player. They know how you like to press. They know how you like to sit back. Maybe you want to work the byline, or maybe you cross and shoot from range all the time. It doesn't matter. They know exactly what your move is. So for you now, you've got to go, okay, I need to show something that maybe I've never done before on that virtual pitch, which obviously in these sort of games where if we win it, we're through into the knockouts. And if we lose, it's goodbye to the VBL for the 23 season. It just puts that extra pressure on those players, Richard.
And we can see everyone at home as well in the Twitch chat. Let us know who you think will be victorious today. We'll keep up to date with you. Yesterday it got pretty conversational. We were talking about Ultimate Team. We were talking about the Champions League final. I'm sure it will be the same today as we progress through these rounds. If you are on social media as well, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, you name it, the Virtual Bundesliga are on it. Just search Virtual Bundesliga online, or you can go hashtag VBL and let us know your thoughts on this year's tournament. Speaking of this year's tournament, Brandon, we were running a vote online, and it was for newcomer of the season. I'll give you a little... That were a drum roll, hurt my fingers. Brandon, why don't you tell everyone at home who the newcomer of the season was?
Yeah, well, it was a player at an unbelievable day one yesterday, Richard Buckley. It was Berke Lion of FC St. Pauli, who is this year's newcomer of the season. You guys, the fans, voted on the Virtual Bundesliga website across yesterday's action. And it is this man, obviously former of Werder Bremen. This is his first outing properly in a Virtual Bundesliga. And I tell you what, from what we saw yesterday, he looks like a handful to play with. Only 18 years of age, I think... Came off the back of a top 16 finish in the last FGS 5, losing to Tex. Expect a lot more from this man, and he's a player to watch out for today.
Yeah, absolutely. We started the journey with him in Group 2 yesterday, Al. Big win against Levy Finn. And I think when we were commentating that game, we said we're going to learn more about Berkey Lion than we are about Levy Finn in this game. And boy, we learned a lot about him yesterday. He's one of the front runners and potentially one of the potentially? Yes, there's potential in Berkey Lion to go on and win this trophy. It's not only the trophy that's up for grabs, we have some serious prize money as well. And it's 100,000 euros altogether. This is how the prize pool breakdown is incremented throughout the competitors. 100,000 altogether, 40k for first place. Second is 20k. Third, 7.5, and you can see from there how it does split. But more importantly, Alex, for the people who might not be aware, first and second prize get a playoff spot. Third and fourth get play-ins. For everyone at home watching, what's the importance of those play-ins and those playoff spots, as well as the money?
Well, to put it into perspective for everyone at home, these players are competing across the whole season. Since FIFA 23 comes out, they're playing, they're practicing, they're getting in those competitions, basically to make it towards those playoffs. So in real football terms, that's essentially you making the World Cup or the Champions League, a massive, massive tournament, the tournament that everyone needs to be in to get into those knockouts. That's essentially what they're doing throughout the whole of that FIFA season. Every competition builds up to those playoffs. Now, you accumulate points throughout that season, and if you make those enough points to get into the playoffs, brilliant, you're there. But for a lot of these players here today, that won't be the case for them. They won't have those points, and they won't be at those play-ins or the playoffs. Now, there's a chance for them. If they make top 4, they're guaranteed play-ins, which if they go well in that, they can then make the playoffs. But if they finish top 2, they skip the play-ins, and then they go straight to playoffs, which for these players, this is what it is all about. If you don't make the playoffs in the FIFA season, effectively, it's not been a good season, and you just have to go again next season.
Yeah, we can start to see the games coming through that we're going to be featuring in our opening matchups. BX Stip up against Focus Musty is one of those games that will be a highlighted match, as well as Furky versus Mark, the two players representing the same club here in the Virtual Bundesliga. Let's talk a little bit about Musty, because he probably one of the more recognisable names, I think that's fair to say, in this tournament. He's competed at the very highest of levels in Europe and across the world. This year, he's not been great for him. We saw him at the EA Sports Cup alongside Dylan Mike. That was a sort of an semi-invite tournament. coming into it, so there was no qualification process involved. They had a good tournament, but not a great run-in at the EA Sports Cup. What do you think, after seeing his performances yesterday, Al? Why is it not been clicking for Musty? Did you see something in his gameplay? Did you see something maybe in his approach play? Was it a confidence thing in which the reason it's not worked out for him this year has it had so well in previous FIFAs?
We saw him start a little bit slow yesterday, and then he kind of came into his element and got going. And then we saw that pinnacle game against his teammate in Dolomite, which, as we said, that in itself, you do not want to be matching up against the current VBL champion from last season. So for Musty, that's probably one of the most difficult matchups you can have, because not only are you playing arguably one of the best players here this weekend, you're also playing against your close friend and teammate with Focus. So for himself, he's got to be very unfortunate to have that matchup. So for today, he just needs to make sure he starts strong, be a little bit quicker than he was yesterday, and do what Musty does best, which is get into that final third, have those fancy feet inside the 18-yard box, and ultimately just score more goals. And we know he's capable of it. And I'm looking forward to seeing if he can deliver.
We've been at these moments, Brandon. We were there 2019, I believe it was, at the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals on the main stage. Well, I say that we were sort of on a side stage, commentating the final games on the Sunday. Megabit versus Mo Alba was the grand final on that occasion. Neither of those two players here today. How do you see the Bundesliga, especially the German FIFA players in the Virtual Bundesliga? It's always changing. Is this the tournament where the cream, I said it yesterday, rises to the top, but also that underlying potential gets realised, and we might see a Berkelein, we might see a Levi Finn break through and go, I am the guy here in Germany?
Well, I think the thing you've got in Germany right now is you've got three sort of sets of players. You've got the old guard of the Sakuls, the Timoxes from past times. You've had this new wave across the last sort of 5 years. They include Umit, Dolomite, Musty, people that have been and won outside of Germany, from World Championships to Foot Champions Cups. And I think there's a couple of players that are in the knockout stages that deserve mention. Antonio Rade has one of them. I mean, credit to Fabio. He's 17 years of age of Wolfsburg. Berkelein, our newcomer of the season. And also Kamal of St. Pauli. Like, those are those new wave of players now that if they go and have a run today, Rich, and they become, I don't know, say second place, or they become champions, they suddenly got the pedestal. And I feel like there's just these three sets of players in Germany. And look, 32 players got to play in this tournament. Like, it's the opportunities are endless, especially here in Germany.
I got that excited, I pulled my headphones out, so I didn't hear a word you just said there, right there.
Just nod and smile.
I think another way of maybe saying it, for the people who the names might be a little bit unfamiliar, you've got the veterans, you've got the superstars, and you've got the prospects. And it's all about, will the experience of the veterans prove valuable? A Timo, he's been competing for so long, Timox. Will it be a superstar, that natural ability, and accompanied with the experience, a Dylan Mike or an Umit? But what they've got that maybe other players don't is the pressure put on themselves and the fans to deliver. And you've got the prospects. You've got the players who the pressure's not on them, but the god ability that they've been given in their thumbs and their fingers is there. And often a time, Alex, it's not the superstar who goes on to win. It maybe is a veteran, that experience comes through. But sooner rather than later, the prospects, the potential has to be realised.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, though, with the prospects that you're talking about, Fabio, Berkelein kind of coming through, that they've not been here and done this year after year after year. So they don't really have that experience to claw back on. So they have to just play the perfect game and almost be so much better than the opponent in the dribbling department, in their skill moves, in their ability to just score goals, because they're probably not going to have that ability to see out the games as someone as good as the world champion Umit would, for example. So you have to raise your game and just be so much better than the opponent, which we see it every now and then in these events where, you know, a young player will come through and just win it all out of really just arrogance in a way, where they just say, Umit, I don't care that you're Umit. I'm going to just go and play my game, score goals and win this tournament. Now, that can happen for sure, and it'd be very interesting to see if it does. But you would expect the likes of Umit, Dull and Mike to know this is Championship Sunday. This is where our experience and our raw ability that we have will combine and overall probably lift that trophy. And yes, you have the veterans like Timox, for example, which may not be as good as maybe some of the younger ones coming through, as that raw talent, but can lead on. I've done this time and time again, year after year after year. I know what it takes to lift that trophy.
I think one thing that Dulham might have as well is just the grittiness to win. When maybe they're not playing that well, maybe things aren't going their way, they just seem to get over the line. It's going to be fascinating. I mean, go on, Al. We can see Dulham team there. Something else you want to say about Dulham or Ummet?
Just saying what you said there about they might not always play to their best of ability, but they grind out those wins. Well, we can all just go back less than 24 hours ago and look at Manchester City last night. They weren't arguably at their best, but they still managed to find a way to win that game. And it's the same when it comes to FIFA esports as well. And that is someone like Dulham, Mike and Ummet. We can see their squads on screen right now, what they can deliver on that pitch. And Brandon, Ummet's team, favourite player that you have out of that?
Oh, I mean, where do you start? I mean, first and foremost, Alex, where can I get 11 million coins from? To build that absolute dream team. But you got to say, Lothar Matthäus has been unbelievable. But team of the season, Jude Bellingham, just pips it for me.
I think it actually comes from normally being quite good at FIFA as well, Brandon, which yourself...
All right. It's only 11:15 here in the morning. Come on.
I was just looking then as well on my phone. Those teams, I think with inflation, have actually gone up as well, even since. Like, it's ridiculous what we're seeing right there. Well, these are our featured matches. If you want a little bit of Bayer Leverkusen action, you've got it, because 3 out of the 4 players on the featured main stage representing Leverkusen. We got Furkit up against Mark. This is going to be a cracking affair. On the other side of it, Musty is in action. It's going to be myself, Richard Buckley and Alex B guiding you through these last round of Swiss games. Brandon will be joining us back for the knockouts in about an hour's time. Furkit from left to right, all in black, and Mark from right to left in red as Anili Travella comes in, and Kevin Trapp, he was the name on the tip of the tongue yesterday. Will he be Kevin Trapp or Kevin Flap today?
Yeah, we gave him a lot of stick yesterday. Kevin Trapp in goal, and I'm hoping to see a better performance, Richard, because we can't spend the next 7-8 hours of us constantly going at Kevin Trapp, can we?
No, we can.
Well, I mean, we
definitely
can. But we'd rather not, though, right?
You see that run there from deep. Sadio Mane on the ball, waiting for an option. Musiala, what does... Short corner comes in, little tease of the player lock. Jude Bellingham has a shot, but it's only deflected into a cluttering of the defence right there. And Alphonso Davies just simply takes the ball straight off Sadio Mane, and Furkit back in possession. If you do have any audio cutting in and out, we do apologise. It's a complete remote broadcast. We are taking the live feed from Germany, so bear with us if there is anything that we can improve on. I'm sure the team and the hard work that is going on behind the scenes will be doing their utmost to bring you the best broadcast we possibly can. As Furkit dances into the box. Beautiful play, Lacroqueta into the strike, good save.
Yeah, Kolo Muani just didn't really show for that cutback there, so had to go all the way with Nkunku. That Lacroqueta cancel into the shot. We saw it so many times yesterday. Dulham Mike using it to great success, finding goal after goal. Furkit taking a leaf out of that box, saying, I'm going to do that as well, but goalkeeper stands strong.
Here comes Mark forward, a little cross into the danger area. Once again, good save from the keeper.
We actually have to give so much credit to Furkit there. That right there, for the majority of people, is a guaranteed goal for Mark. He actually double-tapped triangle to bring Trapp to the edge of the 6-yard box to get ready for the cross, and it just closed down that angle and allowed the goalkeeper to stand tall, stand strong, and get that vital save through.
The second match that is taking place on the main stage, BX Stip, he was a runner for Rookie of the Season, up against Focus Musty, who's one of those stars of the German scene we were talking about. Musty will be kicking from right to left, with BX Stip from Hertha from left to right. Here is Musty. Diaby looking for the cutback, but combination of defenders there, resulting in Thomas Munier just bringing the ball out. Angelino getting the call up. Things you'd love to see.
If you were a player, Richard, and you know you've got this 2-2 game today, where if you win, great, we go through to knockouts, we lose, we're out. Would you rather have played this game last night, or would you want that night to refresh and go again today?
It all depends how the Swiss went. If I was 0-2 to 2-2, we got to play it right there and then. If I was 2-0 to 2-2, I need the break. I want to reset. I know that I'm capable, but maybe I've just had a little bit of bad form. What a save! Kevin Trapp works on Sundays.
Trapp going in huge. Musty was getting ready to celebrate straight away as he tries again with those step overs. His hands are already off the controller. He's getting ready to fist bump behind for the coach, but Trapp closes that door. And we're giving him the praises today so far.
Thuram there, galloping forward, looking for the player lock cutback, but Nkunku wasn't able to get there. Sounds like we've had a goal in the other match. That we have. Furky 1-0 up. 32 minutes on the clock. So Alphonso Davies going away in celebration. He has just put his laces through it.
Yeah, great finish there for Furky. Good start, 33 minutes in. Just settles the nerves ever so slightly once you've grabbed that goal. Davies drove by the foot, by the byline, and just smashes it across goal instead of looking for that cutback. Has that ability to do it. Over to Musty. Musty was knocking on the door, Richard, and he's found a way through.
He certainly has. When we join one game for the goal, we miss a goal in the other game. It's just the way it goes sometimes. There's Christopher Nkunku, a couple of step overs. Makes it look very simple as he hammers it into the near post.
Yeah, questionable goalkeeping there. Musty drove for the step overs, and BX Stiff is obviously thinking about the go-to methods of scoring on FIFA 23, and that is shooting across your body, across goal. So he's moved the goalkeeper to kind of cover that angle. Instead, Musty's just called his bluff and gone straight for that near post. And a goalkeeper's always going to be asked questions to cover that near post angle. But when you move him like that, you make it so much harder for Kevin Trapp.
Apologies if you can hear a little bit of the German PA system in the background. As we said, we are taking the live feed from Germany here. Had space there. Did BX Stip to go into the danger area. A little bit wasteful in the end. I feel like I'm in Cologne.
I was about to ask you, what's your German like?
Good.
Good, yeah.
No. Chance here for Musty. Nkunku goes through, drags the shot wide. Good opportunity. Just a little bit wasteful.
Right, now, well, we currently sort out those audio issues. We're not going to have any game sound, so you've got the lovely Alex B. and Richard Buckley in your ears.
I can do a little bit of game sound in the background if you want.
I was just about to say, do you reckon we could make a bit of an atmosphere here, maybe?
You commentate.
Come on, Musty. Come on, Musty.
You commentate. I'll do the game audio. Registration plate P1687. We have fun, don't we? BX Stip coming down the byline. Could be a chance just before half-time here. Thuram dinking it into the back post, but he just took the ball out of play, and that will do us for 45 minutes here in one of our two selected featured games on the main stage. Heading over to Furky versus Mark. Furky leading 1-0 in this all. Couple of people liking it, but Nutty's not a fan, unfortunately.
I can't say I blame him, though.
People pay for that sort of game audio. I felt like we were in this stadium. Here comes Mark. Ben Sabani, good tackle from Munier, and today seems to be a couple more picks. I think left back, obviously it was all Alphonso Davies yesterday, but Angelino sneaking in. And what that does, Al, for people who might not be watching, it's all about the two-club selection that you can offer. It's if your two players from Bayern Munich are Alphonso Davies and Leon Goretzka, then you're not allowed any more players from Bayern Munich, as Musty goes forward with one of the staples in the team, Jude Bellingham.
Yeah, we'll see that highlight there. And as you were saying, you can only have two players from one club, which that is what has made squad restrictions so much more difficult for each one of these players. Everyone going with their personal preference. Jude Bellingham from that over-the-top through ball, taking it past the goalkeeper. Musty, calm and as composed as you like. The Focus fans in the chat are going to be over the moon to see him 2 to the good in this first leg.
As we do get the game sound back in our ears for Musty against BX Stip. Do ask you to keep with us here. Plenty of technicians, engineers working behind the scenes in Cologne. We're giving you the English international broadcast here, the international feed. There is a German broadcast available as well that you can search out. I don't want to jinx us, Al, but I think we might have interviews today as well.
So we get to see the players' raw emotions after winning and losing. Love it. Yeah, and you have definitely just gone and jinxed that as well. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You like a good interview though, don't you?
I do. You interviewed me recently for your podcast.
We did indeed. Yeah, the life of Richard Buckley.
Diaby looking to burst forward here for Musty. A third goal would almost clear this game up for him, with still 120 minutes left to play.
Rex is always going to struggle to break through there on that over-the-top through ball. Ball just hangs up in the air. Rex, we haven't seen all too much of him throughout this competition so far, but a struggle to beat the defensive line, evade those challenges. Kind of want a Mane on the end of that.
That ball certainly went out of play. Griffo makes sure of it. When you were talking earlier about if you want to carry on your games from yesterday or come into this fresh match today, you see Lucio making the run inside the box. They crossed it a little bit low. Jude Bellingham picked it up. Would you have either preference if you were coaching a player, and is it again just all about how you got to a 2-2 record rather than when you play that game?
I think how you get to it certainly plays a massive impact, but then also as well, mental fatigue comes in. A player might be feeling good and wanting to play that game, but these are long days. Having that mental reset, calling it the night, and then having a good old sleep, some good breakfast, and coming here again today, honestly, can just pave the way massively for you.
Good save there from Kevin Trapp. Here was the second goal, I believe. Diaby inside the box. Oh, just wide. Now we do join the game back live. Furky unable to capitalise on that chance. 1-0, he still does lead.
The only positive really for Bayer Leverkusen right now is they know that they've got one player at least going through into the knockouts. But it must be such a difficult scenario for them, seeing both of their players competing. Can't really celebrate if one of them scores and whatnot. It's an awkward position to be in for the higher-ups.
For people at home who's thinking, what is he doing? Why is he just passing around the back? Why is he time wasting? There is logic to this, Alex, correct?
Yeah, of course there is. Everyone always says, I keep conceding in the 90th minute, 45th minute. The whole point behind this is to say, I'm not going to give you that chance to get that one last attack. Furky is very happy taking that 1-0 lead. Ideally, the whole point of a last attack is to build up for that last attack and actually get the chance to go forward. But if you can just hold on to that ball and not give the opponent a chance to come forward, Furky now is in a leading position. He can feel good going into that second leg. If the opponent gets the ball, Mark comes through and gets an equaliser, it completely changes up the way that second leg is going to be played. So yes, it is smart, and it's something that players at home should look to introduce.
BX Stip needs the next goal in this game if he wants to have any chance of forcing a comeback.
I will say, for BX Stip, he sent one of the centre-backs there on a long run, wanted to look for a deep cross. That's a sign of a player that is running out of ideas already. When you're having to kind of resort to that and look for that constantly, as I say that, he manages to get a lovely knockdown.
It's working for him, though.
Ignore what I just said. Ignore what I just said, because if Musty's going to allow that deep cross to come through and never switch on to cover it, then obviously it's going to work for BX Stip.
It was all about the knockdown. He didn't rush the chance, just floated into the box. But break it down for us here, because it's Reece Oxford getting forward. He's just onside as well.
Yeah, and that's the difference between me, you, people at home, and these sort of players. Instead of going for that header there with Reece Oxford, spotting Nkunku, who's free as you like, that knockdown and going for that extra pass from the header is just a great way to utilise crosses to a high level.
We've not made friends at all, Al, with the chat.
We haven't made friends, and it makes me laugh because it isn't toxic. What it's doing is being smart about your play. Teams do it in real life. These guys are playing for 40,000 euros. You're telling me if you had 40,000 euros on the line, Richard, you wouldn't make sure that, you know what, I'm not going to give my opponent one more chance in this game.
I think everybody would, but people don't want to admit it, unfortunately.
Maybe that's why we're in the commentary booth and they're in the Twitch chat, and these guys are the ones actually playing because they do what it takes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have the mental fortitude to pass it around for the last 5 minutes because I'd probably fall asleep myself, but, you know.
I'll be honest, I do that to get a rank 1. Never mind 40k.
Hey, you get good rewards though, right?
I do, yeah. Red Militao a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
Red Mane. Got myself a Neymar. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad on this side of the fence.
So some of the chat might not know what that feels like, Richard, because they're not hitting that rank 1. But either way, Musty, 2-1 to the good. He looked really good with those step overs. Almost Anders Versgang, like just constantly looking to drive it into the feet of the striker. Step over, getting past that defensive line, looking for those shots across goal, testing a goalkeeper. BX Stiplow managing to come back with that big cross.
Oh, I do love a Twitch chat at 11:30 in the morning. Halfway point in these matchups, getting some words of wisdom from the coaches and friends behind. Both games still winnable for either party. We don't have a runaway leader as of yet, which wasn't the case yesterday in a couple of our games. We saw big margins at the halfway point. If you are wondering what you're watching, this is a Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals live from Cologne, Germany. You're watching the international feed brought to you by myself, Richard Buckley, Alex B in the commentary booth. Brandon Smith will be joining us very shortly indeed to break down this game and take us through the knockout rounds. This is the final round of Swiss. We had 4 games in each group yesterday, 4 rounds completed. This is the final round for all the players that finished with 2 wins and 2 losses on their record. And I'm hearing that there is only a couple of minutes left to go until the game starts. You see the admin in there getting the code for the players.
I like how some players already sweating, feeling it. And the BX sit, hood up, jumper on, in the zone, ready.
It was warm in the arena yesterday. We were getting told that temperatures were certainly rising. It's warm in my office as well at this moment. Yesterday we did a little game of higher or lower the temperature. I'm not going to do that yet because I need to set you a baseline. Right now it's 11:34 in the morning and the temperature in my office is...
Can I take a guess?
You can have a guess.
23.7.
Incorrect. 28.5 in my office right now. I'm working hard here for everyone at home. Appreciate this. Appreciate that I'm sweating.
Richard,
in this
you said yesterday that you shouldn't have worn a jacket because it was so warm. We've got a jacket on again today.
It's correct. Yep, that's correct. And I am warm. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the day. See where it gets to. As you can see, the next matches below me right now. BX Stip against Focus Musty. You might recognise that name. He's been a player at the very highest of levels over the past couple of years. Finds himself at a 2-2 scenario. He'll also be looking, maybe spoke with Dillon yesterday, and a little bit of pressure there. Look, it's not a good look. If you're going out and I'm going through, we both need to at least be in the knockouts. Maybe similar to Gaucho as well for RB Leipzig getting eliminated when Umut is through into the knockouts. The other match taking place on the main stage, Furky versus Mark. I don't know if you have it available to you, Alex. The other games that are taking place, do we have any results, fixtures coming through from those games? I'll give you time to speak to someone and try and get those games ready themselves. And here we go.
Indeed.
Let me know.
Nicholas Rank is currently 2-1 up against HSV Daniel, who went from 0-2 yesterday to 2-2, giving himself a lifeline, but finds himself down by 1 goal as it stands. Right now, Dave is beating Hasium 1-0. They're into their second leg already. And then Levi Finn, the man, one of the favourites from Group B, is currently 3-1 to the good against Cancos. And then our other game, which we haven't seen as of yet, Foligno versus Henning. Foligno is 3-0 up.
Wow.
And they're just about to enter their second leg.
Speaking of second legs, we are underway as Mark comes forward, looking to level up this tie instantly out of the restart. Straight down the throat of Kevin Trapp. He held that well. Mark from right to left, all in red. And from left to right, black shorts, black socks, black shirt will be Furky as Diaby breaks the back line there, but a good tackle from Lucio in the right place at the right time, just to clear up any danger there.
Yeah, Lucio, one of the best centre-backs on FIFA 23. Go up against him time and time again in FUT Champions Division rival. So difficult to get past his positioning, his pace, physicality. There's no wonder why every single one of our competitors this weekend has put him in the heart of their defence.
Musiala with a good strike. Speak of Lucio, and he will appear with the sliding interception. So someone asking, where can you see the bracket? VirtualBundesliga.com for all your VBL needs and wants. The bracket, the standings, the Swiss rounds will all be available on the website. We will also be trying to keep you up to date with what is happening throughout the round of 16, the quarterfinals, all the way up to our grand final taking place in about 6 hours' time, if you want to see the crowning moment. There's Leon Goretzka just offside. You can also exclamation mark bracket in the chat, and that will take you to the relevant web page.
Musty just trying to get past the two lines of BX Stip, looking for those driven passes, past the midfield, up to the defence. And that's his kind of go-to method right now. Get past those midfielders, get up against the centre-backs. And as soon as I can do that, can I turn and can I look for that step over? That has been Musty's game plan so far today. We spoke about it pre-show, about how he backs himself in those areas, in the skill department. Step over is relatively simple, but when executed as well as Musty can perform them, are some of the best skill moves to use.
Thuram out wide into Angelino. What does he have in the locker? It's a cross whipped into the back post, spiralled onto the head of Reece Oxford, but just couldn't quite get it down.
And that's the difference between the game plans right now. Musty, it's about keeping it on the ground and looking for the skill moves. BX Stip is saying, no, I'm putting it in the box with a big cross every opportunity that I get. We mentioned a little bit lack of ideas, but that is his game plan. And it's got him the goal right now. He needs to find something else as we move through this second leg.
Musty comes forward. Diaby, not the greatest of touches. Bellingham defends well. And BX Stip is just edging his way back into this game. He's looking quite good at the moment. I do worry for Focus and for Musty that this game, it was such a good position. He was in the driving seat, in pole position, you would say, at 2-0 up. Now 2-1, and slowly but surely, BX Stip building in confidence. Reece Oxford, nowhere near. Diaby needs help from Richard Dortmund, 5-star skill, 5-star weak foot. SBC Showdown Series, Thomas Munier. Give you all the information you could possibly require.
Ooh. Of course, he's not the one that you want to be dribbling with there. Mane, very unfortunate not to come out with that heavy press. But Mane, yeah, using myself. Pro players across the world love having him in that fullback position.
He will, if he carries on playing BX Stip in this way, he'll score. One of these crosses will just fall to a head. And it doesn't seem, for Musty, for people at home, is there any way of defending it? Like, can you defend when people are just going out wide and constantly looking for those deep runners, looking for those crosses into the back post?
You have two options. You either be heavy on the press, out on that wing to stop the cross from coming in altogether. But in doing so, the game plan there is come and press me, stop me from getting the cross. As you commit one or two men, I'm just going to turn and then slip it inside and then find that pass into the 18-yard box. That is so dangerous. Then if you don't press heavily, it's about, okay, how can I actually deal with a cross? That's where right stick switching, getting over to the man that is going to be there in that battle in the physical department, and then looking for that circle button just to clear the ball and get it out for a corner, get it out for a throw, and just get it away from your goal. What BX Stip is doing, though, is saying, if you switch off on any of these scenarios, at some point, I will get a very good goal-scoring opportunity with that header. Maybe it'll be a knockdown like we've already seen. Maybe it'll be a Reece Oxford going for the goal himself. Plenty of different angles, plenty of different options. And that's where Musty's game plan is the same sort of thing, but just trying to get you caught out with that concentration on the step-overs.
As we go into half-time. Approaching the halfway point.
So now for BX Stip, there's 3 minutes remaining in this half. A slowly build up. Let's not make any risks with our passes. Keep things nice and simple, as I say it. Curse to the commentator. Chance for Musty.
Munier just couldn't quite put that pass through in time before the referee blows up for half-time. Just as one game enters, another game exits. Furky and Mark back underway. 0-0 in the second leg. 1-0 on aggregate. Furky will be going through into the knockouts to potentially try and clutch up, get a play in, a playoff spot potentially, and 40,000 euros if you are victorious. when a game's this tight, would you rather be the winning player or the losing player? Because I always think if you're losing this position, it's very simple what you need to do. If you're the winning player, you sort of can get caught in two minds. Do you want to keep on attacking? Do you try and call for possession? Do you try and defend and sit deep? There's a lot more options for you if you're in the winning position.
I'm going to start calling you Michael Buckley, I think, with a comment like that. I mean, yeah, you obviously know what you need to do if you're Mark right now. You need to score goals, but you're taking the winning position every day of the week. These players understand how to see out games so well. That's what they do best, right? They get into those winning positions and they make it so difficult for you. The pressure is on Mark because he has to say, all right, when am I going to go? When am I going to start committing more numbers forward? When am I going to change maybe to a 4-2-4, put that constant pressure on and really take the game to the opponent? And that benefits Furky. If he can beat that initial press, opportunities will arise for him. So 100% you're taking the position of Furky. I understand what you're saying, that sometimes you may get in your own head and do I attack or do I just try and hold it out? And if you try and hold it out for 30 minutes, you might give that opportunity through to Mark, but ultimately you're in that winning position. The pressure is on the opponent.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel as though pressing. If you're losing now and you get a goal, you are the favourite to go on and win. So I think I would always rather be in that position.
But you've got to get that goal. And getting that goal, we see more wins in FIFA esports from people in a winning position than we do in a losing position. If it's me, I'm picking Furky right now. I want to be Furky.
Mark with a good interception there with Musiala. The ball will just fall nicely for Alphonso Davies as those red shirts start to increment slowly but surely up the pitch and the line gets higher.
Good step. Well, I'm glad we have two contrasting opinions there, Richard, because we get to see who's right. More favourable. Yeah. So this is the sort of area where Mark might be able to take advantage of. That press there, if you can see you come out like that, though, if you're funky, that's where you're going to be very happy.
Similar story here between Musty and BX Stip. The changes coming in here from BX Stip. 4-2-4 is what's been edited. As those changes are being made, we'll head back on over to Mark and Furky. Mateus, lovely pass, but a great interception from Frimpong on the way through. Dinked over the top, Musiala doesn't have the pace to get around. Full back. And Kuku. Decision making. Leaving a little bit to be desired here. Once again. If it wasn't for the slide tackle, he loses the ball in a real dangerous area.
Oh. Good defending there.
Look at Mateus. He's off.
Really hesitant there from Mark. That's where normally a player would look for that first time over the top through ball. Instead, he decided to take that touch into feet and then go for the through ball. It's just too late.
BX Stip and Musty. All the goals in the first leg in this game. 2-1 on aggregate as we see the subs coming in. Will one of those subs be decisive? BX Stip. Whipped into the box. Sadio Mane up for the header. It falls nicely for Musty and Griffo with all the time in the world to bring that clear. However, a poor touch just gives a little bit too much of the ball to Lothar Matthäus. See another run into the box. That's what he's looking for every time. Angelino is just taken out as his cross comes in.
It's actually very frustrating if you're Musty having to try and deal with this because you have to be switched on with every single cross. And that one lapse of concentration, next thing you know, BX Stip is seeing Reece Oxford, Mane, whoever it is, leap and just pop that one into the back of the net. So Musty needs to stay fully focused with 20 minutes remaining. I'm sure his coach will be saying, right now, that is the only game plan that BX Stip has. Don't let it work.
Here is Musty. He's threading the eye of the needle as Sadio Mane in the right place at the right time, just to slot it in to the near post. And very, very nearly take this game out of reach. And this was
really
the goal.
Really good switch over to Griffo. The ball roll on the inside. A step up from Mateus, just opening that passing lane into Mane. As easy as you like. And when you allow a player to get into that box, that penalty area, it's where these sort of players just come to life. You give them any sort of room and they will take it. A lovely turn. Mane near post, simple as you like. And you would imagine for Musty, he will see that game out. Back over to this game, though. 2 minutes remaining. And Furky looks like he's about to get the job done.
Mark has one more chance. One more roll at the dice here. Will it come up? Trumps. Not with passes like that. With that lofted ball over the top. Looks as though Mark will be eliminated from the Virtual Bundesliga 2023. That is it. 0-0 in the second leg. 1-0 on aggregate. Furky just about gets over the line as Leverkusen in this all Leverkusen affair have a winner, and it's in the name and face of Furky.
Yeah, these players and coaches, everyone around obviously knows each other exceptionally well, all playing for Bayer Leverkusen. Furky, though, he got the job done. We mentioned about how do you want to be the player that's in the winning position, in the losing position. I'll take the one up on you there, Mr. Richard Buckley, for that. Furky seeing the game out nice and composed. And then back over to this game. Musty, we saw him get that goal. He is 3-1 to the good. 15 minutes remaining. BX Stip. We need to see more from him. We need to see different sort of opportunities created if he's going to have any chance of keeping himself in this tournament.
We'll get Brandon Smith to rejoin us after this game and give us a few of the other results coming in. I believe we've got some games starting to be concluded. Until we get there, we've got business left to finalise between BX Stip and Musty. Here is Musty driving with purpose.
It's territory on the pitch right now. Musty's just keeping it away from his goal. Taking time off that clock. Like, yes, lost the ball there, but that was another 4 minutes. We've gone from the 77th minute into the 81st. Wins the ball back. All these little time increments just mean so much for Musty right now. It's not about scoring. It's just about keeping the ball in the opponent's half, limiting BX Stip to no chances, and seeing the job through.
Fulkrug scored a few goals yesterday. Need some magic in those boots right now. Don't think it's meant to be for BX Stip. We talked earlier on today in the pre-show about experience potentially proving to be decisive, and I think this is a good example of it out as Mane goes down, still carries on, still has the ball. I'd be a bit annoyed there because I look like a penalty.
I feel like the referee needs to go to Specsavers or something because he wasn't paying attention to what was going on right there. But either way, Musty, we mentioned about that experience. BX Stip had that opportunity then to just pass that back to the goalkeeper, but he's so eager to obviously want to go forward right now. Everything's about, can I just get that pass forward? Just gives the ball back to Musty with Mane. Rinse and repeat. Time on the clock. And Musty sees himself through into the latter stages, into the knockout. More importantly, Musty was in that first group with Umit, Dunn and Mike. He's going to miss them in that next round, which he'll be very grateful for.
Yeah, he certainly will be. Big performance there from Musty. Getting the job done. He'll be disappointed that he even had to come into this round, to be honest, Alex. Given his stature in the scene and level that he knows he can play. But he's got the job done.
Yeah, he will be a little bit disappointed, I'd say, last night, knowing that he's got to come through into that. But ultimately, the job is done, and that's all that matters for him right now. He's into the knockouts, which that's your first goal when you come into this tournament. Make it into the knockouts, and then we can go deep, hopefully, and a good run in that. So he's just going to be happy enough to know that he's there. Now he can really kickstart his tournament. But I was taking a little look at other games that were going on, obviously, because we had those two main games there. Levi Finn, one of the players which we said about the favourites from Group B and possibly one of the favourites to go all the way in this tournament. He did actually get that victory there up against Kankos. He managed to go ahead with a 7-3 win over that, which we said yesterday he was scoring goals, but he was also conceding goals. So on average, he was conceding 3 goals, 4 goals across those 2 legs. Still a little bit leaky there, but when you're scoring 7, it doesn't really matter if you're scoring 3, no?
And what about the other games? Did we have any other full-time results coming in from those Swiss round 5 matchups?
Bodinho still looking very comfortable against Henning. That right there is 7-1 on aggregate. Wow. So I'm assuming he's got that job done. We obviously did see Furky beat Mark. And then the other games that were going on, it is currently right now between Dave and Hassi Umut 2-2. Oh, no, I'll refresh my page because the page that we have there is a Dave victory. Yeah, he did. He got a last-minute winner. 3-2 for Dave there. And obviously, Nicholas Rank, as you can see on the top of your screen, getting a 4-1 victory over HSV Daniel. Daniel, one of those players that we said about, he went from 0-2 to 2-2 yesterday, comes into today, new day, new start, and doesn't get that victory, which you mentioned. If you go from 0-2 to 2-2, you want to play that game last night, Daniel's going to be very disappointed with that.
Yeah, he certainly will be. And I think the big thing for him as well, just maybe a little bit of that E-Champions League hangover looming over him as well. It started poorly yesterday. Brought the performances back, but just couldn't get over the line today. All those 6 winners will be integrated into our bracket. We can give you that information very shortly indeed. From myself, Richard Buckley and Alex B. The Swiss, the groups, they are over. No more Swiss rounds. From here on out, it is knockout FIFA commencing. We have the round of 16, we have the quarterfinals, the semis, before our grand final later on today. Who will it be lifting the Virtual Bundesliga 2023 Championship? There's only one place to find out. It is live here on this Twitch channel. Myself, Richard Buckley, Alex B, and Brandon Smith will be keeping you up to date with all of the proceedings. The knockouts will be starting after this break. Don't go anywhere.
There once was a woman lying in bed with her lover's head upon her shoulder. She said, "My darling, you sound so faint. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this." And she told her, "Please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you." And she said, "Just tell me, darling, I'll do anything," she said. "Please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon." And she was off and away. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. saw a girl last night. She was standing in the light in a corner of the room. She was waiting for a hand. Then a boy came over and he asked her to dance. All eyes stopped to watch them. They moved up and down with the waves of the soul. Their moves keeping time for the rhythm. And the girl looked at him and she knew what it was, and she smiled as she said to him, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. Spin, spin with me. I heard a story about a man. He came up with a plan for flying. He showed it to his wife. Then he said, now darling, why are you crying so? And she whispered in his ear, I fear you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me this once to get higher up. And he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And he was off and gone. 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 There once was a woman lying in bed with her lover's head upon her shoulder. She said, my darling, you sound so faint. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this. And she told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything, anything. She said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. And she was off and away.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem damn petty.
saw a girl last night. She was standing in the light in a corner of the room. She was waiting for a hand. Then a boy came over and he asked her to dance. All eyes stopped to watch them. They moved up and down with the waves of the soul. Their moves keeping time for the rhythm.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Gee, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back. My self-esteem damn bad.
Hello, welcome back to the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals 2023. You are joined by myself, Richard Buckley, Alex B, and Brandon Smith. We will be keeping you company all the way through until we crown our champion later this evening. Thank you for joining and sticking with us throughout this broadcast. Well, we have had all our group standings finalised. We have had some players, unfortunately, their Virtual Bundesliga journey has come to an end. However, we look forward, and what is in the not so far distant future, the knockouts. And that is where we are heading right now. Brandon, I'm going to take it over to you. Talk me through some of our round of 16 matches.
Yeah, I mean, where do we start? As we said, from 32 down to 16 now here in the Virtual Bundesliga. Some of those names that are in the tournament still as well. We'll kick off with this one. Focus Musti up against Timox, against of the VFL Bochum, of course. On the other side, we have got Khalid up against Furky Plays. RB Leipzig Umit against Johnny. Sorry, I missed that one out there. Antonio Radeja against Dave. Berkey Lion against Levi Finn. What a game that is in the round of 16. A newcomer of the season against one of the best players to come out of Germany in the last 12 months. We have Kamal against Denny 10. Wolfsburg's Fabio up against Fanino. And a game you can't quite see off the screen here is Dolomite against Nicholas Rank, right at the bottom of this round of 16 bracket. Some potential matchups we could see, especially that top half of the bracket, could be a quarter-final between RB Leipzig Summit and Focus Musti, or a rematch. We could be seeing RB Leipzig Summit against Timox again, or Johnny could just surprise us all and knock out the current world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff there, Brandon, running through the bracket. I want to focus on the two players who finished 4-0, unbeaten in Swiss. Teamho on one side from Group A and Berkey Lion from Group B. Both of those two players unbeaten so far. They've got tough games though. I mean, for Berkey Lion, we'll start there in Group B. Doesn't get much harder, really, does it?
Can you imagine going 4-0, being the best player in your group, and then you get rewarded with a Levi Finn matchup, which, all right, Levi Finn hasn't probably been to the standard that he expects of himself so far this weekend. You go 4-0, Richard. You're like, oh, that gives me theoretically the best possible season and chance of maybe matching a player that you are the favourite in. But I look at that and go, Berkey Lion, yeah, he was 4-0, but Levi Finn, if he plays the way that we know he can, does that mean Berkey Lion is the favourite, even though he went 4-0? You've got to feel hard done by with that.
No, absolutely. It's you finish top of the pile, and then you've been rewarded with arguably one of the hardest games out of anybody in the tournament. It's really, real tough. On the other side of it, we talked about Timox. He just needs to carry on this form, Brandon. He was so good yesterday. It can't be a one and done. He's got to move forward, maybe reclaim some of that form from yesteryear, and go through into the next round and really take that and build on it.
Absolutely. I think we were talking about yesterday. He was one of the first ever FIFA players from Germany to sign for a professional football club. I think Wolfsburg were the first European football club to come into FIFA esports all the way back in FIFA 17. He was one of the first Germans to put pen to paper alongside Benedikt Salzer. But I think you're right there. Everyone has a good day of FIFA, but do they have a good weekend of FIFA? That's a completely different scenario there. Especially, how many times we sat here, the three of us, watched a Swiss day, someone's gone 5-0, 4-0, the next day, straight knockout FIFA, they go and lose first game. It's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
It certainly is. I mean, one player who is known for having good weekends of FIFA is going to be in our featured match. RB Leipzig's Umut up against Johnny. I feel like we have to talk about this game because for Johnny, what a moment. What an opportunity to take down one of the favourites for the entire thing, the entire tournament, one of probably an idol of yours, and now you can beat him and knock him out the tournament. What's he got to be feeling?
Yeah, he's going to be feeling very confident because, you know, if you're playing against Umit, the pressure really is on Umit for Johnny. So he can kind of go in and play his own game. And when you are in knockout FIFA, if you can take down the reigning world champion, former VBL winner as well, you've got to be thinking, I can go all the way and win the whole tournament. But obviously saying that, Umit in himself, we saw him yesterday. Yes, he lost against Timox. He is in form. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He's been there and done that. The hurt from last year, he was runner-up against Dull and Mike. That is going to be fresh on his mind. He's going to be more eager and wanting to win this tournament more than ever. So for Johnny, he needs to make sure he's compact. We saw wins against Fanino, Fergie yesterday. He needs to make sure that he's compact, keeping Umit out. And we spoke about it before so far this weekend. Umit is one of the best players at just grinding out results as and when required. So Johnny needs to raise that game to do so.
I want to pay in particular attention to the players who came through the last chance matchups. Nicholas Rank, Dave, Levy Finn, Misty, Fergie Plays, and Fanino. We're not going to see any of them on the main stage, but Brandon, for those players do they have a slight advantage in the fact that they've already played today? They've already got the foot in the door, they're a little bit warmed up, and now they're coming into a knockout game, which maybe they even didn't think they'd be in yesterday.
You're right. I think one thing they have done as well, they've had to play knockout FIFA. For those other 6 players that you haven't mentioned, Richard, that is the end of their road, which is so harsh as well. You've just finished 4 tough rounds of Swiss yesterday, winning 2 games and losing 2 games. You've had to sleep on it, worry about this first knockout game. They're eliminated now. That's the end of their road. But you are right. For some of those players, is it a little bit of an advantage? Potentially. They've already had their, so to speak, first knockout match to be played compared to the other guys that have just been probably sitting around waiting nervously to get going for this big round of 16 game. I'm interested to see who starts the hottest in this round of 16. We are going to be getting it going, I believe, in about 6 minutes time. We're hearing is when those games are going to get underway. And as we said, those are our featured matchups. You can just see just below Richard, RB Leipzig commit against Johnny. I mean, Johnny, 27th, I think he sits in Europe at the moment. Again, a bit of a surprise package this year. And then Kamal against Dennis. 2 big games.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit further in depth here with Umut and Johnny as well. I've pulled up the stats from their Swiss standings. Umut, obviously 3-1. Johnny 3-1 as well. So it's a tough matchup in that aspect. Johnny, he scored 15 goals, only conceded 9. He conceded the least amount of goals in the entire Virtual Bundesliga Swiss standings. On the other side of it, Umut scored 23, conceded 11. So I'm not expecting this to be a high-scoring affair, to be honest. I think when you look at the defensive work, that's where both players... Umut is unbelievable going forward, but it's his defence that wins championships. The fact that in any World Cup Grand Final, he didn't really concede that many goals against Nico, took it to penalties. When you look at some of the big achievements that he's had, it's been built on that defensive stability, and then going forward, he's adapted his game year on year on year. But the foundations are always in defence. I think it's going to be a fascinating game, to be honest, between Umut and Johnny. In your opinion, Al, you watch a lot of professional FIFA. What makes Umut so good? What puts him on that pedestal?
Purely just the fact of now you've been there, you've won the trophies, and like you said, playing against Nicholas in that final. Nicholas is known as the Iceman. He's the one that normally grinds out those results. He's so difficult to break down defensively. Not only is Umut exceptionally good in the attack, he will make sure that he limits you to very, very low percent chances when you get in towards that 18-yard box. He's happy to say, yeah, you can have the shot from 25, 30 yards. I've got my goalkeeper movement. I can cover your crosses. He's got pretty much the whole package when it comes to it. Something that I was paying attention to, which I think this is actually one of the more favourable, I say favourable, but favourable to an extent. Fabio went 3-1 yesterday, and he got that last win against Levy Finn to get himself through to the knockouts. He's against Fanino, and he's going to be feeling so confident, the Wolfsburg man, that he can go through 3-1 Fanino. He's got that possible chance to go and have a deep run into the bracket. But I just wanted to mention that because I was very, very surprised really with what we saw from him yesterday. Levi Finn, we knew that he was one of the favourites. Fabio said, I'm going to take him down. He won that game 4-2 on aggregate across the two legs. Playing Levi Finn last night, he is going to be oozing with confidence going into that next round.
We've spent a little bit of time with Brandon, been in his company many a tournament. I've had the opportunity to be out and about with him. Behind the curtain, what's he like as a person? I'm sure you've interviewed him a few times, you've talked to him. He always just seems so relaxed.
He is. He's always very welcoming, I think, to any media that comes his way, whether it's me poking my phone in his face or anyone at any event. Now, he's a top player, and look, to be that humble still after winning a World Cup, it doesn't happen for every player, does it? So, yeah, a top professional. And I think just on your point as well, everyone conceded goals yesterday. No one was defensively that great, but the two players you have just mentioned there, Umit and Johnny, were the best two. The only other defensive player that was superb was Dullen Mike as well. We'll keep a close eye on him. The defending champion, he still could go back-to-back today. No,
he certainly could, and I think it's well within his own power. It brings me great pleasure to bring another member into our team right now. We're going to cross over live to Cologne to the magnificent Mari, who has an interview ready with Umit.
Wir reden nicht mal eine Minute. Okay, so I'm standing here with Red Bull Leipzig Umut, the world champ, and he went 3-1 in the Swiss rounds, and you've only lost against Timox, and your next matchup is against Johnny. Are you prepared for that?
Yeah, of course. I know that Johnny is a very tough opponent. I think he's like really good. So he's also playing the 5 at the back, and I don't like to play against it. So we will see what I can reach.
And are you going to use any other tactics than yesterday?
I think I will go like the same way. Of course, yesterday I only played against 4 at the back. Today the first match is against 5 at the back. Maybe I will change something, but I think that I will stay like yesterday.
Okay, and it would also be interesting to know who is your favorite card.
Yeah, I think my favorite card is Bellingham. I think like he's the most decent card. He's like in the defense really good and the offense really good. So I think he's also like one of the best players.
So I was thinking about Nkunku Tots because of 5-star skill.
Nah, I don't like him so much. I think Bellingham is better.
Okay, so you're also one of the favorites. You obviously know that. So you're playing against the underdog, Johnny. It's like you have a big role here.
Nah, I don't think about that. I just play my game, and I don't think like I'm like one of the favorites or stuff like this. I think it's important to not overthink anything. So just just play your best game, and let's see what I can reach.
Yeah, so I wish you good luck, and I hope that you will win your next game. Obviously, also for Johnny, good luck, and not good luck.
Good luck, only for me, please.
I wish you both good luck. That's it. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mari. Great insight there from Umit. No good luck. No good luck to Umit. Sorry, not good luck to Johnny. Good luck to everybody. Everyone deserves a bit of good luck. I mean, Al, we caught a few glimpses of it there. What did you take away from Umit?
Umit saying he doesn't like playing against 5 at the back, which I'm sure the Twitch chat to the left of me is saying, no, I don't like playing 5 at the back either. We know how strong it is on FIFA 23, and the reigning world champ also says he struggles a little bit against it, but his game plan, I'm going to carry on playing the way I was yesterday, sticking his 4 at the back. If he feels like something isn't working, then yes, he may change it, is what he said, but that just shows Umit and he's comfortable in himself, right? You know you don't like playing against something, but what you've been doing is, I'm going to play my game of FIFA, you play your game, and I'm going to back that my game is better than your game, and that's why he's one of the world champions.
You look very comfortable, Brandon. It's got to be said. He's seconds away from going onto the main stage, and he looked pretty calm.
Yeah, I mean, look, where does this come up against playing Nicholas in a $250,000 game of FIFA than a round of 16? Do you know what I mean? In a German championship, that's nothing against Johnny, but I think he said, look, coming into this one, as Mara was saying, you are the big favourite, but he's like, I don't think about that. I don't need to think about that too much. One thing as well that I've certainly picked up across the last 12 months is just how well recognised Umit is in the FIFA scene. Like, he's now on that pedestal, isn't he, of that top 10 in the world already after that World Cup just lifted him into that new domain. Any piece of content that he's on or anywhere, even in this chat, like, he's a recognised player, and he's certainly going to be a favourite today. There is a chance, with the brackets that they're on, Umit and Dullen Mike could meet in a grand final. That could happen.
Wow. And I'm pretty sure we can comfortably say no losers bracket either. So it's just straight elimination, straight knockout from here on out. 2 legs, you win, you go through, you lose, you go out. Extra time and penalties will be in use as well. I'm hearing that we are very close to getting our games underway. We appreciate you sticking with us here at the Virtual Bundesliga. It's going to be a grandstand finish, it's got to be said. Probably about six hours' time. But the rock music will be starting very soon indeed, and that means one thing and one thing only. The games and the players are getting ready. You see some live shots here from Cologne. Both players making their way to the stage, getting set up. And I asked you about this yesterday, Alex, so I'm going to bring it to you now, Brandon. We've been on plenty of events where people haven't took the time to get ready, and a few errors have slipped in. I seem to remember, I'm sure he won't let me bring it up, E-Champions League last year. I believe it was a game in which a player went onto the stage and didn't set up pressing tactics, and just couldn't really get back in the game because the ball didn't go out of play. We didn't really have any chance. This bit of time now, making sure that everything is to your standard and how you want it, is very important.
Yeah, get that gaming chair set up in the perfect way possible for him. But no, you're right. You have to prepare, especially when you're going from main stage down to the so-called pit, as we call it, because multiple players are playing on this main stage, from the monitor angle to the settings on the console. Get yourself comfortable, get yourself feeling right. You can see RB Leipzig Daniel sitting behind. I mean, he's been on the journey through E-Champions League to Virtual Bundesligas to the E-World Cup last year in Copenhagen. They've got a really good team in-house at RB Leipzig that, no surprise, they've had so much success, especially this year in the Virtual Bundesliga, winning the club championship again. Obviously, they will be disappointed that the Gaucho didn't make it through yesterday. However, all eyes will be on that man. That's another game that's taking place off stage. Antonio Redeja against Dave. That's around a 16 game. You can see Dennis there of FC Cologne, the only player from the club playing in its home city across these 2 days. Keep in mind, 8 games will all be underway at the same time. We will just be focusing on 2 featured matchups in this round of 16.
Yeah, we talked about the final potentially was Umit versus Dull and Mike if both players win out. I'm going to run you through a few semi-finals. If the players that we expect to win are successful in their games, Umit versus Antonio Redeja, potentially as a semi-final. Levi Finn versus Dull and Mike could be another semi-final. But Levi Finn's playing Berkey Lion, which is no easy feat whatsoever. One game that I think is unbelievable, that I'm surprised we've not got on the main stage, T-Mox versus Musty. Winner of that game plays the winner of the game we're about to see right now as well. So, an incredible selection of matches. Al, before we let you go, before you take a little break, prediction for this: will Umit overthrow the youngster Johnny?
Umit will indeed. And I do want to say, I really hope Timox makes that through, because he went 4-0 yesterday and we've not had a chance to see him on the main stage.
On the other side of it, quickly, Kamal versus Dennis. Who do you fancy?
I'm going to go with Kamal.
Thank you very much. We'll catch
worries.
up with Alex B after this round has finished. But for everyone else, it's going to be myself, Richard Buckley, and the beautiful tones of Brandon Smith.
Well then, here we go again. Championship Sunday is here. And there's only 16 players left in the tournament. We'll kick off with this one as our one of 2 featured matchup. FC St Pauli's Kamal against Dennis of FC Cologne. Did actually used to play as FIFA for Bernard Leno's esports organisation. The professional German goalkeeper did launch an esports team. And it was only in FIFA 21 where he made an E-World Cup Grand Final. Years on from that, he is still in the conversation here as Kamal looks for his first real chance of the game. Griffo was so influential yesterday. Is he going to be important today again? And Kunku will sting the hands of Kevin Trapp. That's the first chance registered in the game.
Yeah, Kevin Trapp got a lot of words in the first set of matches in the Swiss. Hopefully he's less talked about now in the knockouts, for a good thing as well. We don't want to be bringing up goalkeeper errors and goalkeepers potentially costing FIFA seasons. Emmett and Johnny also under it.
To this one now, Emmett. Doesn't really need an introduction, but there is a storyline for Johnny on the opposite side. Can he cause a bit of an upset in this round of 16? Certainly no reason why he can't, Richard, after the performance he had yesterday. He conceded 9 goals in total for a player that is still so young, only 18 years of age, 27th in Europe. He ended this year just outside the playoffs, so there's a big storyline for him today. Can he get into the play-ins or the playoffs? Keep in mind, top 4 will get to do that. Play-ins are a gateway to the playoffs, and the playoffs are a gateway to the biggest tournament of the year, the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final. Chance in Kunku. Cuts it back. Still over the bar.
Not a bad chance, to be honest. Build up play. Trying to just spin that ball into the top corner.
To this one now, Dennis, to get things moving as we jump across and across and across. I think this was the chance that we may have missed from Dennis. 17 minutes in. Musiala found Bellingham. There's the step overs into a finish. Kevin Trapp doing something right, and I believe there's been a goal that we have just missed in the other game. Let's jump over to it right now, and it's gone the way of Umit.
It's a great finish from Umut. I just saw the back end of the goal here, and Kunku settling it, and then that slotted goal past the keeper. We get to see it in full here. Pretty simple finish in the end, but making it look simple was Umut.
And over in the other game, we have also had a breakthrough too. Dennis with the goal. Unfortunately, looks like we missed this one as well. 25 minutes into the game, it was Lothar Matthäus. Found Sadio Mane. Again, no surprise. Oh, a time-red finish, but the step-overs into the speed boost, giving him that little angle and pocket of space to work in.
Well, I mean, we saw a few red time finishes yesterday, didn't we? Seemed to be the thing to do at the moment as Kamal levels up this tie at 1 apiece with team of the season, Diaby.
Game is coming to life, isn't it? Straight down the other end. And we got an equaliser. As we can hear someone hitting the woodwork, we can hear all different game sounds. There's been a goal in another game. Wes, what is going on? Here's the goal that we just missed. He came from, clutch tackle from Lucio, but he was still on the ground when they tried to pass the ball back to him. That's 1-1 there. And now over here, Umit has just got a second goal.
And we get to see it here in full. Alphonso Davies cut back to Diaby. Rolling the ball into Matthäus. He offloads it to Bellingham. The driven pass. Oh, it's slightly fortunate, it's got to be said.
Well, after conceding just 9 goals yesterday across 8 individual matches of FIFA, so now conceding nearly a quarter of that in just one leg, maybe even one half, if Umit can keep this press moving. Here's Sadio Mane. Umit cuts back inside, and Kunku, is there one more pass available? Doesn't need it. Corner. Taken quickly back to Marco Reus. All the step overs in the world coming out, unfortunately. Able to find a way through, but still, what a start it has been. in mind, we are into knockout FIFA here in the Virtual Bundesliga, round of 16. We are trying to work out the sound as well. You may hear that we're hearing game sound from all different matches. And there is a team working on the ground in Cologne to make sure that we can get it all synced up properly. Oh, Umit. He has scored 3, Richard. As I was saying about how good Johnny's been defensively, you could argue it's the commentator's curse. 36 minutes in, and he's already conceded 3.
Wow. Marco Reus, he's got 2 already for Umut. Umut just has this tendency of just killing the game off before you even realise you're in the game. Like, it can be 4 or 5-0 up, and you blink and you're wondering what happened. Where did the time go?
For the 3-0 for Umit over in this game. Come out against Dennis is 1-1. They put a tweet out, the Virtual Bundesliga, early today, saying that it's a sold-out crowd. No more tickets available for today's grand final showdown. Hopefully.
So much FIFA to watch, though, isn't there?
Yeah, there'll be some atmosphere building in that room as the day unfolds. Let's have a quick look across the board. Musti leads Timox 3-2 at the moment. All games are in the first leg. Khaled against Furky is a 0-0 result as it stands. Antonio Adeja leads Dave by 2-1. Fanino 2-0 up against Wolfsburg's Fabio, one of the youngest players in the tournament. And Dolomic leading 3-1 against Nicholas Rank. All those games are in the first leg as it stands right now. Believe it or not, this game is in its first half and it's winning 3-0.
Not even half time yet. Whenever we try and paint the narrative, maybe of Johnny's not conceded that many goals, it could be tough for him. He might struggle. The best players just silence us straight away.
Not 4 of it before half-time. Surely not.
Penalty.
Referee! Oh, no. It's gone from bad to worse. Umit with a golden chance to go 4-0 to the goods in the round of 16. Up steps Matthias. It's saved. That could be a big save across the 2 legs. Otherwise, that would have potentially been curtains at 4-0 down. Is that a lifeline for Johnny? It very much could be across the next 2 legs.
He has to use it as a lifeline. He has to get some confidence out of that save. Whipped in. Big chance.
Kevin Trapp there, I thought for a split second was to be stitched up by his own defender. This is Dennis still building for FC Cologne. Chance, Musiala leads by 2-1.
He's a player, we've seen him used right wing back, right mid, centrally, off the striker as sort of a shadow number 10. Wherever you use him, he will be influential for you. Just that simple pass, cutting open the defence before Jamal Musiala in the right place at the right time, just to poke it past the keeper at the near post.
Now looking for an early restart. Finding himself 2-1 down. 23rd in Europe he sits right now. For a player that has some loyalty to FC St. Paul, who represented them last year in the Virtual Bundesliga. He's already outperformed last year's tournament. He was grouped this time last year in Cologne. After a top 4 in the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship, there's maybe some unwritten history that he's looking to right himself this time round if he can continue this run. He might find himself 3-1 down though, unfortunately. It's Thomas Meunier bombing on from left back. A battle against Meunier on the opposite side of the pitch. Falls back kindly for Bellingham. Chance to play out again. Well, jump across. This is getting even worse. If you're a Johnny fan, Umit leads 4 goals to 0. A little bit of goalkeeper move, but it was a big gamble from Johnny. And Umit will say, yes, please. Easy as you like. You move to the side. I'll tap it in. What a cushion that is from Umit. We'll see it again on the replay.
Yeah, he tried reading the goalkeeper movement at the near post, tried reading the shot. Unfortunately for him, just couldn't quite execute at the right angle. Made it look pretty simple in the end, didn't he?
Well, he's putting on quite the performance. Keep in mind as well that he is already in the playoffs, regardless of what happens today. So is Levi Finn. There is a massive opportunity if Levi Finn alongside Umit and find their way through into a top 2. There could be a couple of spots that would filter down to other players in Europe. They might just squeeze their way through to those FGS playoffs. The onside. And Kunku for Johnny needs to score. Big goal. Just something to give yourself a bit of hope in the final third to say, look, I'm in the knockouts for a reason.
Just give that little bit of confidence back. It was a beautiful ball, slipped into Nkunku, smashed it past the keeper. And just something to build on going to that second leg. That's all you want, just a little bit of confidence.
One ball over the top, just offside. It's Jude Bellingham.
Still a massive, massive ask, but the only thing he can do is believe.
Musiala dispossessed. I mean, just a quick one on them, Richard. It's not been a bad week, regardless, for him. I guess the top 3 would have rather have won the Champions League, but he's already pocketed $30,000 this week.
He can't really complain, can he, Umit? Obviously, he's got very high standards set on himself, but I don't think prize money is his main motivation. It's that championship mentality. You want to get your hands on silverware.
No, I think you're right there for a minute. That is definitely the case.
I think when he won the World Championship last year and he came into 250,000, he said he's going to invest it in property or he's going to be smart with it. Big chance squandered there for Johnny to make it 4-2.
Plenty of gameplay here with the Virtual Bundesliga. We are jumping from moment to moment, game to game. All of these matches, round of 16 ties. We will give you the latest at the end of this first leg from the other 6 matches that are taking place off stream. Keep in mind that the likes of Musti de la Mike, Levi Finn are involved in those matches. One thing that is so important, Richard, here is that before the game started, you heard him say he was a little bit nervy about a 5 back. It's always going to be difficult to break down. If you can score 3 goals, let alone 4, that early on to the game, it's going to do one thing. It's going to make your opponent have to change the way they're going to be playing.
And also, even for Umit, a player who's played so long, been around the block, won the biggest tournaments, nerves will play a slight factor, so you're instantly just settling everything down. great game on this stage.
Well, we jump back over for an equaliser from Kamal. It was 1-0 down, equalised pretty soon after, 2-1 down. The same has applied here. Let's see the goal on the replay. Colin Mawani fresh onto the pitch. Griffo, no surprise, he's involved in another goal. Musiala finds Nkunku. What a play for Jude Bellingham, who once again just proves his worth as this ultimate box-to-box midfielder. Running race there, Diaby. Yeah.
Saw someone in the chat asking, why is no one hitting Travellas? It's almost too expected when you get on that angle. The goalkeeper movement comes in, and there could be a better opportunity trying to work it into the box, looking for a pass, looking for a Lapaqueta into a skill move.
Sometimes just not have the opportunity. Saw a couple of times yesterday in the Swiss rounds, maybe for the lesser known players. Fancied their luck from so far out, and the few that we did see, it was just matched up with some pretty decent goalkeeper movement. As we look into the final stages of this match, looks like it's going to be all square, and it's Dennis. Can make the most of this last chance. No, he can't. Full time in this game. All square, all to play for in the second leg. We have the chance to jump back to Umit.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what minute that game was in with Umit. Conversations as soon as the full-time whistle, the coach is in for the majority of players here.
One side of the main stage. We can get over to the other. We'll be able to give you the latest from that Umit game. As we said, he was leading by quite some lead. There was a way back in the tie for Johnny. He had a couple of big chances, such as that time green finish that was matched up well by Umit's goalkeeper. We'll give you the lowdown on that as soon as we can. But I mean, look, out of all the games I can confirm in this round of 16, the only one that looks somewhat convincing in the scoreline, Richard, is Umit at the moment.
Yeah, I think Umit, obviously he's fine at the moment. Not too sure if we have any other games even sort of in that ballpark. I think majority of them are relatively evenly contested, as you would expect in a knockout bracket. These are the scores as it currently stands. T-Mox and Musty 3-3. 0-0 between Khalid and Furkit. Antonio Redea 4-1 up against Dave. Nicholas Rank 2, Dull and Mike 3. Fanino is leading 2-0 against Fabio. We've got our featured match there between Kamal and Dennis. And Berkey Lion winning again against Levi Finn. Berkey Lion beat him in the Swiss, and he's looking to do the exact same again here in the knockouts.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, we've got the chance to see this bracket. We've actually got to see the lay of the land for a change, Richard. Some of the matches that we could see, I mean, I said it in the build-up to this, we could potentially see, as you rightly said, a Dolomite Levi Finn semi-final. We could see an Umit Dolomite grand final. Also, the likes of Antonio Redeja against Furky plays. That could be a quarter-final matchup there. Umit against Musli could also be a quarter-final there as well. So many potential matchups we could be seeing today. Keep in mind, with the money that is on the line, €100,000 on the line. I believe we have a splitter of how that does break down between all of our competitors here, from top 16 all the way down to number 1. 40k if you win today. And for some players, just a chance to keep your season going.
Yeah, serious prize money on the line. When you talk about the playoffs and the play-ins as well, that's the main incentive for a lot of the players who haven't already got that FGS playoff play-in spot acquired. Making the top 4, getting the play-ins. I'm sure if you look at the top half of the bracket, I mean, you'd have to beat T-Mox or Musty, one of those two, and then you've got to beat Ummet to get a play-in spot if you are T-Mox. It's going to be really, really harsh. Just the way that the bracket has unfolded there. Some of the quadrants, you would say, slightly more favourable for some players. I think Antonio Redea, probably looking at his little 8, he's 4, and thinking, I've got a semi-final there. If I play well, I've got a semi-final more than likely if the stats go with it against Ummet. So he would probably take that. I think if you look at the bracket he's been given, biggest shock of the round so far. I mean, Berkey Lyon, he's been a fantastic player, rookie of the year, but I don't know if you'd have backed him against Levy Finn, to be honest. Maybe it's Berkey Lyon's tournament.
Potentially. I mean, one thing I want to get your thoughts on quickly, Richard. You saw Furky play's match in the Swiss round. He's done a great job of keeping his games low scoring. I think he won 1-0 in his deciding game. He's in a 0-0 matchup now against Caleb. We never see 0-0s, let alone 1-0 wins and clean sheets in two-legged games of FIFA. So very interesting play style from Furky plays in that game. He's
having a lot of control on the games. I think that's one big thing. He's just being able to control the tempo and control the pace of the match. It's not these end-to-end you attack, I attack type affairs. He is really composed in his build-up play, and he knows that all he needs is one chance, one cross, one expertly timed through ball, and he can keep a clean sheet and win the tie.
Well, they're back on the way for second leg matches here. Come out against Dennis. Scoreline is 2-2. What an action-packed electric start this could be to the game. It's FC Cologne against FC St. Pauli. In this round of 16 game, Bellingham tries to ketter his way into the box. To do so on that occasion. As soon as we get Ummit's game back on the way, we'll jump over to that and give you the coverage and the lowdown. For 21 was the year where he crowned himself as a Virtual Bundesliga champion. As we leave that game, there could be a chance for Mounier, and I think there has just been a goal as we leave it, which is the curse, unfortunately, of how it goes. But Johnny,
4-2,
has had a great start in this game. Alphonso Davies out on this left-hand side, 4 minutes in. Oh, Kevin Trapp. Close your legs.
Yeah, big goal there for Johnny in the complexion of this game. You see the ball hitting the back of the net there. It was Thomas Mounier who carried on his run from right back and just slammed it past the keeper. This was the goal. Breaking through, nothing the defender could do, and a green time finish into the far post. Makes it look pretty simple in the end.
Well, come out. First time he's actually led in the tight. Both times before he was in a losing position. He's looking for another one. Could be a chance. Great save from Kevin Trapp this time. He gets it right. Quick corner to be played in, headed away. Oh no. Oh no. Wow. Dennis, you got away with that one, my friend. Just panicked. Pressed square and somehow got a very fortunate bounce back into the hands of the goalkeeper.
Tell you what, when you see that ball spiralling up in the air, anything could happen. Have a look at this. I mean, what are we playing at?
We're giving Kevin Trapp a hard time here. Musiala has just completely stitched up his goalie there.
I'll tell you who we should be giving a hard time. Dennis. What are we playing at the back?
Back to this one now. Ummet still in the lead, 4-2. This is knockout FIFA. Losing, you go home. Winning, you're in the top 8. Quarterfinals guaranteed. Alphonso Davies back to Marco Reus. We're going to leave that one for a split second as we're going to show you another chance that came into this game from Johnny. It was a finesse from Jude Bellingham. Wasn't the widest of finesse shots. It was quite central.
He's in again.
In the bar, Marco Reus has actually got another one for Johnny. What a start to this second leg.
What did we say? At 4-0, that goal to go to 4-1 was a big, big turning point. Marco Reus just too strong for Frimpong in the end. The heel to ball roll past the keeper, a shake of the head from Umut, a nod of the head from Johnny. He knows this game is right there for the taking.
Oh my. Goals, goals, goals. Everywhere we look, there is more storylines unfolding. Dennis back in the tie after a terrible defensive display. Sadio Mane just manoeuvring around the smallest of areas. No surprise, it's that step over exit that he keeps on enjoying in the final third. 30 minutes played here, 3-3 all square.
Seems like the second leg is where the games come to life. Just an evenly affair here. Johnny is on cloud 9.
I've got a bit of a result for you here, Richard.
Go on.
As it stands right now, Dulla Mike, after winning 3-2 in leg one, is 2-0 down. He is 4-3 down in aggregate right now, Dulla Mike.
Wow. So Dublin and Umut, I mean, Umut's conceded twice. He's still winning. Could be facing an exit.
Also, Levy Finn, 3-1 down. That's in the second leg there as we see some celebrations from, looks like, Johnny's manager and team.
Oh, my.
What has happened here?
Johnny, this wasn't in the script, mate. I don't know what we're doing here. Incredible from Johnny. He looked defeated after leg one, but Jude Bellingham with a green time finish past the keeper. Firing this game to life.
And as we always say, Richard, that is why FIFA has played over 2 legs. You can never, ever say you're out of a game until that final whistle of the second leg. 4-4 in that game. As it stands right now, Levy Finn is going out. Dulla Mike potentially is going out. Umit is on the ropes as potentially a knockout blow of being in a losing position if Johnny can keep firing like he is.
Wow.
What an opportunity this is as well, by the way. If some of the biggest names in Germany fall out in this round, there is going to be a new star written today.
Could it be Johnny? Could it be Berkey Lyon? A player who's just going about his business, and I'm sure we'll speak about him at the end of this game. Antonio Radeja, absolutely flying in his quarter-final, in his round of 16, on his way to the quarter-final, should I say. Umit gets one back.
Umit.
Needed a goal. It was just loss of possession on the edge of his own box there from Johnny, giving Umit a chance back into this tie and back in front.
I'll be so happy that you found a way through eventually to do it. After, I think as any FIFA player would feel like you've conceded 3 goals in 36 minutes, you just want to crumble. Oh my days.
Tell me.
Full-time result. Dulla Mike is out. How quickly that game has just finished, by the way. Dulla Mike has just been eliminated by Nicholas Rank, a newcomer into the Virtual Bundesliga this year, of Bayern Munich. The defending champion is gone. Gone in the round of 16.
I'm speechless. He was so good yesterday. He looked like a favourite to go on and win it.
And Kunku just offside. No, there is a game unfolding in front of us now, but there are so many storylines taking place everywhere else here in the Virtual Bundesliga. One game that's incredible that we haven't had on stream, and we haven't seen him on stream at all these last 2 days, is Timot against Focus Musti. That's 4-4 at the moment in the second leg between those two. Winner of that will play the winner of Umit or Johnny in the quarterfinals.
And you're probably looking across these games as well if you're a competitor. You see Dulham might get eliminated. You see some of these favourites, Levy Finn potentially on his way out. It just gives you that extra boost of, I can win this. The favourites are going out. The tournament's opening up.
Double check as well. Turkey plays as it stands. He's on his way out of the tournament. He's 1-0 down against Khalid, a player that is 458th in Europe. Giving us one of the best stories we have seen. Antonio Radea looks like the only player that is feeling their FIFA today. 8-1 win in a round of 16 game against Dave.
I did have a little glance at that, and I'll be honest, I just said Antonio Radea was winning. I didn't say the score because when I was looking at it, I didn't know if it was correct. I didn't expect to see such a big goal swing, but it's in the books, it's confirmed. A huge win for Antonio Radea.
Yeah, not looking great as well if you're a Wolfsburg fan. Fabio had such a good Swiss day yesterday. 4-1 down against Fanino, who scraped his way through in the deciding round earlier today. Here a goal's gone in elsewhere. It's gone the way of Kamau again. 4-3, he leads.
You can see it here. Griffo out wide. I'm guessing it gets swung to the back post. No, a little layoff inside to Sadio Mane. Smash past the keeper. Oh, what a chance. Umit with a big opportunity there. Just couldn't get the pass across.
Kunku, what a ball. What a ball. Oh, what a terrible touch on the replay. I mean, another day we're looking at a 5-5 thriller between these two. Talk about pushing the world champion right to the very edge. Someone in the chat said they've not had their League One player picks. This is not the place to say it. Let alone about 9 times. Here's Alphonso Davies now for RB Leipzig Umit. Royce back to Bellingham. Can't find a way through. Interesting choice of centre-back there. Gvardiol.
Yeah, we've
RB Leipzig.
seen a few different centre-backs. I think Gvardiol, Reece Oxford, all sort of get their moment in the sun as Johnny Green times the shot and it spirals wide of the post.
This game's coming towards its last 20 minutes or so. Another goal for Kamau will just open up the bit of breathing space as we get full times across the board now from round of 16 games. We can start to build the narratives of where we are going. I can confirm that Furky Plays is out of the tournament. What a wild card and what a story. This is for Khalid, by the way, of KSC. Richard Buckley got his qualification with his teammate Sakul via the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship. let's be honest, hasn't been seen, hasn't really been heard outside of Germany. Over 400 places deep on the Global Series rankings. He's in a top 8, and he's one game away from potentially igniting his season with a playing spot.
Yeah, it's the beauty of the virtual league, Brandon. We often say it, when you can come into these virtual leagues and just open up your season, open up what's left in there. You don't have to be a fabulous FGS Global Series player.
Oh my.
Oh, Johnny!
Oh my!
He's off his feet!
Johnny! With a crowd on their feet in Cologne. He's brought an army of people with him. He has just equalised 5-5 against the current world champion. He was 4-0 down.
I was just saying about the virtual leagues, how surprises can come up. And where else are you going to see Marcus Thuram involved in a team in the FGS? What a goal. What a game.
Back to this one now, Griffo. Taking time out the game for Kamal. Top 8 awaits one of these two. One more goal would certainly put him in the right direction. There's a good chance we could be going to extra time for Umit's matchup. This is a golden chance. Low for Matthias. What a chance.
Oh!
Ball roll. Massive save, Kevin Trapp.
It's a great save as well. It's a great, great save.
I know there's a lot of people asking for Umit's gameplay. Trivelo! Oh, wow! Someone in the chat was saying, where's the Trivella's been this weekend? Look no further than that. Massive goal.
What a finish. Kolo Muani. Green time Travella. Keeper nowhere near it. Fabulous finish. "15 minutes left to play in this one."
Bellingham. Where's this game going to go? 5-5, 12 minutes left to be played. There's a very good chance we've got two games going to extra time, and luckily, both have been our featured matchups. Another update. It looks as if Timox is going to be going through. 5-4 he leads in the second leg. The player that was unbeaten in the Swiss rounds yesterday looks to continue a top 8 finish. Here's Johnny now. Surely not with a winner. Surely not! Knocking out Umit.
What are we seeing right now? This is wild.
This is ridiculous. 4-0 was leading against Johnny. He was dead and buried, many thought.
Johnny, be good. What a turnaround. Johnny's tore up the script. Dullen Mike and Umut 10 minutes
And
away
Musty.
from being eliminated. The two finalists last year, gone.
Well. Right, full times around the other games. I think we're just waiting for this one as our last kick of the game. Oh, sorry, not this game. 2 games. We've got Kamal against Dennis. That's a 4-4 as it stands. But, I mean, oh my. Levy Finn out as well. Levy Finn out. Musty is out. Dullen Mike is out. And as it stands right now, Umit is going out as well.
We'll have to dissect this bracket after the game. We'll bring Alex back into the conversation. We can have a real look at what we're seeing here. There's so much drama unfolding beneath our very eyes. Let's lock in here. 5 minutes to play.
Back to this one, Griffo. Kamal, timed it green. It's a gift. Just offside. Just offside. Kevin Trapp made the save regardless. Umit. How's it looking for Umit right now? We've got to stay with this one. Last 3 minutes. What a message this is going to be to the rest of the competition from Johnny, who isn't done yet. Tactically, just taking time out the game. Has Umit got time for one last attack? One last chance to save the tie. It's a waste of possession. And I think we could be looking at Umit being knocked out of this year's Virtual Bundesliga. We'll get a throw-in.
He'll get a chance.
With 20 seconds left to be played. It's a
No,
big
it's
win.
gone.
And it's game over. Umit is out of this year's Virtual Bundesliga. And Johnny, with the comeback of all comebacks, a player that is desperate to make it to this year's Global Series playoffs, is one step away from getting himself into the play-ins. What a comeback, what a turnaround, and what a round of 16 that is. That might be one of the best round of 16s I think I've seen across all of the virtual leagues we've commentated in quite some time.
We knew Johnny had quality. We knew he was technically gifted. But just look at that on the monitor there. 5-1 in the second leg. An unbelievable turnaround. He was dead and buried after the first leg. We were talking about an Umit and T-Mox quarter-final. We were talking about an Umit and Dolomite grand final. Rip it up, because it's not happening. What did we talk about earlier today? We said the youth prospects, the potential, will it be realised? We're seeing it being realised in front of our very eyes right now. Johnny, enjoy this moment. You're just beating the world champion.
Incredible, incredible, incredible scenes from Johnny. Look at the little group of fans, family, friends in the audience that have been on the journey from that game. I can assure you, when they was 4-0 down, they were thinking, why have we made the travel today to Cologne to watch this tournament? Next thing you know, what a turnaround. Team Johnny shirts on in the crowds. He is in a quarter final. I think what we're seeing here, Rich, there's a group of German players that are sitting in about 25th to 50th in Europe. They're just outside of that threshold of getting through to playoffs and maybe getting into the latter stages of tournaments that we've come to see. And now we're seeing them on the big stage getting their moment in Germany.
We certainly are. Extra time is our final match, and it's required here between Kamal and Dennis. He's in. Kamal's in.
Oh my, what a chance. Can he chip the keeper? One more pass. It's got to be a guaranteed goal. It will be. Kamal. He says it's time. Is it time for a quarter-final, though? 4 minutes into extra time. And on a counter-attack like no other, the defence just completely opened up.
Just straight through the defence. One through ball. They split. I like the composure as well from Kamal. He had the opportunity, maybe a dink, maybe a Borrell heel-to-heel around the keeper. Just waited, bided his time. Simple pass across the box. An easy finish. He's in again.
Oh my. So high.
Oh my
Referee!
God. Just got clotheslined.
Kevin Trapp has just come out with a clothesline through Cullen Mawani.
Where's John Bradshaw Layfield? Oh my. We're going to see it back. We're going to see it again.
Referee! Where's the free kick, red card? Where's anything?
Oh.
Apparently the ref said he won the ball.
Clean tackle.
You're joining us here for the Virtual Bundesliga. This is Grand Finals Day. Round of 16 we're in right now that has given us so many stories. All the big names out There's a new wave of talent in Germany that are now getting their moment. Look how high that line is from Dennis. I fully see the aggressive play, but if it's not done properly, you're going to get punished for it time and time again.
15 minutes left to go. Dennis needs a goal, and he needs a goal right now, unless his Virtual Bundesliga will be over.
The one thing that we have seen in this game between the two, Richard, there's never been a 2-goal gap between the two players. It's always been I score, you score, and that's what's kept this game so nip and tuck. It's the last game to finish. Every other match is finished in the round.
Yeah, all eyes turn to this one.
I'll tell you what we could be previewing, though. We could be previewing an all FC St. Pauli matchup. Berkey Lion, who just beat Levy Finn 4-1, will play the winner of this game. He could be playing against his teammate, where they were on a team together in the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship, where they got a top 4. Now they could be going head-to-head for another top 4 position and potentially for a play-in spot. I don't know where we're jumping. Apologies that we are back live now for Dennis. It's Ferran. It's a corner. All the way through. Possession still in the hands. Colin Mawani! Just about in the tightest of areas. We'll make it 5-5 on aggregate.
What a game. What a game. This is two players, two competitors, who simply refuse to lose. Their season will not be ending right now. Looks sweltering, doesn't it, inside the stadium, inside the arena. Who can keep their cool with 9 minutes to play?
Well, I think Germany might have the same issue as us right now. It's pretty hot outside, but also it's probably going to get quite hot with all those consoles, lights, and in that inside studio. Last 6 minutes, Kevin Trapp, you are walking in a dangerous area. Does well to recover that one. Updates for you as well for those that have just joined. Umit is out of this year's Virtual Bundesliga. Dolomite also out. Musti out of the tournament. Levy Finn all eliminated in the round of 16. I genuinely cannot believe we've just lost 4 names like that.
Final
On
chance.
the other side of things, 4 winners deserve the mention. Last chance of the game.
He's in.
It's going to fall to Kamau. Frimpong with a chance to be a hero. What's a save from Kevin Trapp?
He'll get the corner.
Whipped in.
Penalties.
2 hands on it. Richard Buckley are off to a penalty shootout to decide a top 8 spot.
What a chance for Frimpong to win it, by the way. Last kick of the game. Steps up first. Good pen.
Let's get on to the penalties now.
I'm looking at the monitor behind.
Up steps Dennis. 1-from-1. Richard Buckley, take it away.
Here he's come out. Colomowani again slapped it into the top left corner. And Kunku for Dennis. Will it be perfect pens? No, it will not. Advantage come out.
Will it be 3 from 3 from Kamau? Up steps Christopher and Kunku. It is. Needs to score this one, Dennis, otherwise the pressure is really going to be building up for this next pair. Up steps Colomowani. Misses. Score. And you're off to a quarter-final. Up steps Lucio. The centre-back scores. It will be St. Pauli in a quarter-final.
The smallest of margins. Handshakes all round. Dennis will be heartbroken. I think Kamau letting out that burst of energy, that scream, maybe more in relief than anything else. A great game. It's a real shame that one person had to win and one person had to lose. Both players probably deserve to go through. However, it is Kamau from FC St. Pauli continuing his journey in the Virtual Bundesliga.
What a round. What a round. And we can confirm that it's going to be an all FC St. Pauli quarter-final as well. Berkey Lyon, the newcomer of the year, going up against his teammate in a quarter-final game. Keep in mind, both those players are desperate for a playoff spot still. So that is not the tie that they wanted.
Let's have a little talk about it now. We've got the bracket finalised. Some incredible games. We'll break it down more after the break with Alex as well. But right now, the takeaway points. Who is the favourite? Do we even have a favourite to win this tournament? It's an open playing field.
Absolutely. I mean, look, there's a massive chance for Timox here, who, let's be quite frank, has struggled to really get back up to his level that he knows for quite some years, to go and be a German champion and sort of rejuvenate his career all over again, potentially. He's still not lost a game. He's the only player that was unbeaten in the Swiss, has just beaten Musti. I think that one went to extra time in the end, 5-4. He's up against Johnny, though, who's just beaten Umit. Yes. So, look, there are loads of storylines here, which, as you said, there's newcomers into the Bundesliga, the Virtual Bundesliga, and also there's some old guards here still. But all the big names, all the past winners, past champions that we know, have been knocked out.
Yeah, it's a remarkable turn of events. In one round, we have lost a world champion, a previous European champion, the two-time Virtual Bundesliga champion between them. Just Musti, who's a fan favourite. You'd expect him to do well. Eliminated. All the big names. Levi Finn, the up-and-coming superstar. Eliminated. It's starting to open up this tournament, and somebody, 2 players, maybe getting a playoff spot that weren't in the running before, coming into those playoffs as outsiders, as sort of forgotten players almost at the Virtual Bundesliga. They weren't in the promo package. They weren't the ones spoken about, interviewed before the tournament started. But they will be when they win it. Who that player may be, we'll have to wait and see. But, I mean, after that first round, I think Antonio Redea is probably the form player.
Yeah.
I think he's the player that people look at and go, he could be the new favourite. He could be the one to go and do it. We also can't forget about Berkey Lyon, who, Rookie of the Season, has been fabulous in his performances so far and not really dropped the ball. The 2 players who were 4-0 in Swiss, Timox and Berkey Lyon, still unbeaten in this tournament.
It says a lot. It says that they've been able to keep their form over going to today. I'd say the question for you, Rich, is what was the game of the round there of our 2 featured matchups? Was it the Umit game, which was, I think that probably just about pips it, or this neck and neck, I score, you score, 5-5 game, 6-6 game in the end, I think it was, went to extra time, had penalties in it, 2 incredible featured matchups.
Yeah, it absolutely was. For me, probably just Umit versus Johnny, because it was so unexpected. Johnny coming out of nowhere and bringing the performance of a lifetime. Will his performance level, will our 8 quarterfinalists stack up to lifting the Virtual Bundesliga trophy? We'll have to wait and see. This tournament has not disappointed. It has delivered at every turn so far, and now we get into the serious prize money and the serious playoff implications. The quarterfinals will be coming up after this break.
My time, think it's my time, think it's my year, yeah. I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah. I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem been petty.
I heard a story about a man. He came up with a plan for flying. He showed it to his wife. Then he said, now darling, why are you crying so? And she whispered in his ear, I fear you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me this once to get higher up. And he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And he was off and gone. 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 There once was a woman lying in bed with her lover's head upon her shoulder. She said, my darling, you sound so faint. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this. And she told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything, she said. Please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. And she was off and away.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem damn bad.
Well, welcome back to the Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals. One thing we can confirm from that winner list is there's going to be a new champion this time round here in Germany. Myself, Brandon Swift, and Alex B guiding you through our final 8 here in Germany. And I mean, Alex, you had the chance to sit back and watch those round of 16 games. What a ridiculous round, and what an opportunity this is now for a new name in Germany to step up.
Seems like it was the wrong type of round for me to sit out from, to be honest with you. You and Richard must have absolutely loved being in the commentary booth for that one. I can't believe we're about to go through into the final day with us having a new champion. You know, we kept talking about Dull and Mike and whether Umit could possibly go all that way. We've obviously got the veteran Timox, who possibly could go all that way and lift that trophy. But you'd say, really, the rest of it, it's a new up-and-coming name. I'm very much looking forward to it, Brandon.
Yeah, what a bracket this is. And as you said, if you missed out the storylines, Levy Finn out in the round of 16, Umit out, Musti out, Furky plays out, Dull and Mike, the defending German champion, all out in that round of 16. This is what's left, though. Opportunities for new players, a new wave of German talent to come through and become the Virtual Bundesliga champion later today. Timox against Johnny from the top of the bracket down. VfL Bochum, a massive chance for them to get some silverware again. Khalid, that surprise package, as we said, 458th in the rankings, Alex. What a tournament he's had. He's up against Antonio Radea.
Yeah, yesterday we were saying 458th, but he was playing just with freedom, enjoying his FIFA, and he's got a massive opportunity to possibly go all that way. And I'm excited because I'm getting a little bit of news in the ear, Brandon, that we are going to be seeing Timox on the main stage, which we have not seen him all weekend. He went 4-0 in the first round yesterday, made it through, obviously, with a massive victory up against Musti. I want to see what the experienced veteran is offering on FIFA 23.
Absolutely. As we said, there's 2 other games taking place too. It's an FC St. Pauli all quarter-final matchup. Berkey Lion up against Kamau. And then last but not least, Hamburg against Bayern Munich. Are we going to see Bayern Munich go the full way for the first time in a Virtual Bundesliga? That's Nicholas Rank, who knocked out Dull and Mike, the defending champion there. I mean, Richard's made a good point about this man on your screen, Antonio Radea. Is this his opportunity to go the full way, Alex? Look, he's had a couple of reps this year outside of Germany, played in the Champions League knockout stages. He got through the original groups, played in the knockout stages. Unfortunately, didn't get to the top 8 in Europe, but still, just had that little bit of play time outside of Germany and the opportunity to play against some of the best European players in the world. Yeah, definitely. And obviously, we know everyone has their play styles across different regions, and then going and playing against players from all over the world just gives you little tips that you can take away from that, little bit of experiences where you can then bring that back into your own game. So this is a massive opportunity for Antonio to go all that way. But as we said, Khalid, 458th in Europe right now. I'll be fearing him as well because he has been playing exceptionally well, picking up that 1-0 victory over Furky, getting that clean sheet. But then also, we look at it, Antonio, he had that 4-0 in that second leg, 4-1 against Dave as well. So that's 8 goals across 2 legs. He's going to be feeling very confident against the Khalid, who has been so good at the back. But it's opportunities for these players that have never been there before, lifting that VBL trophy, to go and put their name on it. Absolutely. There's like 350 places between them two on the Global Series rankings. Antonio, 85th he stands at the moment. And I mean, look, he's already done best in this run last year. Last year in the Virtual Bundesliga, he played for FC Nürnberg, where he got a top 16 finish, losing to Umit. Unfortunately, this time round, if you're an Umit fan, he's out of the tournament. And there is a huge opportunity for one of these to go the long way. I think what he did say, which was exciting, Alex, is Timox on the opposite side of the main stage. We get to see him on broadcast for the first time today, which is crazy to think. A player that went 4-0 in the Swiss rounds, won against Musti in extra time, and we're only getting to see him now for the first time. Probably about, what, 12 hours into the broadcast across the 2 days? Yeah, definitely. But what it also means as well, Brandon, is that Timox has been playing on the backstage, on the back pods. He hasn't actually been on that main stage with the crowd in front of him, the cameras in front of him, and also the commentators from the German feed and ourselves kind of going across the arena. So that maybe is something that he's not had the opportunity to actually bed into. And you're now talking, this is quarter-final FIFA.
Could that get to him? I would imagine not, because he has that experience. But for Timox, when you've not been in over that weekend, Johnny has just gone and beat Umit. He was on the main stage. The lights are on him. He knows exactly what to expect when he gets in that hot seat. Timox is going to be a brand new experience this weekend for him.
Well. Timox takes on Johnny in one of our matches, but this is the first game we'll have a little look at as it kicks off in front of our very own eyes right now. It is Khalid against Antonio Adeja. Quarter-final matches are live now, and I believe they're all kicking off at the same point, so I'll give you updates as soon as we can from the two games. But what opportunity this is now, getting into the prize pot, getting even deeper now into the tournament. And what awaits a handful of these players, Alex? Global Series play-ins.
Yeah, and as we've said multiple times throughout this weekend, that right there, can't really put a price on it. Prize money's prize money. You obviously want that and you need that. But play-ins and playoff spots in themselves are worth so much.
Could be an early start. And Nkunku, oh, just wide of that right-hand post. It was a save, says the referee of Kevin Trapp, which will give Frankfurt a chance to build him from this corner. Musiala, back to Nkunku, finds Mane, good save. You may be able to hear the German broadcast in your ears. As you said, this is live from Cologne. We'll try and drown out that German feed for you. At the moment, all Antonio Adeja. There's a better from the edge of the box. What was so impressive about him, though, Alex, is he scored 8 goals in his round of 16 game, winning, I believe, 8-2 in the end. What a result.
Yeah, when you're going through with that confidence, knowing, you know what, I've just put 8 goals past my opponent, you're going to feel very much at ease. Just going back to that early chance that we saw Antonio had, he went through with Nkunku. He had the possible opportunity to pass that ball off across, chose to back Nkunku at the near post. Goalkeeper with a huge, huge save. But still, the pressure was on. And those sort of moments, you start on the front foot, it just puts you at ease. It makes you say, you know what, I'm okay. We can carry on pushing. We carry on progressing forward. That opportunity will come again, and hopefully we find the back of the net. But starting strong, 10 minutes in, Khalid will be glad to just see Kevin Trapp come up huge with save after save after save.
Well, Timox finally gets his opportunity now on the main stage. A FIFA player that has been around the block for quite some time, in all honesty. Now plays his FIFA for VFL Bochum. He's been competing all the way since FIFA 17, from Foot Champions Cups to the Ultimate Team Championship Series to Interactive World Cup finals, where he got a top 4 back in London all that time ago. Just has so much experience. But the one thing that's more impressive than ever, Alex, is that drive, just to keep going and not to put down the controller and say, look, I've had enough. I've done my time in FIFA esports. He wants more.
He does want more. And these sort of tournaments, these sort of games are what he lives for. And if he does manage to have a deep run, whether he goes all that way for Timox right now, just to have that belief in himself again, to say, I've been around for so long, I can compete with this new and up-and-coming talent. It gives you so much motivation to go home, get ready for the next game, and go again for another competitive season.
Which must be such a big thing, by the way, as here comes Johnny now for his first chance of the game. If you missed the news, he just knocked out Umit in a ridiculous game. He was 4-0 down at the end of the first leg, ended up winning 6-5. But for Timox, I think we're more than aware than ever in FIFA esports now. There's this new wave of 16, 17, 18-year-olds that have just got more time on their hands to grind the game, to completely find out every single meta, tactic, skill, move, shot. And it's so hard for that old guard to just keep up with it. As they get older, life becomes more busy. And the fact that Timox can find himself in this position, plaudits all round to him.
Yeah, at times it can be different ways that you want to play the game. As you said, the new generation coming through can be better with those mechanics. And your older birds like Timox might say, we play for the more basic sort of play style. But both very, very effective at what they do. I think for Johnny, my worry with this game is that he has essentially just had his form against Umit. Those are the ones that you live for. You say, oh, I want to play against the best players in the world. Umit is the best player in the world as it stands. And we want to play against him. Johnny made that comeback. He got that win that takes out so much energy from yourself and concentration and passion that was there. At times, what you can see from players is their next performance just dips slightly because it's hard to raise yourself to that level again. And that's no disrespect to Timox. We know how well and good he's been playing this weekend, even though we haven't had the chance to see him. It's a different breed when you're playing against someone like Umit. So hopefully Johnny can keep up that same sort of mentality.
Mane, massive chance for Johnny. Oh, and Nkunku. A perfect skill move at the perfect time. And it will be the Frenchman and Nkunku that runs away 31 minutes in. What a goal, Alex. Break it down to me.
Yeah, ball out wide of Frimpong. Mane just gets called short. Lucio not staying with Nkunku. And that right there, I said about can he raise and keep that level? He can indeed. One-on-one with the goalkeeper. The most reliable finish to get past the goalkeeper. The hill to ball roll. Working a treat.
Well, it's not the only goal that went in. Antonio Redeja, the goal scorer of 8 in the round of 16, finally gets himself off the marker. Forced to bounce back to Diaby. Gives Musiala an opportunity for a time green finish to make it 1 goal to the good there. 40 minutes in, the games are starting to come to life. Oh, Johnny makes it 2. We only left the game for a second.
And Nkunku, the ball out wide. Mane. But then if you give Mane that time and room, he's just going to take that opportunity and say, I'm putting this past your goalkeeper. Green time, a lovely drive and a great finish. Timox needs to be more respectful of a player like Mane. Make the decision. Give the room for Mateus in the middle and put the pressure on the ball holder. Or we'll see Johnny find it through. Chance again.
Look at the legs. Look at the space for Sadio Mane. Tries to give himself an angle or just an inch to get past Kevin Trapp, unable to do so.
Really, really good goalkeeper movement there from Timox. Bringing him out ever so slightly, baiting Johnny in for that heel to ball roll. The goalkeeper wasn't coming all the way. And then the goalkeeper movement towards that near post as well, just closing down the angle. Making it incredibly difficult. But Johnny, he's kept that momentum up that he had against Summit and he took it straight into this next game.
Last 4 minutes of half 1 of 4 in this quarter-final. Timox, we said, what would it be like for him coming on main stage? He's not lost a game so far today. And in the tournament as a whole. As it stands right now, you're up against a player that must be absolutely buzzing inside. 4-0 down to winning against them at 6-5 over 2 legs. I think FIFA gets much better for you than that, especially in a knockout match.
And around a 16 knockout match as well, just to add to that. You'd think after doing that, Johnny would be saying, that's it, can I have the trophy now? That was a final worthy performance. Chance though, Khalid on that other end. Antonio gets that little bit of luck. Sometimes you need that. You can see the reaction from Khalid. He was not happy with that goal going through. It's all about taking those chances when they come, and Antonio did exactly that, Brandon.
You can see it again on the replay. Sadio Mane, right place, right time, and that's where Khalid needs to be careful. The emotions, you just cannot let it get the better of you, Alex. Otherwise, next to you, you're 3 or 4 down. Like this, maybe. Sadio Mane, Antonio Redeja is there an option at the back post. He doesn't need it. He goes on his own.
Khalid, straight from the kickoff, trying to force a pass through with Mateus. Mane is saying, I will just drive into that space. And the composure from Antonio is there. Khalid, you could see the reaction after that second goal. He wasn't happy. Coach trying to keep him calm in those areas. At time, just get a quick pause in, Brandon. Just take a breather if you want. Have a drink, glass of water, and go again. You've now made it extremely difficult for yourself. 2-0. Okay, we can deal with that. 3-0. 40 minutes left in this game, plus the second leg. Just becomes a massive, massive task. And I've been so impressed with Khalid this weekend. I keep mentioning where he's placed in Europe. But at times you say, okay, you saw that reaction. You're playing in the FGS qualifiers throughout the weekends, matching up against some of the best players in the world. Things might not always go 100% your way, and it is about how you deal with it in those pressure cooker moments. And Khalid certainly heating up.
Well, keen just to get your thoughts on that as we leave this game ever so slightly. It was just a bit of a terrible decision in terms of his decision making there. I think he was so annoyed at going down 2-0 from the kickoff. Didn't need to drive forward and be so aggressive like that. Left himself so open at the back. Next thing you know, he's just caused himself more issues.
Yeah, now look, that second goal. Ooh. Big Travella.
Oh no. Oh no! Timox! 3-0 down. I don't know what happened there. It was a very, very audacious Travella from that far out. But then the reaction, defensively, was just not great. I mean, don't get me wrong, the animations in-game didn't help him at all, but 3-0 down. Timox looks like he might be on to lose.
So the Travella actually came from ping-pong, which in a way can work because the shot power is a little bit lower than your normal attackers. But just loops over, hits the woodwork. He's tried to be calm and composed there, Timox has, and just head that ball back to the goalkeeper, pick it up, nice and easy, as you like. But the goalkeeper's not ready. Trapp's not up on his feet. And Kunku's ready to pounce on that. One of the easiest goals that Johnny will ever have. But we have to respect the effort of Frimpong going for that long-range Travella. They tend to work best with those players with that a little bit less shot power than what are the team of the season items have, say, on Musiala, Mane, and so on. Going back to the second goal that we spoke about with Khalid. Ball well came in on the inside and the driven pass was there. It bounced up a little bit and Lucio just didn't track the ball, didn't get to control it. Now, that wasn't something that Khalid inputted himself, so he was unfortunate. But like you said, look, it didn't go your way, it's 2-0. You cannot then, from kickoff, just pass the ball back straight to the opponent, give them an easy turnover of possession. And the quality that we've seen from Antonio, Mane is just going to break away every time. You have to do better in those areas.
Yeah, brilliant insight, as always. Players here. So Bransford and Alex B guiding you through this quarter-final. Pause comes in from Johnny. Some fresh legs. In terms of substitutions we've seen this weekend, Alex, I mean, there's been a couple of players. I mean, I think probably the star of the show has been Cologne.
Yeah, I always like having some sort of physical presence coming off the bench. Moani, Thuram, for example. Gives you so many different outlets. You can play the ball in behind with the pace. You can then cross the ball. You can dink it into them and they can hold the ball up well. They can make a difference, substitutions. And this as well is something that so many players forget across the world. We have 5 substitutions available this year. You can bring on fresh legs at fullback. You can bring on some free attackers if you want some leg. Gives you so many options and so many different avenues that should you wish to change up the formation, the tactics, you can completely change your game plan with a few subs.
Well, there is 2 other quarterfinals taking place right now. It's the FC St. Pauli derby, you could say, because 2 of their players are going head-to-head right now. They were teammates in the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship. Now they have to play in a knockout game where both players are desperate to get play-ins, let alone playoffs. One of them won't make it this year. Berkey Lion leads 3-0. He's also the only other unbeaten player still in the tournament. Here's Antonio Rodea looking for goal number 4. Will he get it? And Kunku back to Diaby. Did he need to go back inside? I mean, for a split second, it looked like the shot was on.
Yeah, the shot may have been on that left foot, but you also taking the gamble with your opponent that he's thinking left foot, it's too easy for Diaby, that's his strong foot. And you're saying the defender, you're going to expect that. So I'm going to shift that one back onto the right. But Khalid stands tall with Lucio. At times it is a game of cat and mouse. Mane through though.
Could be a great chance. Mane does well to recycle all the way round. Lacroix might have just been a huge hero there.
I'm going to say this right now for Khalid. It's the first leg. He's 3-0 down. Finds himself back up against the wall. The reactions and the way he's playing with the frustration in the passes, giving the ball away, turning it over. He is not going to become a VBL champion when moving the ball around like that. You have to remain composed, calm, even in these situations where you're finding yourself 3 goals down with that second leg to play. This is what creates champions. Can you keep your head with it? Can you do what you need to do and find your way back into the game?
Oh no, that is brilliant FIFA. It's actually Peter Galacci that's in goal. Believe it or not, Timox has maybe heard the rumours about Kevin Trapp and went, I'm not using him this weekend. Unfortunately, the Hungarian goalkeeper, he's not the best day in the office, but that could be a big save in the hindsight of everything.
Look, Richard Buckley, when he rejoined us later on the show, We're going to say that is the only reason why Timox went 4-0 yesterday and made it through into the knockouts. Galacci over Trap.
Hello, Diaby on the replay, last chance of the game. That's the fourth goal that Antonio Redea is going to score. This man is ruthless in front of goal. He averaged 4 goals in both of his legs in the round of 16, and he's just lived up to that same hype and expectation again, Alex, in the quarter-finals. This man is getting better and better throughout the knockout stages.
Yeah, he is indeed. And again, we saw the reaction from Khalid, not being happy with that. But the defending's reckless. Stepping up with the fullback, left-back out of position. One little turn from Nkunku, and we see Antonio driving behind. Gets the ball into the striker. Diaby can then pick the ball up. He looks for a step over. Again, the defending from Khalid comes forward, aggressive, doesn't make the tackle, and gives up the time and space in behind too easily. Right now, it's more a case of Antonio just doing the basics right and playing off Khalid's mistakes.
Diaby. Back to Nkunku. Oh, it's not nice, is it? Especially when it's time red and still trickles into the back of the net.
It's tough. It's really, really tough for Timox there. Defending out on the wing, trying to get that interception on Nkunku, just falling short of it in that passing lane slightly. And you think this is good? I mean,
some of the goalkeeping this weekend has been absolutely atrocious.
We were questioning Trap and said that Galacci's in for Timox. That right there, well, yeah, less said the better.
Timox, he's not going to have that long. He might have about 10 minutes, if that, to reset, regain, and somehow get himself in a better frame of mind. Because right now we are looking at a very dangerous FIFA player here in Johnny, who has just won 4-0 in his first leg.
We've seen 4-0 across both legs, Antonio and Johnny. You're obviously not going to be in a better position going into that second leg, and I think there's a bit of maybe a difference between the two players that are losing right now in Khalid and Timox. Timox seems obviously upset, not happy, needs to come out in that second leg and prove himself better for sure, and show why he went 4-0 during that Swiss round and how he beat Musty. Khalid, on the other hand, he just wants to restart that game all over again.
Well, I think the key thing to remember is, 4-0 is a ridiculous scoreline, but look no further for potential comebacks as what we just saw in the last round here in the Virtual Bundesliga. It can happen. It probably will happen. But for Timox, Alex, it's just, as you said, it's the first time on main stage for him when you've been untouchable for that long and then suddenly you just come up against a player that is on cloud 9 after beating Umit. I mean, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that level of performance, let alone a 4-0.
To go from being 4-0 down against Summit and pull it back and win that, as I said, your emotions are high, adrenaline is up there. I kind of expected Johnny to just bring it down a little bit because it's so hard to replicate that again. He went, Alex, be quiet. I'm up here and I'm staying up here because that is the level that I can play at. And Timox needs to raise his game. The issue that he's going to have, Brandon, you're 4-0 down, you need to come out and do something different and be more aggressive and put those numbers forward. In doing that, Johnny's just going to say, cheers for that, Timox. I'm going to run down the line and possibly put another one away and feel comfortable. Really, if they were friends, you'd be saying to Johnny, when you beat Umit, when you did that comeback, any tips for me, maybe?
Yeah, that would be probably the best resort here. But on the opposite side, we've got the same situation, Alex. Literally the same. Antonio Redea is a goal machine. Scored 8 goals in the round of 16. He's halfway there already. For Khalid, is it just maybe that lack of experience now in games like this that we're seeing? Mentally, is he too far gone?
I don't think. Look, Antonio's obviously been fantastic. He's took his chances when he's come. He's been good with his skill moves, exploiting the space. I think Khalid has beaten himself in this game. And you can tell that from the amount of times that he's losing the ball, handing it over to a player of Antonio's quality time and time again. You're going to be putting yourself in trouble. The defending has been reckless. The fullbacks have been coming out. The centre-backs have been coming out. And Antonio's going to say, if you're going to leave any space in behind, a quick 1-2, a quick step over, a drag back, whatever it may be, he will take advantage of that. And when the opportunities have come that way, that fourth goal, for example, showcasing exactly how he can be so reliable in goal, he's took them every single time. So I think this one's a little bit more difficult for Khalid than it is for Timox, even though both of them have a mountain on their hands. Purely because Timox seems like he's still kind of there. He still knows that we're in a difficult scenario, but there's a chance to be done. While as Khalid looks like he's ready to put the controller away and head back home.
Yeah, and like this little bit of a break and a pause now from coaching players in your time. What is the best advice you can give to a player when they've just lost 4-0 and it's like, look, naturally you're panicking, aren't you? You're thinking, game over, I've thrown away my chance of getting to a semi-final here. What, if there was words to give to a player in this 5-minute break, what is it?
I think for Timox, the coach has got a easier conversation than on the other hand for Khalid. Timox, the conversation there is going to be, look, Johnny just did it against Umit. We can do it as well. And you know, if you can get 1 or 2 goals, bring it back 4-2, Johnny's going to be thinking, I just did this to Umit. Is this going to happen to me? Is this really going to happen again? Yeah. 2 games in a row? That's an easier conversation to have with an experienced player like Timox. On the other hand, for Khalid, as we said about how he's been in that first leg, really, it's got to be, look, let's keep in it. Let's be strong. Let's be positive. Let's take the small wins. If we can get that Travella off and the goalkeeper makes a save, if we can get some crosses in, if we can put some pressure on, take those small little wins that gradually will build into, hopefully, you putting the ball in the back of the net. 4-1, still a massive ask, but at least you're starting to build on some form of foundations.
No, absolutely. As we said, but we're here when that second leg is potentially underway very soon. This is the lay of the land. This is the bracket. And here's the updates on the opposite side of things. Fanino against Nicholas Rank. That's a 1-1 scoreline at the end of the first leg. Berkey Lion leading 3-1 against Kamal. I think Berkey Lion, Alex, is a player that is just silently going about his business. How good has he been? Newcomer of the season, unbeaten in Swiss, and just picking up result after result after result.
But I was actually looking in that previous round when we saw Umit, Dull and Mike leave the competition. They're out. And I'm thinking, okay, well, who am I looking at as a potential favourite? And Berkey Lion was the man which I kind of went to say he is going to go all that way and lift the VBL trophy. Right now, he's just delivering every single game that he is in. 3-1 up against his teammate. Can he go through in the second leg and just proceed for that? I'm going to say so. But right now, newcomer of the season, he's just looking unstoppable.
Yeah, he looks unbelievable, doesn't he? Credit as well to some of those new names that have appeared out here in Germany. The opportunity every single year in this Virtual Bundesliga allows just all of these storylines. Again, if you don't know what these guys are playing for, if we can get the prize pool on screen for you now, there's 100,000 euros on the line in this one. And as we said, play-ins. If you win this game, you get play-ins. If you get a grand final, you get playoffs. If you don't know what the playoffs are, it's your gateway to the FIFA E World Cup. I can hear that music, which I think means the games are ready. Are we about to see the comeback of all comebacks, Alex, in one of the games?
No.
Maybe.
No.
No?
No. I'm a boring person, Brandon. I trust in both of these players' ability to see this one through. But look, we've just seen it. Johnny, I just feel like those sort of comebacks, they happen once in a blue moon. And we've already seen one today. Can we see it back-to-back? Chat, let us know. Can Johnny see this one through against Timox? And Antonio, can he do the same? Do Khalid and Timox have something in their locker to dig deep and give themselves a fighting chance to make it through into that semi-final?
Well, it's so cliche, Alex, but it's the truth in this game, isn't it? Whoever scores first will tell you the story of the game. Literally. Antonio Redea gets it. We can stop building up comebacks because it's going to be 5-0.
Yeah. I mean, for excitement factor, every single one of us is just wanting Khalid to just grab that first goal. Give us something from that. And now, he's got to maintain an aggressive play style. Timed aggression.
Diaby. Cut back. Has to score, he will. Well, is that the start of something special? From a surprise package in this year's Virtual Bundesliga, we'll see again on the replay. Diaby just showing that pace as he somehow outpaces Frimpong so easily. Cuts it back inside. Seliamane will not get an easier finish than that.
We watched Khalid for the first time yesterday in my career of seeing this man play FIFA 23. And I must say, we saw the double player lock. He fakes it once, he fakes it twice. And that is one of his go-to methods. Over to the other game, Timox and Johnny. Both of our storylines about potential comebacks, well, Brandon, might be delivering a little bit of excitement.
Tell you what, it's only the first goal, but we're moving. We are moving in the right direction for a potential comeback. Timox, 6 minutes in, finds a way back in the tie. Is it going to rattle Johnny, though? Or is he going to go straight back down the other end and reinstall that 4-goal cushion? We've all been there as a FIFA player. Even at a casual level, when you've got a big 3-4-0 cushion, that little Cena down, what a save for Peter Galacci. Just about gets there on the reflex. For a second, I thought the ball was going to pop back up and find its way into the back of the net.
Huge save there for Timox Galacci. He just, as soon as he picked the ball up, though, said, I'm just going to roll it out to the left back. You'd think after a moment like that, Brandon, just take a little bit of a breather. It's 4-1 with 13 minutes in. We're okay. Like that. That's better. Time on the ball. Reset yourself. Go again. You've got that first goal. You've done the first part of the task. Let's keep building on it.
Well, the winner of this game will play the winner of the other game. Oh, my, Khaled. I hope you're watching this, because Timox is starting to dream of a potential comeback hit.
Absolutely ludicrous from Johnny. He gets the ball from the through ball and he's like, okay, now we can build up and now we can go. He tries to make that turn in the middle with Bellingham. Mateus is about to go run away and he's like, who have I got? Just the press from Timox is relentless. Drives through the goalkeeper movement, leaving the other side of the goal free as you like. The experienced veteran Timox already starting in that 4-2-4, putting that press on. Brings it back to 4-2.
50 minutes, Alex. Like, you can't ask for a better start to a game than that in a 4-0 loss position.
That you can't, and Khaled might be hearing some noise coming through and saying, okay, well, if you can do it, I can do it. Giving a little bit of hope over to himself right now. Credit to Timox, though. Some players, 4-0 down, will say, okay, I'm going to carry on in my 5 at the back formation, whatever it is that they were playing previously, 4-3-2-1, and maybe we'll switch it up at half-time. See if we can grab a goal, go down, 3 goals. Timox has said, 4-goal deficit. I have to go from minute 1. I need to get goals from the start. The press is on. The numbers are there. And Johnny just fell into the trap.
Khaled, a second goal before half-time would be huge if Antonio Rodea can go and get another one. Here comes the counter-attack, and here comes the numbers. Quarter-final stages here of the Virtual Bundesliga. And Kunku, big switch of play, finds Sadio Mane, big save. Had to be made by Kevin Trapp, and it was.
Huge round there to put that behind for the corner. But for Antonio, positives to build that opportunity, build that space, work a shot on goal. Still with it, though.
Bellingham tries to squeeze the one through, takes a deflection on the way. As it stands, Berkey Lion is on his way to a semi-final. 4-1 he leads, the newcomer of this year. Looking to be much more than just the newcomer. Back to this one. Johnny, not the best of starts, 25 minutes into the game. 4-2 he does lead on aggregate, but 2-0 down. Can he reignite that spark of confidence? Of course he can, with Marco Reus with one hell of a strike from the edge of the box.
Credit where credit is due from Johnny. Conceding those 2 goals early on could knock that confidence. He took a pause, he took a breather, had a look. Okay, what has Timox changed? What do I need to change and adapt to that play style? He's already had some time on the ball from that. Marco Reus picks it up. No need for a time finish. Just take that one touch and then let's pick that one out. Goalkeeper standing no chance.
Well, unfortunately, the tables have turned over in this game, Antonio Rodea. If there was any doubt of a comeback in Khaled's mind, it may have been wiped away for now. 5-1, and this was the goal that reinstalled that 4-goal cushion.
Yeah, and Kunku with some tight dribbling, just waiting for Frimpong to make that advanced run. A really good cross to the back stick, and Diaby on that volley. That's a difficult finish, But the confidence there in the Frenchman from Antonio. Great movement, great hold-up play, and a brilliant cross.
Wilkes, the goal scorer for Johnny. He's played his part. Restoring a 3-goal cushion at least. Sadio Mane fancies a shot from that far out, and I don't mind that. I mean, maybe he's seeing that Peter Galacci might not be the strongest of all goalkeepers when you compare maybe the goalkeepers they would be using in a normal FGS European tournament. Back to Lucio. Possession completely restarts again.
Yeah, it's not only that as well for Johnny. Timox gave Mane so much time on the room. He's really scared about these passes into the middle. So he's kind of giving up the wings for Johnny to exploit. Johnny says, look, Timox, if you're going to give me that room, I'm going to take that shot. And yeah, goalkeeper just about getting there, putting that one behind. But Johnny, you're starting to see why that confidence is there. From that previous game, he's happy to shoot. He's happy to build up slowly, recycle as and when required. If we close in a half-time of this second leg.
Last chance of the half. Bellingham. Bit too heavy. I'm hearing a game sound from the other game. I don't know where the goal's gone, but there's been a goal in the Khalid Antonio Radea game. I can hear game sound from it. I'm hearing all sorts of game sound here. Last chance of the half. It looks like it's going to fall to Johnny. I mean, is that handball? It looked like a bit of an interesting bot there from Peter Galacci. Half-time of this game. As it stands, Johnny still does lead 5-2. As soon as we can, we'll give you an update of what we are hearing in the other game.
Yeah, Galacci saying, I'm going to use any part of my body to stop this one going through. Previously to that, though, Mane had that chance to get on from that pass from Bellingham. Overhit ever so slightly, but Timox, unbelievably good dribbling. Just pulling in the defender, dancing away from him with that agile dribbling, and then opening up that space. If you can commit a defender and beat him, you open up so much room and different avenues for you to look for. Just unfortunate that Bellingham passed a little bit too heavy. Goalkeeper comes out to claim. Timox needs 3 goals to at least take this through to extra time. 45 minutes remaining. We can see tactical changes coming through.
Well, over here, what have we missed? I'm not sure. The score is still 5-1. The start of the second leg of the second half, sorry. Oh my, it's a 3-on-2. So open at the back, Calibre. He's had to go for this game though. Antonio Radea. Good feet with Mane, maybe just a little bit too much in the final third. And just like that, a quick restart. And I think, on that note, headsets off from Khalid, you can say that's game over.
Khalid ranked 458 in Euro. And I'm starting to see reasons on why that might be the case.
Yeah, I looked away for a second at the bracket. I didn't realise how bad of a mistake that was. This is not a game of Foot Champions. This is a quarter-final in a German championship. We said about decision-making being poor when he felt like his back was against the wall. I mean, look no further. That is terrible decision-making.
You are just not allowed to do that on the biggest stage of your competitive career so far. As in Kunku, is that a red time finish again, Brandon?
I mean, when your luck's in, run. And take it every single day of the week. You can see the reaction from Timox again because, look, it's in Nkunku. I know it is. I know it's a team of the season, Christopher Nkunku. Incredible shooting stats. But where's the error in that shot?
I honestly just don't... To me, if we're having time finishing and we want time finishing to be a reward, it's a risk to reward ratio. If we green time that finish, it should be on target. It gives you more power. It gives you more accuracy. The risk to it is that if you go for a red time finish, the risk is that they fluff the shot. It means that it's not going to be on target. It's not going to have power. And theoretically, it should just always be going wide. The fact that we've had in these 2 games here, these red times going in, for these players, they're going to be feeling so frustrated where you're like, okay, the opponent's gone for that risk and they've been rewarded still for it. It is really, really frustrating for them to see that. However, though, when you have a card, an item as good as Team of the Season in Nkunku, they take those chances as and when they come. The shooting stats are so good that almost in a way, the red timing doesn't really make a difference. Regardless of that, Khalid, though, comes back, grabs another goal, making it 6-2. But he looks like he is...
He's still back to square one, isn't he?
Yeah. It's a really good over-the-top through ball as well. Mane just knocking that one down into the space. He goes for that time finish. And that one's white. You see, there's a difference there. White just means you were too late and there's going to be no impact on that shot. And that's absolutely fine. For those red time finishes, though, it means you're way too early. You got the timing window wrong. And Timox.
As far as competitive games go, we haven't seen the most prettiest of goals in this game. Some of the mistakes we've seen as well. Antonio Redea adds a novel onto the tally. We may as well say this is game, set and match. There's a 5-goal cushion between the two. But Antonio Redea, after around a 16 exit last year to Umit, is on his way to the play-ins. That is massive for him. He's 85th in Europe at the moment. If it wasn't for this tournament, he would not be anywhere near play.
Sure, we want to make it all the way through into that final. He'll be over the moon, though, to no play-in secured yet. 85th in Europe. We're very happy to get that job done. As we switch back over to Timox with Johnny. It's been a similar story in both of these games. Just both players throwing everything at the opponent, putting numbers forward, leaving gaps in behind. And Johnny and Antonio just doing what they need to do. Making sure they take those chances in behind. Play that time on the clock. Smart FIFA.
Well, Timox, he may have had a perfect day one. He was unbeaten in the Swiss rounds, able to beat Musti on the way through. But it looks as if this man is the one to watch in Germany. Again, he's also going to the play-ins as it stands right now in Europe. And if there are European players that are watching this, that are in that play-ins, they are going to be saying, please win again and please get in the playoffs. I do not want to play you in those players because it's already going to be a ridiculously stacked tournament.
Yeah, play-ins is going to be one of the toughest tournaments of the year for so many of these players. Johnny and Antonio, though, these two are going to be matching up against each other in that semi-final. Both coming off a convincing performance where 4-0 first leg, second leg, opponent came at them. They got the job done. That's going to be... If we go off this, it's going to be a very, very back and forth game.
Well, what I wanted to say on that, Alex, is can we expect goals? And lots of goals?
Possibly. But I also think as well, you know, the scorelines are only getting to this point now because, A, Khalid, you know, he's done. He's ready. He's happy with his tournament, and we'll leave that one there. He wants out of this game. Timox, same as well. What it means is they started off these games, aggressive formations, aggressive tactics. Everyone a higher depth. Everyone maybe press on possession loss or even constant pressure from the start. They committed those numbers forward. Fullbacks get forward. Everyone just get forward. We need goals. So are we going to see similar sort of scorelines, you know, with 8 goals from both teams? Well, probably not. But at least for both of these players, they can say, we're feeling good in that attack. If we get a half chance, we'll take it.
When we saw Timox 2-0 up in 15 minutes, we thought, oh my, we're on for a comeback here. Unfortunately for Johnny, he's just been able to find his feet again and just keep on driving forward. 8 goals he's been able to register. Maybe even more. Here's Ferran. Into corner. As we come to the conclusion of these games, let's give you the latest in the other matches. Who are the other 2 players that are on their way to the semi-final? As it stands right now, it looks to potentially be Berkeleyen, who leads 6-3 against his teammate in Kamau. And he'll be going up against Fanino or Nicholas Lack. As it stands right now, that game is in its second leg. 1-1 is the scoreline there for that one.
Yeah, and thankfully, we'll get to see both of the semi-finals in action as well, one at a time. to the players that have made it that far, to that top 4 minimum finish. As another goal flies in for Johnny, which right now doesn't mean all too much in the grand scheme of things. However, though, Jude Bellingham on the half volley, still a difficult finish.
Just look at this goalkeeping. That's all I want to say. Well, it's job done over here for Antonio Redea. Frankfurt are in a semi-final. It's heartbreak for Callan. He was one game away from keeping his FIFA season alive in the play-ins. Commiserations there, heartbreak for him, but he should be so proud of his season regardless. Qualified via the Virtual Bundesliga Club Championship and proved that if you are maybe outside that top 100 best players in Europe, there are still avenues and there are still chances via virtual leagues like this.
Yeah, and that's why that emotion comes through massively. Because although the European season might not have gone great for Khaled, to get that close, to be one game away from securing one last chance, heartbreak for him.
Full time in both our featured matchups. Johnny will continue his run through the Swiss round, taking down the world champion Amit and taking down the unbeaten player in Timox with a huge scoreline. Playing's guaranteed and one match away from playoffs and a virtual Bundesliga grand final.
Johnny and Antonio matching up in that next round as well, Brandon. Both of the players that we just saw on screen. I think that's just going to be an incredible game.
I mean, look, one scored 7. The other scored 8. There is a chance we could get an interview of Antonio Redea. We'll let you know if we are able to get our hands on the Frankfurt player. Across our other games, though, Berkey Line looks like he is in already too. That's a full-time result. I can confirm he's in the top 4 guaranteed. And Nicholas Rank of Bayern Munich has just seen out a result against Hamburg's Fernino. 2-1. I mean, Johnny's been a surprise package on one side here, Alex, but on the other, Nicholas Rank. I've tried to dig deep into the FIFA archives. There's not much about this player other than he's come through the Open on a qualification. He's taken down Dolomite, and he's also in a top 4.
Yeah, he's going to be absolutely over the moon with that. We saw him on stage quite a lot yesterday. Obviously, he beat Daniel today in that first round. Daniel going from 0-2 to 2-2 and securing himself into that knockouts. He lost against Umit heavily yesterday, 6-0. Umit out of the competition. Nicholas Rank now finds himself in that top 4 position. It is just about when you get into that Sunday Championship FIFA, knockout FIFA, how well can you perform? That result there, getting that last-minute winner to just grind through and find himself into the top 4. He's going to be over the moon. Now it's about, can I go top 2? Possibly, can I go all the way as well?
Absolutely. I mean, why not? Again, he's literally kept his season going. Next week, he'll be playing in the play-ins, which is going to be absolutely insane. 4 players left, as we said here, in this year's Virtual Bundesliga. This is such an unpredicted Final Four, we have to say. Like, yes, there's been a few players. Maybe you could look into Berkey Lana, Antonio Redea's past form. But you just, if you said 32 players on paper, give me a top 4, you wouldn't have put these 4. You just wouldn't have.
There's no one on this earth that would be saying we'd have these 4 players in the top 4. And that's no disrespect to these 4 players. But when you have the likes of Umit, Dolomite, Musti, Levy Finn as well, those are the 4 players that you're thinking, okay, maybe even more. Timox as well. No one would be saying, I want these top 4 to be there. You just wouldn't call it, Brandon. It wouldn't be possible.
No, absolutely not. As we said, play-ins guaranteed for them all. If you don't know what the Global Series play-ins in, there are not many tournaments left after this one this year. We've got the playoffs and we've got the E-World Cup finals. We are coming to the end of this FIFA 23 FIFA season. And look, everyone is doing everything they can to keep their season alive just for those extra few days. Big results here. And I mean, I've not checked social media yet, but I'm curious to see how Umit, Dolomite, Levy Finn are all feeling, because for Umit, he's lucky. He's got, I think, roughly about 2 weeks before he jumps back to London for the playoffs. He's had a top 3 in the Champions League, which is still a great achievement, but for him, he would have wanted to win that. And for him not to get into a top 8 scenario in a German championship in the Virtual Bundesliga, he's going to have a bit of a reset there, Alex. Luckily, he's got 2 weeks to do it.
Yeah, and definitely what's going to be going through Omid and maybe Donna Mike's head right now is that obviously they're going to be devastated that they're not through to the latter stages, but also you might see it as opportunities missed, where when you're such a massive player, massive name, the former world champion, the former VBL winner last season within Donna Mike, you're looking at the rest of these names, and again, it's no discredit to them there. You're looking at going, well, on paper, I'm the highest ranked player. I'm the best player here in that sort of scenario. So they're saying, if I would have won my games and got through, would I have been the VBL champion again? But ultimately, Brandon, it doesn't matter. It's about how you perform on that day and can you deliver when you need to. Omid out, Musty out, Dullah Mike out, Levy Finn out. Now, let's pass it over to the younger ones and let's see who's going to be that VBL champion very soon.
Absolutely. Look, it's a huge chance for just a new name, as we said, to come through Germany. 40,000 euros will be guaranteed and the trophy. I believe we're going to go to a quick break and then we'll be back. Oh, we're going to do an interview. I'm hearing we could be doing an interview instead of Antonio Redea. We have Mari down on the floor, who is a pro player, content creator for Hertha Berlin. She won the only female Virtual Bundesliga that took place not that long ago. All I want to know about from Antonio Redea, Alex, is why is he just scoring so many goals and where does his confidence come from?
Oh, fortunately enough, we're going to get that answer. And he's just going to be saying, I'm going to score goals, Brandon. And that's what I've been doing. And I'm going to carry on doing that, hopefully, up against Johnny. As we see that bracket on stage now for us, Berke Lyon going through as well. And it was Nicholas Rank who did edge over on that victory, Brandon.
Those bracket runs are insane from all those players that are in the Final Four. Nicholas Rank is joining Berke Lyon in that semi-final. That is a full-time result, I'm hearing, or it might be still live right now at 1-0. As soon as it is, we will let you know. But ridiculous bracket run from all 16 players that have got there. We are waiting to throw to an interview over to the main stage in Cologne. Tell you one thing I saw. Johnny, he's got a bit of a fan base for him, isn't he? They're getting a bit loud, weren't they, against him? A bit loud against Tim Ox. I mean, they've made the journey to Cologne. Hopefully, it'll be worth it by the looks of it.
Yeah, and when you've got your fan base there with you, you want to deliver family and friends in that arena with you. You couldn't ask for anything more from them to be there supporting you. And right now, Johnny is delivering on that stage.
Absolutely. We are waiting for the cue on the interview live into to Cologne right now. If we are going to speak to Mari, I believe she's down there now, of Antonio Redea, who's in a semi-final. Mari, what is the latest on the floor?
Hallo, guck mal, guck mich an. Wir lachen gemeinsam, okay? Wenn du richtig verkackst, kack ich danach auch ab, okay? Lass die machen. Dann wird nicht einer verkacken. Besser als einer. Okay. Okay, so I'm standing here with Antonio from Frankfurt. He's the first one who made it into the semi-finals. GG's, Antonio. So you have 14 goals, and why do you think is your offensive different from others?
Yeah, I think I played very good these 2 days. I play my best FIFA of all time, I think, and yeah, I score a lot of goals. I'm very calm when I'm in the offensive game. And yeah, I'm very, very happy that I made it into the semi-finals, and I'm looking forward to play the first semi-final.
Yeah, and you're also the only one who has much as experience. Yes. So do you think it is better for you that you have like experience in offline events and playing here?
Yes, I think it's good that I had a couple of offline events. This helps me that I'm very calm when I'm in the game. And not so nervous, but I think the other players are also very, very good today. So it's not going to be easy to reach the final.
Okay, and my last question for you is: who is your favorite card so far?
Well, I think it's Nkunku or Jude Bellingham.
Yeah.
These two guys.
Everyone is saying Nkunku or Bellingham. Okay, GG's and good luck for the next match.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mari. Good to hear there from Antonio Redea. I mean, look, we've seen a lot of team of the season options this weekend. It's no surprise, is it? Antonio Radea's favourite player, Jude Bellingham. It's got to be in there, or Nkunku. Jude Bellingham just offers you everything.
Yeah, there's a reason why Jude Bellingham, everyone's saying, when I'm opening my rewards, that's the one that we want because he can do it all in the middle of the pitch, back and forth. Hopefully, Brandon, if I get the rank one this weekend, I might see a Jude Bellingham pop out. I'll be very happy if I could pop him into my middle of the park.
He wouldn't be a bad ultimate Tots, would he? He's one of those players who just partners so well with an icon. I mean, if you're lucky enough to have unlocked accounts and for tournaments such as the FGS, and you can partner him alongside a Ruud Gullit or maybe a foot hero Yaya Toure, he just offers you that ultimate box-to-box midfielder. Interesting interview there from Antonio Radea. Says he's enjoying his FIFA at the moment. I mean, he really looks like he's enjoying his FIFA. He's scoring plenty of goals, and he's got a great chance of getting through to the Grand Final and the Global Series playoffs.
Yeah, he has indeed. And I always say it, you tend to enjoy FIFA when you're winning. And right now, he's winning, Brandon. So it's simple. Keep up the same formula, carry on enjoying and possibly win the trophy.
Well then, if possible, we are going to head to a quick break now. As we said, when we are back, it's semi-final time here from 32 clubs down to our final four for this year's Virtual Bundesliga. You do not want to miss it as the money starts to go up and that trophy seems closer and closer. We'll be back very soon for our semi-finals here.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, myself a sting.
I saw a girl last night. She was standing in the light in a corner of the room. She was waiting for a hand. Then a boy came over and he asked her to dance. All night stopped to watch them. They moved up and down with the waves of the soul. Their moves keeping time for the rhythm. And the girl looked at him and she knew what it was. And she smiled as she said to him, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. Spin, spin with me. I heard a story about a man. He came up with a plan for flying. He showed it to his wife. Then he said, now darling, why are you crying so? And she whispered in his ear, I fear you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me this once to get higher up. And he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And he was off and gone. 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 There once was a woman lying in bed with her lover's head upon her shoulder. She said, my darling, you sound so faint. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this. And she told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything, anything. She said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. She was off and away. there's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything she said. Please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. She was off and away.
Welcome back to the Virtual Bundesliga 2023. My name is Richard Buckley, joined by Brandon Smith and Alex B. We apologise for the slight technical difficulties. Us three, for a change, we had nothing to do with it. A couple of issues over in Cologne. Everything should be fixed. Everything should be resolved right now. We were in the same boat as you at home. We were just waiting to get some gameplay back underway. And I can tell you that the gameplay is soon to be ready. You join us at a pivotal stage in the VBL 2023 finals. It's the semi-finals right around the corner. Alex, to catch people up with what they might have missed so far, it's been a shocking day in terms of results.
It has indeed, and we see so many people in the chat. Umit isn't here anymore. Umit is out of the tournament, and he has been knocked out by this man on your screen right now, Johnny, who finds himself up in a semi-final. And there is his opponent, Brandon, Antonio.
I mean, look, a goal-scoring machine is Antonio Rodell. We heard from him just before we went to a break. He's feeling confident. He's enjoying his FIFA. That is one hell of a semi-final. That's our first one that's coming up here on the main stage.
Yeah, that will be our first game in focus for the semi-finals. Antonio Rodell from Eintracht Frankfurt up against Paderborn's Johnny. Johnny has pulled out some ridiculous results so far. Both players really, really strong in their quarterfinals. In the round of 16, Johnny faced against Umit. He was trailing 4-0. He turned the game around. He beat Ummet, and now he has been eliminated from the tournament. Some other shocking results. Levi Finn, 8th ranked in Europe, not in the tournament. Dullen Mike, last year's winner, no longer in the tournament, alongside his focused teammate in Musty. All the big names seemingly falling by the wayside, but you know what that means? It's time to make some new big names, to make some superstars here at the Virtual Bundesliga 2023 Championship Finals. I don't know if you can tell, I'm very warm. So these games are going to make me even hotter because the action is picking up, Brandon. Semi-finals right around the corner. You'll be watching this first one from the wayside. What do you expect from Antonio and Johnny?
I think going off their recent results, goals. I mean, look, one scored 7 in their last game. Antonio Rodea scored 8 goals in the round of 16, 8 goals in the quarterfinals. So expect a goal fest. I don't think it's going to be a wayside 4-0 swing. It's going to be something like a 6-5, a 5-4. But I'll give you a prediction, and I'm going to say Johnny is going to meet his match, and Antonio Rodea is going to win, and he's going to get himself into a grand final. He's going to get himself global series playoffs.
Do you feel as though, Brandon, I'll stick with you, that because these players are sitting there, they're playing, and you're looking around and you're going, oh, Dullen Mike, been eliminated. Ummet, he's gone. What's that? Levi Finn, eliminated. Is there a little bit of extra incentive on the line for Johnny, for Antonio, Berkey Line and Nicholas Rank that they feel as though this tournament is there? It's there for the taking.
Absolutely. I mean, look, there's nothing against these players that they're saying they've not deserved to be here, but you're never going to see a Bundesliga, Virtual Bundesliga bracket that looks like this without those big names, those big front runners in the tournament. What an opportunity it is, Richard, to go and to go the full way. That's what we're saying with Timox earlier, when all the big names were gone and Timox was in a top 8. What an opportunity it was for him to go through what is a lesser known bracket. You can't argue that, to go and lift some silverware. But yeah, this is the bracket as it stands now, from 32 down to the final 4. A quick word on that bottom game. Nicholas Rank knocked out the current Virtual Bundesliga champion in Dolomite. He takes on Berkey Line. I think Berkey Line's unbeaten in the Swiss round, still unbeaten in the tournament. The only unbeaten player left. He's got a great opportunity to be in a grand final also.
No, he certainly does. Al, you're a coach. You've been in these predicaments. When you start to see the quotation marks big names, the favourites of the tournaments getting eliminated, does it give that player a little bit more confidence?
Yeah, definitely. You'd like to say, oh, just, keep on your game. It doesn't matter when the big names aren't there anymore. But you can't help but hear that noise and just go, look, Ummet's gone, Dullen Mike gone, Levi Finn gone, Musty gone. All of these players that you're kind of tipping to maybe facing in that final, should you go all the way. Now it's time for you to clutch up, get through, and do what you do best, which is win FIFA games. It's certainly going to give you that extra motivation.
Yeah, I can't wait for these games. And look, we've been waiting. People at home have been waiting. I'm sure the people who didn't want to wait at all are the players. They've been sitting around, hopefully getting some practice in, but it could be detrimental or it could be a delight for one of these two players. As the admins give over the passwords. If we think we're warm, imagine what it's like there in Cologne. Over 200 people in attendance. More lights and cameras than a Hollywood movie set, and you just see these two players in the zone.
I mean, on top of that as well, Richard, you've got to wait a long time, as you said. There's a chance that a bit of momentum there could have gone. You've had a lot of time to think and to ponder on this semi-final. It's no doubt their biggest outing for both of these two they've had in their FIFA esports careers. This later into a stage of a tournament in Germany. Huge chance, as we said. Play-ins are guaranteed. They're going to be playing FIFA regardless of what happens now next week in one of the most stacked tournaments in Europe. They win again. Playoffs. They've got another outing. They're off to London in 2 weeks' time, I believe. 24th, 25th, the Global Series playoffs, where we find the best 24 players to get to an E-World Cup.
I can hear that music kicking in. It means one thing and one thing only, that the semi-finals of the Virtual Bundesliga 23 are right around the corner. Brandon, enjoy this one. You're going to be watching from the sidelines. Richard Buckley, Alex B, taking you through the first semi-final. Johnny from SC Paderborn up against Eintracht Frankfurt's Antonio Rodea with a place in the grand final on the line. Playoffs in the future. What will we have on the plate right now? It's going to be Johnny kicking from left to right. in that red strip and in white from right to left will be Antonio Redeja. I'm really excited. This quarterfinals full of goals. Will it be another goal-filled fest or maybe more of a tactical chess match in this particular occasion? Alex is joining me in the commentary booth. Al, what are you expecting from this? I know you were speaking to Brandon and he said maybe not as many goals than the quarterfinals, but it should still deliver a cracking game.
Still deliver a cracking game, for sure. But I don't think goals galore will come, purely for that simple fact of this game now, the most precious game that they've played in so far this weekend. To get into that final, secure that top 2 for that playoff spot, but also to just say you were in the grand final of the VBL. Players might be a little bit more hesitant to maybe play with the freedom that they normally do. I will say, though, one thing that I'm liking, I'm not too sure whose camera view we're getting here. I think this is Johnny's, actually. I like a bit of a co-op camera angle. I get to see the whole pitch, Richard. We don't get this all too often. Most people are tele-broadcast players.
Yeah, I'm co-op 20 zoom. No, 0 zoom 20 height. I think it is. I'm seeing the entire pitch.
You like to play at the top of the stands, right?
Yeah, I'm up there. Last row. I'm in the cheap seats. Painting the picture of the entire pitch. Like Picasso. A little bit of alliteration for you on a Sunday afternoon.
I mean, you were Stormzy for a bit yesterday, so...
Do many a things. I'm a man of many talents.
You are indeed.
Just having a quick look at the teams here. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Guerrero getting the call. At left back for Antonio. There's Jude Bellingham. Just flashes that over the bar.
Yeah, interesting the different setups that we have here. 5 at the back for Johnny. 4 at the back for Antonio. He's using that left back on that join the attack. Frimpong will be holding back. Just sticking on that halfway line. So you're going to see lots of switches of play. Basically a battle of give us the wing, they'll drive the byline, cover the wing, look for the driven pass in the middle, into step overs, into the strikers. Frimpong takes a advancing run.
It's been all Antonio in this first 20 minutes, it's got to be said. He looks the more likely to break the deadlock. Nice bounce there for Mane. The step over comes in, but as he always seems to do, Lucio at the back, sniffing out the danger, getting across. Taking the ball away. What a through ball that is. That's Johnny in on goal. Mane! 1-0 against the run applied, but a beautiful through ball.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of these players at the VBL this weekend have just managed to time to perfection. Their ability to send a through ball from one side of the pitch to the other, perfect direction, perfect power. Beautiful from Nkunku, and absolutely no hesitation from Johnny, the sign of a FIFA player that is very confident right now. First time, across the body, across the goalkeeper. Johnny strikes first.
The winner of this game gets €20,000 guaranteed. It's got to be said as well. Certainly no chump change. And, maybe even more important than the cash, a guaranteed FGS playoffs spot. Taking place the weekend of the 23rd, 24th of June. The playoffs will be live in London. And one of these two players will be there.
Yeah, and to put that into perspective for people at home that may not know what the playoffs mean, essentially it is your ticket to get you through to the World Cup, the biggest event of the year. It's what all of these FIFA players play from the start of the release to work towards. That is the dream goal. So playoffs.
It's the only ticket as well.
Exactly. The only ticket to the World Cup for these players.
Imagine Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory, but FIFA. It's a golden ticket. And instead of Oompa Loompas, you've got Richard and Brandon. Chance here for Antonio coming forward. And Nkunku breaking into the box. Good defending from Johnny. Seems to have a lot of possession, a lot of build-up play, but Johnny's the one who's made it pay in this opening 37.
Looking to threaten the Trabella there with Nkunku, but the goalkeeper movement, Kevin Trapp, came quickly for Johnny. Something we forgot to tell you, Richard Buckley, Tim Ox was not using Kevin Trapp.
I did see that, and did he not concede about 8 goals?
Yeah, he was using Kalachi, so maybe it's just a problem for the VBL players that goalkeepers not the strongest.
I mean, if you're not going to use Alphonso Davies, is there a potential in which Neuer plays in goal?
I think after the goalkeeper displays we've seen this weekend, I would be making sure I have Neuer in my team.
I think it's. I mean, centre mids. Jude Bellingham will always play alongside Lothar Matthäus, so you're probably not going to use Goretzka. The wide areas.
It's Mane. Mane's the one that everyone's picking.
Mane +1. So then who's the +1 that you go for? And it could be Neuer. We've seen Alphonso Davies. We've seen
Musiala.
Goretzka, Musiala. And speaking of Mane, he is the guarantee in these teams. I have to say, the coach got so close in his face then. I'd have felt a little bit intimidated.
Everyone has different relationships with their coach. Some more reserved, some more passionate than others.
Look. Don't watch the gameplay. Watch the bottom right face cam.
We're watching.
Get ready.
We're seeing the shot cancel there from Nkunku as well. Beautiful from Antonio. Yeah, maybe a bit too close for me that as well. I like my personal space.
Paul's cued here. We're not actually at half-time, I don't believe. I think we've just gone into a pause here. Although it might have just been on the stroke of half-time. With 0 minutes injury time, so as soon as Johnny kicked off, we got straight back underway. 2 players as well here, Alex, have got very opposing play styles. Antonio's wanting to build up, he's wanting to pass through the thirds and do a little bit of trickery inside the box. Johnny is more than happy to sit in the 5 and exploit the through balls, go for a wing back or release a wide midfielder when it's on. It's really fascinating how both players have set up here.
Yeah, it's the beautiful thing about football and FIFA that you can play the game how it suits you best and play to your strengths. Some people like to build up slow, some people hit on the counter, some look for through balls, over the top, crosses, long range shots, fancy footwork, relying on the mechanics inside the 18-yard box. And also, we see different play styles across different regions in the world.
Chance for Antonio Rodeja. Makes it 2. Took him 45 minutes to get a first. It's taken him 5 in the second half to get a second. Again, the build-up play. Talk me through it.
Build-up play was absolutely beautiful. Time and patience. The offside trap coming through from Johnny, trying to see if he could just reduce the gap between the midfield and the defence. Mane rides the challenge, and as soon as you give Nkunku half an inch, he's going to take that one touch and just get it out of his feet. The player switch onto the left centre-back was late, and then onto Davies, just nowhere near. Nkunku, there's a reason why so many players, Murray said earlier on, one of the favourite players for the VBL competitors this weekend.
Good defending there from Antonio as Johnny came forward. Nkunku's a player that I've never really not particularly thought about too much, but I can see why he's 3.3 million coins when we look at him here. Like, I think he's one of those that unless you pack him in an Ultimate Team pack or as a red player pick from Foot Champs, you don't even think about it. But he's so good. He just seems so clutch in these games.
Yeah, he has been massively clutch for so many players. I think as Mane drives towards that byline, I think for so many players across, that's a terrible pass coming out. Mane again.
Yeah, he's made him pay. It's just a mistake from Johnny. Yeah, really not too much else to say. A bad loss of possession.
Keep an eye on this camera in the bottom left as well. I am loving this from Antonio's camp right now. The hype that they are giving this man. Really good press, switching onto Matthäus to cover that pass. Again, the step overs. Mane, green time. And look at that. Head to head.
They were nose to nose.
Yeah. Beautiful. But going back to Nkunku very quickly, I think as well for many Ultimate Team players across the world, people tend to go towards maybe Premier League, Spanish League, French League, Bundesliga. Sometimes it can be difficult to get those players in just purely for the links factor with nationalities as well. You know, you think about Davis, you want to try and get him in. Nationality is tough.
Just tough.
Nkunku, yes, French, so you can link him across from there. But that may be a factor in why you don't see him as much in so many teams online. Or maybe just that people can't afford him because he's a lot
So
of cost.
expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, the
There's a
love
reason
that...
why we're seeing it, right?
Yes, absolutely. The love that Antonio's team is showing him here, I mean, I don't think I've been that close nose to nose with another human in about 3 years. Unbelievable stuff. I'm all for the back five. I think it works, and I think it's a very viable strategy. Just as I say that, Johnny releases one of those through balls. Marco Reus with the touch. It was too heavy, and it just gave Kevin Trapp a little bit too much string to pull on, and he reeled it in.
The trustworthy heel to ball roll not coming through for Johnny and Marco Reus. That's normally something every player loves to execute when you get into that area. I want to see that replay again because I think the touch actually made it in a way where Johnny may have just been able to walk past Kevin Trapp with just one more big touch. Either way, though, in hindsight, easier said than done. The angle from Kevin Trapp was good enough. He claims that one. Antonio, we're very happy to see Trapp pick that one up and claim it.
Either just a dribble past the keeper, but I also think there was enough space between him and defender and the goalkeeper that the ball roll was on. Marco Reus getting another chance to atone for his errors. Green time, Kevin Trapp has come to play for Antonio Rudiger. Again, that through ball, perfectly weighted, and it's just cutting left mid on the 5, inside of the fullback.
The difference that we're seeing from Johnny when he's going for these through balls, he's not actually even building up in the sense of using a runner as a decoy. What he's actually just doing is laying it off and looking for that through ball along the ground. So many people see those first time over the top through balls come through that can be easier to read. The runner comes across at the bottom of the screen, laid up at the top, and Johnny timing them to perfection. But ultimately, if you're going to get into those scenarios one-on-one with the goalkeeper, you have to be putting them away.
Can't agree anymore. As Mane comes forward, that time the ball roll heel to heel, he's perfect, and he gets himself back in the game.
This man and his through balls are crazy. You see Mane start making that run there, and Nkunku just drives, and you look at the player switch from Antonio. He switches over to that fullback, but by that point, it's too late. Mane is gone, and those through balls that we are seeing from Johnny, I couldn't tell you how many times he has had to practice that throughout FIFA 23 to get the timing right, the accuracy right, and the power right. Just have a go with it at home. It's so difficult. Or maybe
I'm just... anything particular there? Is it an R1 through ball? Is it a threaded through ball?
You can do the R1 through balls to just get that threaded one through, but just the way that the ball's still on a straight line, might get a curve to it, but nothing too outrageous. I'm going to say he's just using triangle to get that one through. Maybe we'd have to ask him to get that secret, but then maybe he doesn't want to give up that secret, because right now it is his golden ticket for the chocolate factory.
Nice. I don't even know. I was going to make another chocolate factory reference, but I don't know.
I think 2 in 1 game is probably enough.
2 in 1 game. Don't want to get too greedy though, does he, Johnny, and keep relying on it over and over again like Augustus Kloop.
Antonio being smart. Playing for that last attack.
Ooh, we could have been in there as well. I'm going to pick your brains after this game. This is a talking point that I want to bring up as Johnny launches it forward for one last attack. And he's actually going to get on that as well. Ridiculous that ball's even gone through, and the referee will give him the corner. It's going to be whipped directly in. Header down.
After that, LaCroix.
I don't have a clue what just happened there. He has just absolutely rattled him inside the box. The referee, I think it's best to just take us into full time. So what I'm going to ask you, you're playing in this game. Johnny's found his way back into the game with 2 pretty identical goals. I think that's fair to say. As everyone there in a white shirt is Team Johnny. For Antonio Radeja, do you switch to a back 5 to get another body back there to stop that through ball? The only avenue that he's had any success is with the through ball, cutting the defence open. If you're in a back 5, you've got another centre-back in there. The gap between each player in the back 5 is less. That would make sense. Am I correct?
Well, the thing is, if you move to a back 5, you are correct, Richard. You can essentially use one centre-back as a stepping centre-back. Almost as an extra CM where they step up into that midfield line. They be aggressive on that original player that's going to be looking for that through ball and try and stop it in the tracks there. But then, if they don't, like you said, you've then got that right centre-back, that left centre-back on the cover to try and get there as well. And it just means that your left wing-back and right wing-back can kind of play with ease. So moving to a 5-back could be the option. However, right now, if the forward back's working, which it has been for Antonio, what you could just say is, all right, what we're going to do instead is we're going to try and spot these through balls earlier. But the way that Johnny's setting them up by just laying the ball out to another man, taking your eyes away from that side of the screen, and then threading those through balls from sometimes 25, 30, 40 yards, it can be so difficult to even have the vision to spot the runner in its tracks and try and identify that.
As you can see, both players getting locked in. Just as I say that, Antonio leaves. Thanks for that, buddy.
Perfect timing.
Taking a short break as the game gets ready. I don't think we'll be getting underway in the next couple of minutes' time. So we have a few minutes to go. So I saw someone in the chat. Boofer asking, why is he wasting time? Is that a toxic play? Alex, why is it not a toxic play to keep hold of the ball in the last few minutes, other than you are holding out the game?
It's not a toxic play because this is a top 2 playoff game for them. They win this, they guarantee themselves top 2, and they make the playoffs. That's what they work the whole season for. There's 20,000 euros on the line.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. So, what any football team is going to do, what any FIFA player is going to do, if they're in a leading position, as the game's getting close, 5-10 minutes remaining, they're going to start taking it out towards the corner. They're going to take it out towards the wing. They're going to play the ball over the top. An opportunity where they may go back, they may go forward, they might go back instead. It's smart play. This is what they need to do to ensure that they are winning 20,000 euros and also getting themselves a top 2 playoff spot.
This is the best moments from the first leg of action here in the semi-final. Antonio Radeja, beautiful shot cancel there, laying it off to Mane. And that was 1-1 in this tie. Inside the second half, Lothar Matthäus. Good build-up play into Mane again. Nkunku Mane linking up yet again to give Antonio Radeja the lead.
And then we saw Antonio Radeja drive that byline and Nkunku one pass off Mane. Matthäus, you win that. But that player switch to Matthäus from Antonio is
great.
It's just quick. It's precise. He knows where Johnny wants to go. He's being aggressive on that. And the best time for you to win the ball is when you've just lost it. Because your opponent has gone from, okay, I'm defending. I need to, cover off the passing lanes. I need to jockey, get the ball out. And then, like a flick of a switch, once they win that ball, it's okay. Now, where are my passing options? How am I going to lay the ball out? Where do I go to build into the attack? While that opponent is processing that information, you're saying, right, I'm switching onto this man. I'm going to get in that face. I'm going to try and see if I can get in front of the man. And if I can win that ball high up the pitch, your team shape is all over the place, like what we saw there, and you can punish on that. It works so well.
Yeah, he probably thinks as though he's got an easy out here, but the right stick switch straight onto Mateus to win the ball back was so fast and just quick, really. Antonio back in his chair. Means that we're not too far away from the next round getting underway here. The second leg. This is a very warm day, it has to be said. Hope everyone's enjoying their weekend. Let us know in the chat as well if you're playing Foot Champs. What's your record? While we wait. What's the Foot Champs record? Have you started yet, Al?
Have I? No. I knew we had a full focus on the Virtual Bundesliga this weekend, so I decided to leave my Foot Champions for Monday, Tuesday, and also I'm not a very good player, right? It gets a little bit easier as you let all the hardcore get through it.
I've not played yet, but I am to get rank 1 in my qualifying, so it's a good omen. Well, here we go. We got a few records coming in actually. 16-4, 12-2, 10-10, rank 3.
And just to answer a question there as well from Frank Ace, do they have to use the same team, or do they both prefer to use the same sort of players? So essentially, for the team restrictions throughout the VBL this weekend, they can only use 2 players from the same club, which is why you're seeing Mane and Davies from Bayern Munich for a lot of these players. You can have 2 players from Dortmund. That's how it works. So obviously, a lot of these players are wanting Bellingham in their team, Mane, so there's a lot of similarity there. And normally, the sort of variance that we've probably been seeing, Richard, comes out in the wing-back positions. Guerrero, for example, some go Davies, some go Angelino. Multiple options there.
Yeah. Couldn't explain it much better myself. I'm sure they'll all be happy to see the back of Kevin Trapp, as their FIFA season will be extended. All the semi-finalists have got a guaranteed spot into the play-ins. That's a tournament that's taking place next week, if you are interested. Next Tuesday and Wednesday, I believe. And the play-offs, which, as we said before, is the ticket to the FIFA E World Cup final, taking part later in the summer. And the playoffs commencing the 23rd, 24th of June, the weekend down in London.
That post. Oh, Frimpong recovered so well there. Davies looked like he was breaking away. Mane was making that run into that department. But Frimpong, so quick.
We've watched a lot of the Virtual Bundesliga so far. Where do you think the team's weaknesses are? Because I think for me, I've got a couple of ideas. I think goalkeeper has to be said in terms of team selection. I also think that they're missing a striker in the Bundesliga. You're having to play sort of like a Mane or an Nkunku as that central striker, and you'd probably rather them Nkunku maybe a little bit deeper, Mane probably out wide if you're playing a 5 or if you're a 4-3-2-1 as one of those 2 supporting centre forwards. I do think they're missing that out-and-out striker. I know we've seen Fulkrug, we've seen Kolo Muani coming on and being involved, but
yeah,
that's my take.
I think in previous years of the VBL, Lewandowski was the man that used to be there, which obviously for a player like him, you just have that reliable finishing, right? Moving a winger like Mane into that striker position, although his shooting stats very, very good, just that raw talent to find the back of the net, something that Lewandowski does, Haaland, Harry Kane, R9, just all of those sort of strikers that are just born to score goals. Mane, well, he's great at pace. He's got great dribbling. He's good passing. He's more of a well-rounded sort of player. Moving him into striker offers a different sort of outlet. As you said, yeah, you'd probably prefer him out on the wing because, yes, Diaby can beat a man, but also he's a little bit weaker than Mane. He can't really hold his own up against that fullback. So maybe the Bundesliga at some point, there's been talks of, maybe Harry Kane moving over to the Bundesliga this time next season.
Lots of rumours. Lots of rumours.
This time next season, Richard, we might have Harry Kane there.
I also did see something quite interesting in the chat as well, saying Mateus is a weakness. And I do get that as well, because Mateus wouldn't be anywhere near an FGS squad.
So the reason why he would be a weakness in that sense is that he's a fantastic item in game. He can defend. He's actually good on the ball, good center of gravity. So his agility is good. He can turn. He can pick a pass out. He's up and down the pitch. The difference where Mateus is to like Hullet is there isn't that physical presence. The German crosses are difficult. Can't really shoot from range as someone like Hullet that most players will be running in the middle. He's a little bit lackluster when you're comparing to a player like Hullet who can just do everything for you.
He's an 8 out of 10. And he'll be a consistent 8 out of 10 performer. However, Jude Bellingham can take you to a 10. Hullet can take you to a 10. And I think that's probably where Mateus just does lack ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Nothing yet to shout about in this second leg of the semi-final.
At the same time, all the players have that same decision to make, but at least they're all on that level playing field.
Yeah, everyone's taken the same icon. No one's had a different icon in use as that rattles off the crossbar. He's come a long way, the keeper. He's fumbled it. Shock, Kevin Flapp. And he's just about done enough.
Antonio laughing and smiling there. And you know what? He can do that because thankfully the ball didn't cross that white line.
Kevin. I'm going to miss him.
I'm going to tell you one thing, I'm certainly not.
He's made the game more entertaining.
I said, start of this weekend, Kevin Trapp. Questions got to be asked there about that goalkeeper, and you know what? It's delivered throughout game after game after game.
It's
I feel
a
like
good
Kevin
shout from you.
Trapp has shown
Good
something
shout.
for us.
Yeah, it was a great shout early on. Just waiting for the halftime whistle here is Johnny, trying to carve out one more opportunity. Wing-backs both high and wide for him. Jude Bellingham now spreads it out to that left-hand side. Alphonso Davies just can't do enough, and that's going to go straight out of play from Frimpong for half-time.
Ruth was saying about how these formations, do they have strikers? You can't see a striker play. It always seems to be wingers. And they don't have quote-unquote strikers because the way that these players move and where they want to have a lot of success and joy with is out in that wing position, driving the byline. So as you move over to the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the pitch, if you have Mane up front, he's going to drift over, offer that support and give you those options. So it's not like your traditional number 9. The players do tend to set them up ever so differently.
Saw a good question now. Why no Colbell? I think I'll answer it for you. Only 2 players per club. So unless you're not going to use Marco Reus or maybe Guerrero, even Schlotterbeck, I think I saw her once at centre-back. Jude Bellingham is a guarantee in the teams. He's one of those Dortmund players. So if you're going to use Colbell, you could. But that means you're only allowed to use Jude Bellingham as your other Dortmund item. You see, this was the chance. It came. He saw and he conquered. Trapp, what a save.
And the thing is as well that when we're looking at these options, Kevin Trapp plays for Frankfurt. What other players have we got in these teams from Frankfurt? Anyone?
Not too many, I don't think.
Not too many at all. So that's why these players have gone for Kevin Trapp, because yes, Kobel better. You then have that decision to make. Okay, well, I can't have Marco Reus. And then when you're looking across the board, Bayern Munich, you want Neuer in. Are you really going to drop Mane?
Maybe Colomboani, I think. He
Mm.
could be the other one, but not everyone's even used Colomboani, so.
Yeah. Yeah, that is it. Follow Rouhani.
Did see someone. the player for that player.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so. Interesting second leg here. No one's really taking control of it. Johnny has been chasing, but like a dog chasing cars, never seems to catch up, and he's just not been able to make Antonio pay, really, for that early pressure.
Dog chasing cars.
It's a good one, or you're not a fan of that one?
I was a bit disappointed by that one. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. Needs work.
Chat, we are aware of the audio just dipping out there slightly. We apologise for that. We are all back with you now, though. And thankfully, you weren't missing too much, though. But chance for Johnny Bellingham. Whew.
What a player. I mean, he has been at the heart of every single team. He's at the heart of Dortmund's season, and Frimpong in on goal here. Dinks over the keeper. Good save.
Antonio giving a bit of medicine back to Johnny with that through ball, but it's just not the player that you want in that scenario. Frimpong shooting and the finishing not quite there. The touch made it narrow, and then it was, does he go for the Trivela? Maybe trying to squeeze it in. Chose to go for the chip. Traps it out with ease. Sorry, that was bad.
It's okay, I liked it. I'll let you carry on.
Astro Ash was a big fan of your dog chasing cars.
Thank you. Here all day. Quite literally. Antonio Odejo is just taking the sting out of this game, I'll be honest. He knows that one more goal will do him, however, not really made any inroads in getting that goal. All the emphasis on Johnny to get an equaliser and send us into extra time. That run over the top, he does decide to ignore it and instead sliding in Kunku, who's got the pace to get away from Lucio. Ball roll scoop turn inside the box. Lacroqueta pass back into Jude Bellingham. What does Mateus have in the locker? A driven pass into Mane. Green time strike. Trapp does well to dive across his goal and send it out for a corner.
Johnny was so scared of the pass at the top of the screen there that we saw go on that run that he just switched over to the right back and tracked, not knowing that Nkunku was saying, I'm going to run directly through the middle. I've got the easiest route towards goal here. With Frimpong tracking it all the way. Thankfully enough, though, Lucio does enough just to kind of usher him out towards that byline. The recycle comes through. And then that green time shot from Mane. Good save from Trapp. Par minute behind. But right now, for Antonio, it's about territory on the pitch, keeping it in the opponent's half, taking time off the clock and edging every step closer to a top 2 finish and a spot in the grand final.
One game at a time.
As we are in the break, as these players are sorting through their tactics, Johnny looking to put more pressure on, Antonio looking to shut up shop. Tell us in the chat, Johnny or Antonio, who are you rooting for? 15 minutes to go, 3-2 to Antonio. Who is going to be victorious?
Yeah, drop a J or an A.
J or an A. Nice and easy.
Who's going to be victorious? Right now, Antonio is the A side in this tie. However, just a few interesting decisions here. He's trying to manage the game, but I just don't know if he'll be able to get over the line in this vein. I feel like Johnny's got a goal in him still. Here is Johnny with Jude. Dinked over the top. Diaby's onside. What can he create? Inside the box. Fires it back to Marco Reus. Twisting, turning. The step overs come in. Like a huge tackle and it's celebrated like a goal in the back of Antonio's camera.
Huge tackle there from Frimpong. Got one-on-one earlier on, missed that chance, makes up for it to keep Johnny away at bay. He comes forward again.
Seven minutes left to play. Musiala with the sprint boost out of the step-overs. Thuram knocks it back to Musiala as Antonio Radea erupts in celebration. Is that an FGS playoff spot booked for Antonio Radea? And this could be the goal to seal it out.
Yeah, Thuram just out on that weird angle. Ball rolls away to just evade the challenge from the goalkeeper. The composure to slip that one back to Musiala, who just has to simply pass that one into the back of the net. You knew as soon as it came back to him, Antonio fires himself into a comfortable 2-goal margin with less than 10 minutes remaining and a spot in the grand final waiting for him.
Guaranteed €20,000 for the winner of this game. Johnny, what a tournament he has had. The upset of the Virtual Bundesliga against Umut earlier on today. He's been a great player in his own right all season long, but it could just be one game too far here in the VBL. Antonio making a few changes. You just see in the background a 5-4-1 setup coming in. No surprise whatsoever there. As Team Johnny, from the adulation earlier on today, beating Umut to the devastation of 6 minutes competition time left on the clock. What does Johnny have in the locker? He's just driving straight at him. Don't think you're going to score like that. And the sand is slowly but surely slipping through his fingers here. Pass out of play. Johnny looks down. I think he knows that this tournament is all but over. It's Antonio Radea, green times, but a good block.
All but over indeed for Johnny. And it's going to sting now. It's going to hurt. It's Marco Reus.
Could be an on goal here. Green timed.
Chance. Chance, Buckley.
Surely not. We've just wrote his obituary. we just counted him out. Kick
How
off.
long? 1 minute,
We need to
2
see
minutes.
we need to see the injury time. 1 minute. He's not going to get the ball back. That's going to do it. Antonio Radea is one of your 2 grand finalists in the VBL 2023. An incredible performance. Johnny, devastated. Being so close yet so far from the playoffs. He will have to go through the trenches next week in the FGS play-ins.
It will indeed. Commiserations to Johnny. But Richard, what a tournament for that man. It's going to hurt right now, and he's got to pick himself back up Tuesday onwards in those play-ins. But this is his first full competitive season. To rock up, go top 4 in the VBL, as much as it will hurt right now, this time next year, he's going to be back here again, I'm sure of it. And these are the experiences that these players learn from. Johnny can hold his head high. Antonio secures that spot, and okay, 4-3 in the end, but he looked comfortable throughout that second leg.
Antonio Radea lost on a penalty shootout against Umut to qualify for the E-Champions League. He has now done it in dramatic fashion in the Virtual Bundesliga to get to a grand final. Guaranteed, no matter what, FGS playoff spot and €20,000 in the bag. Will it go one step further? And will he claim the VBL title? We will have to wait and see. Out, we can see the grand finalists. One of the 2 players are in there. Just your reflection on this tie between Johnny and Antonio. It was tactical. It was cagey at times. But in the end, Antonio Radea from Eintracht Frankfurt comes out on top.
He does indeed. And I think Antonio just kind of showed that experience and that class that he has to take the sting out of the game, make it really difficult for Johnny to look for those through balls that he wanted. He was banking on Antonio in that high line. But if the opponent has the ball all the time, you can't look for those through balls. And that's exactly what Antonio did. Just recycled, took his time on the ball, played it out towards the winger. When the opportunity came for him to take it, he did that. Johnny, though, as I said, this season coming through, he's beaten the likes of Umit and Timox in this knockout run. And yes, for every FIFA player, professional FIFA player that is here, they want to win these tournaments. They want to be making every single event possible. It hurts right now, but I'm sure in the off-season, he's going to look back on this and say, you know what, I can hold my head high. I put in a fantastic performance and I'm ready again for next year.
I think what you say there is really important. Right now, he'll be unbelievably upset. He'll be devastated. But when you look back on reflection, the tournament that he had, going through the Swiss, getting into the knockouts, taking down the world champion in Umut, moving through into the quarterfinals, winning the quarterfinals, into the semis, you're just building this story, you're building this narrative, and he probably thought, this is my tournament, everything's going my way. However, he ran into a player in Antonio Rodeja who just looks like a more complete package right now. Johnny will learn, he will get over these. Antonio had the devastation at the ECL, losing on penalties to qualify for arguably one of the biggest tournaments of the year. Now, he has that moment in the sunshine. He has the time, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does with it. Ali, it's been an absolute pleasure commentating the first semi-final with yourself. We'll be back after this break to do it all over again. Don't go anywhere. Semi-final 2 coming up soon.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Gee, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem damn.
She whispered in his ear, I feel you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me this once to get higher up. And he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And he was off and gone. And he was off and gone. And he was off and gone. told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything she said. Please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. She was off and away.
where you see the players making their way to the stage. Nicholas Rank from Bayern Munich. He joins us at the perfect time here in the Virtual Bundesliga semi-finals. Berkey Lion from FC St. Pauli already there, ready and waiting for this huge semi-final FIFA match. The trophy, 2 matches away from one of those 2 players potentially being the victor. We'll have to wait and see. Welcome back to the VBL 2023 Grand Finals. My name is Richard Buckley, joined by Alex B and Brandon Smith. Brandon, you were on the sidelines there watching that game take place. It was a tactical game. Antonio Radeja did the job in the end, but you got to feel sorry for Johnny, has to be said.
Absolutely. Look, we said it wasn't going to be a blowout, that game, but it packed a punch, a really tightly contested game. There's been an outpour of fans for Antonio Radeja on social media as well. Players saying, watch out for this man. I think the biggest storyline is there's another German player that is in the playoffs in 2 weeks' time. And you know what that means? German players often go far when it comes around the FIFA E World Cup and qualifying for it. But a great game. He's in the grand final. It's been his biggest ever payday. But this game here, I mean, for Nicholas Rank, this is his best ever outing in a FIFA tournament. He's just been one of those players that has come through. He's a proper grinder. He's ranked, I think, 151st in Europe at the moment. And he's just getting his weekend league done, popping up in any online cash cups he can get involved in. And all that practice, all that preparation has come off in wonders for him today. Because coming into the first round today, he wasn't even qualified.
It wasn't. No, he had to win that game. And then what a match it was in the round of 16. Taking on Dolan Mike. Huge win for Nicholas Rank. Let's talk a little bit about the player he's going to be facing, Al. The only player left unbeaten in the tournament, to my understanding, in Berkey Lion. He was perfect in Swiss. We've seen him a couple of times throughout this tournament, and he is just a man on a mission, and that mission will end with him lifting the VBL title.
Man on a mission, and a man that so far has took down some massive names in this tournament. He's beaten Levi Finn, Sakal, Fabio, Antonio, which, should he win this now, that's a rematch as it goes into that final. He then beat Levi Finn again, and also Kamal. He has been performing on the big stage, and arguably, he is the favourite technically right now. We already know our one finalist, Antonio. This man has not lost a single game of FIFA throughout the whole of this tournament right now. So, for Nicholas Rank, if he is to beat him, he has got to up that game and say to Berkey Lion, I'm going to do what I do best, which is just take down massive names like yourself.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this game does start. Berkey Lion, you would expect him to have a quick start. That's how we've sort of seen these matches go. Great shot there, with the trophy slowly coming into vision. The champion of the Virtual Bundesliga. One of these 2 players will be competing in the final against Antonio Radeja. Also, Brandon, can't be understated the importance of the playoffs when you win this game. It's a guaranteed playoff spot. For the loser, play-ins is where we will be headed.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned €20,000 guaranteed with a win there as well. But for Berkey Lion, on his own, no coach around him at all. He is at a pretty decent tournament as well, for being brutally honest. Last year, he was a European champion, won an FGS last year. This year hasn't really ticked over as much. He played for Werder Bremen last year, made the playoffs, didn't make an E-World Cup final, but this time they'll be looking to put it right if he can make it into the playoffs. As I believe we are ready to get into this game. Berkey Lion against Nicholas Rank. It will be FC St. Pauli against FC Bayern Munich. I don't think we've ever seen Bayern Munich actually win a Virtual Bundesliga. They haven't been so involved in the FIFA esports scene until only recently. What a semi-final this one plans to be. Berkey Lion, as we said, completely unbeaten in the tournament. Went 4-0 in the Swiss rounds yesterday and had quite a bracket run today as well. Wins against Levi Finn. Had to match up against his teammate, as you rightly said, in the quarter-finals. And now this is it. Who's going to be joining Antonio Radeja in this year's Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final? Berkey Lion will kick off this first half from left to right. And no surprise in that Bayern Munich strip from right to left. It will be Nicholas Rank. first chance of the game. And Kunku just unable to get that under control as the ball just popped up from the skill move.
And Kunku decided there, you know what? I don't fancy that. A little bit too early in the game for me. Let me at least have a couple more touches before I have an opportunity to look for those step overs as he takes the ball out of play.
Tell you what, Cologne foot on the gas in his first 5 minutes or so. A very aggressive start. You have to say, Alex, there's probably a lot of confidence in this man. He was voted as newcomer of the year just a few hours ago on social media, as in Kunku hits one from distance and it's over the bar.
He's, as you said before, relatively unknown coming into this. You're doing your research on him and not so much there, but he finds himself in a top 4 spot right now. And he certainly will be putting his name into the German FIFA scene for the next few years to come.
Oh!
Hello. Oh, Cologne with Jude Bellingham.
Again, we're just seeing the importance from Lion of that first goal. He's come out on the front foot, putting the pressure on, and Nicholas Rank just gave him a little bit too much room on the edge of the box. It was that beautiful interlink play, the first time pass around the corner, Jude Bellingham step overs, and it's all about the green timing now.
Green timing coming to perfection to give you that more power, that more accuracy, but the main factor for Lion, which allowed him to even generate that space, is his movement on the ball, the dribbling, the twisting, the turning. It says to Nicholas Rank, you are not going to take this ball off me. I'm going to just evade every single challenge that you come forward. And that is the reason why he's starting so strong, because he's so comfortable on that ball. He fizzes it in, he gets those twists and turns. It's going to be a tough old ask for Nicholas Rank to try and stop that.
Davies. Nicholas Rank have to keep in mind he took down Dylan Mike on his way to a semi-final here. Mane back to Ferran. Now, interestingly, gets a start in the team for Nicholas Rank here, Alex. He's not always a starter, more of a super sub.
Well, he's trusting him to do the job. Diaby, he's trusting him to do the job, and that's all you need from your players. Trust and faith in those sort of areas. I mentioned it in the chat earlier on with regards to most teams looking very similar. There are some differences here and there, Thuram being one of them.
Alphonso Davies very far forward. On that occasion, now he's out of position, has to get back quickly, does the Canadian defender, as Thuram look to make the most of that. That's a Frimpong, poor pass that time. Been a frantic start to this one.
Guns.
Diaby. Back to Nkunku. There's no step overs into a time green finish, but the angle was always going to be asking quite a lot.
Angle always going to be tough there, but what I'm really liking from Lion is he's happy to just drive, get into the space, and if you give him half a yard, the green time finishes are coming out. He's not looking for that perfect 100% chance that this is going to find the back of the net. He's saying, you might have some goalkeeping movement. I might be able to catch you out here with that shot.
Mane. Maybe could have gone on his own there. Was looking for the extra pass instead.
One thing that you'll see, just watching this game, almost every single shot that Lion has is green timed. The consistency that he's putting these shots away with is remarkable.
What ball? Is he onside? Davies? No. Wave after wave after wave of pressure. Winner of this will play Antonio Redea in this year's Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. A match worth €40,000. There will be a new name on that trophy. 2023 Grand Finals this year. Went to corners, Nicholas Rank. This is his biggest day out as a FIFA Pro player. So Davies finds himself on the opposite side of the pitch, normally in at left back as he slowly jogs back over. Diaby is quick. Very nearly, it was a clever ball into the feet.
Lucio's running back after he was trying to tee up that German cross. Nicholas Rank was, long goal run from that 18-yard box, but he finds him back in position now. Davis on the opposite side for Buckeye Lion. He's got his work cut out, being up and down that pitch. He's using him as that outlet on that left-hand side. Constantly looking to switch the ball out to those fullbacks, meaning they have to get up and down. So for Nicholas Rank, it's about, can we break? Can we be quick on that counter and try and exploit any space that Davies might be leaving in behind as he's stepping up against the opposing fullback?
And Kunku, is there a flick on available? Back to Sadio Mane. Will he go on his own? Yes, he will! With a time green finish to perfection.
The trigger of the run on Mane from Nicholas Rank, and then just the cut back in to look for that reverse cross. You can see it here. Look how Mane's already making that run into the 18-yard box. To step up from Lacroix, given that space in behind, everyone looks extra pass, extra pass. No, Nicholas Rank says, I'm backing my striker, I'm green timing it, and if I do that, I'll give myself a chance at scoring. He's rewarded for it.
I think the thing that surprised me the most as well, the cross, the pass, whatever you want to call it, never really looked on. He sort of played it into an area where you're just saying, I know Mane's got that in the locker, but if it doesn't go, it's the 45th minute. I'm not going to concede anyway because time's up. So he's sort of playing that risk and reward, something we've talked about for the last couple of days. You're rolling the dice and you're saying, if it's on, I'm going to take it. If not, I'm happy with losing possession and seeing myself into half-time.
In a way, yes, but because of the way that we saw the centre-back step up with Lacroix, it just invited that little bit of the space in behind where Lacroix's looking and saying, I can't actually get onto the end of that cross, and Mane just occupies that space. You don't need a big striker there. You don't need someone that's going to tower over the defender whose physicality, strong, jumping, great. Mane will just pick that up every day of the week when that space is there. It's brilliant, brilliant play from Nicholas Rank to go for that reverse cross.
Diaby fancied a Trivela from that far out as we are back on the way for the second half of action here. Okay, line this time, kicking from right to left for the first real chance of the half. And Kunku is a clever skill move. Castells, the Belgium shot stopper, just able to read that one though. Very much happy to get the ball out and try and play through the back. Is he onside? If he is, that's a very clever ball into Sadio Mane, the Bayern Munich man. Was asking always a lot there as a defender, just had enough time to trap back.
Yeah, that's why we've seen Lacroix in so many of these teams throughout the weekend. He has that pace. It's Davis.
One more. Timed it green. Ball just pinging around the box right now. I have to say, 55 minutes into this, Alex, it's been, look, I attack, you attack. Bellingham, that's clever. Oh, the little dink up into the shot. It's a great save again. It's another wave of pressure. Berkey Lion just keeps recycling and recycling and recycling until he finds the perfect chance. And just like that, now he's back in front by 2-1. But this has been a relentless first leg of FIFA, by the way. Entertaining.
It has indeed, and it's actually almost a repeat of that first goal we saw from Nicholas Rank, where Mane has the opportunity to lay it off across. Instead said, no, I'm not going to look for that. I'm going to back the finish it in the green time. Both players showing why they've scored so many goals throughout this tournament.
And straight back down the other end we go. Diaby, back to Thuram. This is going to be one hell of a semi-final. Do not go anywhere, wherever you do it. Give him a fist bump back.
We didn't get to see that one through.
Oh, we should have saw that one through. Coach was after a fist bump. Nicholas Rank, Alex, was like, no, I'm just in the zone.
The trigger of the run again from Diaby, using those triangles in that way, and Kunku receives the ball first time over the top. The hold-up play you mentioned, we haven't seen Thuram in that starting 11. He's on the score sheet, Richard.
It was just all about the kickoff, wasn't it? He knew exactly what he wanted to do. I think the one thing that both of these two players have surprised me by, given their lack of sort of real LAN experience, good chance, good tackle, is the mentality. They look so focused. Neither's letting the occasion get to them. They concede a goal, barely any facial reaction. They score, barely any facial reaction. They are so locked in, and that just goes to show how good FIFA players we're watching here.
Toe for toe, these two.
Right, throw again. Whew. Done it a couple of times. Just noticed it on the last occasion.
That's why Davies went over on that right-hand side. Having that giant throw-in just means that if you've got Thuram there, let's be honest, if you can isolate him up against a fullback, he's going to tower over that defender and win those headers. Obviously a game plan that Nicholas Rank has come in with and looking to succeed from it.
This just goes to show how much of an opportunity there is for FIFA players that might be watching, especially in Germany. Nicholas Rank's story is one hell of a story. He came through the playoffs, wasn't involved in the club championship, didn't have a club, went into an open bracket qualifier. I think he actually qualified via one of the tournaments that Mo Alba was holding on the build-up to this tournament. Bellingham comes in with a shot, defended well again by Nicholas Rank, and it's just gone on one hell of a Swiss bracket journey to then today, round of 16, knocking out Dolomite, and basically thinking, right, anything's possible.
Good press.
Gets himself out of it though, or not. He bounces back off Nkunku's right boot. Into a pause we will go. Nicholas Rank, this game played at such pace. Marco Reus. Cologne just trying to manoeuvre his way around the pitch. It's a battle in the midfield again between Lothar Matthäus and Jude Bellingham, on either side of the team. Diaby, what a ball. Just so quick, you can't even react. We go into a pause now with 8 minutes left for a chance to, one, take a breather, but two, just to get some subs on.
I find it so fascinating. The Workout Lion has gone unbeaten, gone this far, just all on his own.
Yep. It always seems to be the case though, doesn't it? Sometimes you don't need that coach behind you. You don't need that posse of people. I mean, Antonio Rodea,
he definitely needed it.
Yeah, there's about 4 people behind him, but it's all about that individual. Sometimes you don't want people nudging you or getting you in the zone. You back yourself.
Can you imagine, Richard, if Workout Lion does win this and makes it through to the final? The 2 different noises from the booths.
Oh,
when they score.
Incredible.
You better just hope that Workout Lion's got his music turned on. Here's a chance for Sadio Mane off the post. It's a gift. On the second time of asking, he won't get an easier goal than that. And it's another small advantage you can see. A packed out arena in Cologne. And locked in to this semi-final. We'll see it again on the replay, Alex. It was a fortunate finish, but the first original shot, if it was Time Green, maybe that one goes in on its own.
Yeah, Mane with a step over to just dance past Lacroix. Rides his luck though on the rebound. Either way, the ability to just drive past your man and take it past him with those step overs, they're so simple to do, but the execution of them time and time again for these players. is what it's all about.
When you get yourself in that situation, you sort of make your own luck and keep on knocking at the door. Eventually, someone will answer.
Just to the right of Burke line there. He's got his phone, his passport, his wallet. I think win or lose, he's coming on his own to Cologne for this year's Virtual Bundesliga final. He might need to take someone with him if he ends up winning, carrying that trophy back to wherever he is flying back to. But that's the halfway point in this semi-final. A chance to just take a breather for both players and us all here that have been following this tournament. I mean, we've seen many games of FIFA across these 2 days, but that game was just, I attack, you attack. You can really not fault any sort of boringness to that game at all because there was none to be seen.
Yeah, and we've seen this plenty of times. I mentioned it about the ECL and then this weekend as well at the VBL. Some players play the 4-3-2-1, some at the 5 at the back, but the talent that's been on show, we haven't really had many 1-0, 2-0s, clean sheets. It has been back and forth, just proving that these players, yes, you might put numbers behind the ball, but they've got so many different tools in their arsenal to break it down and to just find their way through, whether that be step overs, German crosses, long range shots, or just driving in towards the box. The talent on show has just shown goals after goals after goals, making an entertaining watch for yourselves watching and also us commentating over it.
You just see Becky Lyon almost getting annoyed by the admin there, asking for a little bit of information for him. These are the best moments from that first. Paulie up against Bayern Munich in this semi-final. Sadio Mane, I'm still asking questions of Lacroix there. I know that he pulled him out, but just got twisted inside and out. It's the second half with a flurry of goals. Jude Bellingham asking questions of Kevin Trapp. Sorry, actually, Castells. Seems like all the Bundesliga goalkeepers just spilling the ball. As Sadio Mane rattles it into the back of the net. But straight from kickoff, it didn't last long. Dinked over the top. Diaby in on goal. And that is where Nicholas Rank, with a little bit of link-up play, found himself back into the tie. 2-2 with 60 minutes to play. In the final 5, that's where Becky Lyon came out on top. Alphonso Davies getting involved in the attack. Sadio Mane out with the step-overs. A little bit of luck on the rebound. Falling straight to his boot. And that is where we left it, guys.
Yeah, as you just see on main stage here in Cologne, Germany. That big trophy on the stage, the Virtual Bundesliga champion. As we know, we'll have a different name on it this year. No repeated winners, maybe not the usual names in Germany you've been used to expecting. The game code has been entered by both of these two, as we're going to be entering the game any second now.
Yeah, you can see it on the monitors there, actually, behind the kit selection in use. I believe we're probably about 30 to 45 seconds away from the second leg getting started. I'll come to you, Alex, very quickly. Both players look exhausted. Is it a war of attrition as we come into this final leg?
In a way, yes. But Burke Lyon just looks a bit fed up. He just seems like he's getting through his champs games or something. Just get me into the game. He's ready. He wants to play. He's just so far throughout this tournament, won game after game after game, dispatching them like he would throughout FUT Champions. Nicholas Rank, though, obviously been speaking to his team behind them. Both of them need to keep that composure, keep the concentration as they get closer and closer for a possible chance of a top 2 playoff spot guaranteed, €20,000, and a chance to be crowned the VBL champions should they be able to take down Antonio in that final.
Back on the way. For 90 more minutes. Only one goal to separate the two. We had a goal after just 9 minutes in that first leg. Here's Burke Lyon. Just going from left to right again. The FIFA Pro player of FC St. Pauli. Matthias back to Bellingham. A couple of step overs there. He scored the first goal, dancing his way towards the box. It's the English midfielder.
Good challenge.
Aggressive from Frimpong, but it's out perfectly well. Davies, what's that back post? There's a bit of an overload potentially happening. Just about kept it in if he did. There's a player looking to get right at the end of that. Great the break. It's a running race. Frimpong against Alphonso Davies. Both neck and neck with pretty much very similar pace stats. Diaby punched it into Nkunku. There's the skill move exit. Defended well by Lucio. On the rebound, Frimpong. Right place, right time, just to keep the attack at bay.
Have to give a lot of credit to Berke Lyon there for that stand-up with Lucio. Skill moves at a 5-star skiller, looking for that elastico. Something that worked well in that area if the opponent bites. Berke Lyon did not.
Complete battle in the midfield. First time watching the Virtual Bundesliga. Team restrictions are in play. If you are wondering why you're only seeing one icon, 1 foot hero, that is because that is the restrictions. You are allowed one icon. Goes from Germany, Lothar Matthias being really that only pick Lucio. That one foot hero choice, sorry. And allowed 2 players from each Bundesliga team. That's why you haven't seen multiple Bayern Munich players or Dortmund players across these teams. A bit of a guessing game of who you choose. Jude Bellingham. I mean, we're in Germany, so we may as well see the German cross.
I think what he did so well, he didn't go to the well the first time. He sort of played the ball around, waited for the opportunity, and we're going to see it here, Alex. Am I being harsh saying the goalkeeper has stitched him up?
Yeah, the goalkeeper's in no man's land. You can see the switch to Lacroix to try and get that header, but Bellingham just has the power. He has that ability to drive, get into that space. Now, it depends on how Berke Lyon's defended that, whether he's told the goalkeeper to come out or whether the goalkeeper's decided, you know what, I'm coming for that, and then just not getting there. Either way, though, credit to Niklas Rank. So many people look for that German cross in a simple way of laying it off with a pass and then triggering the runner. He didn't do that. Lothar Matthias was facing the other way. He triggered the runner very discreetly, which is what made it very difficult for Berke Lyon to see it. By the time he saw it, it was almost all she wrote.
He's in again.
That's a good ball over the top. As Diaby got the legs. What a
Penalty.
recovery run. Oh, just on the edge of the box for a free kick. Goes into the box for a yellow card. What we're going to see from this free kick, and Nkunku's over it. Both players will dummy. Punched into Diaby. Very clever.
An interesting choice. Berke Lyon decided to move a man back into the wall, which I'm not 100% sure if he's meant to do that. I think he's wanting to come across and try and actually cover that run from Diaby. Love to get the replay on that to see that, but it's a well-worked routine.
Watch Alphonso Davies, number 2. He just stood in front of him. He did. Alphonso, I don't think he's meant to do it, but what Alphonso Davies has done, he's stood in front of the defender. He's a free pass.
Either way, though, if you're Niklas Rank, you're saying thank you. Found himself 3-2 down. Now he's 4-3 to the good.
And what you said in the break, Berke Lyon just looks a bit fed up. He does, you know. He looks like he's just like... The break's just killed his entire vibe.
One goal behind. He's not out of it yet. Davies cut back. There it is. And we go again at 4-4.
That is why the German cross isn't always just used as the German cross. Just sending that runner on that decoy run. Look at Matthias now. He's worried about that, but instead lays the ball into middle. Diaby with a fantastic turn. And Alphonso Davies, we said, He's getting up and down that pitch all the time. A lovely cutback. That's going to be one of the easiest finishes you'll see today.
Hold on!
Oh my days. What a semi-final this is! How? Why? Why not?
Oh my God.
I'm not... What? Richard? Should the goalkeeper... Look, there wasn't much of an attempt at a save there, no?
That right there is a player who is just saying, you know what, I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to do it. Like, you take those shots in champs. You take those shots in rivals. The chance of that going in is so slim that pros don't do it. You don't take a long shot like that. And Nicholas Ranker's gone, yeah, forget about it. I'm just going to hit it. Can we also, actually, I'll say this, say it right now. If there is a mod in the chat, can we get this Tensist guy out of here and stick him on the bench?
I mean,
give him a ban.
He's clearly enjoying the stream, so...
Lovely through ball.
Here's Frimpong. Last chance of the half. Wins a corner. Diaby. To Mane. Is there going to be another risk from the edge of the box? It's going to be the last kick of the game. Can't really go back. Needs to keep the ball forward. Half time. And we are 45 minutes away from finding who will be in this year's Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. It may be a completely new name that we've never seen before in Nicholas Rank. It's first ever Championship Sunday to this level. And I mean, look, I think where he is so confident, he's just happy to try out these ridiculous low percentage chances of scoring. And when your luck's in, luck is in. What a finish that was. 30 plus yards out. Wasn't time green, it was just a 95 rated team of the season, Sadio Mane, saying, look, I'll have a shot from that.
It's a lovely view of the controller of the players in action right now.
I think the game started.
Hopefully we get back into the proper camera.
There's been a goal, I think. No.
Just
yes,
noise.
5-4.
Huh? What?
Did we just miss a goal?
No. No?
I think we did.
I thought I heard an audio cue.
I thought an audio cue, but Burkhead got the goal with the byline drive.
He did, yes.
Making me second guess myself there, Richard.
That's me going full screen on the Twitch chat.
I was having a little bit of a deep dive on Nicholas Rank. It hasn't been updated perfectly, but on the deep dives of the FIFA wiki of Nicholas Rank, apparently he's earned $29 playing FIFA. However, I did scroll across his social media in the last year. He has won a bit more than that. He's been playing in loads of online cups and so much more. Is he onside? Sadio Mane? Yes, he is!
What a game.
We're all square again! And what I wanted to say was, on the side of this, it's been their biggest ever payday for both of these two. We'll see it again on the replay. Frimpong timed that one perfectly into Sadio Mane.
Just splitting the defence with that normal square cross in between. Pinpoint, Mane takes a touch, finds the back of the net. We are at 5-5. And it's just not going to be done yet, Richard.
It's not. And this game has got plenty more goals left in it.
Bellingham.
Just like now. Oh.
Good skill with into the exit, wins a corner. Mane, back to Bellingham. Oh, yes, it was a clever one-more pass, couldn't quite find. He's a running race. Sadio Mane again, he's got the quad, trying to just catch up. The Senegalese forward. Goes all the way on the opposite side. Davis punches into Nkunku, not for too long. 25 minutes away from extra time. Remember, Antonio Rodea is in the grand final of this year's Virtual Bundesliga. Back post. Davis. Fluffed his lines.
Good feet.
Great play. Oh, what a goal.
Oh. Well, there's the reaction for Berkelein that we haven't seen. As his group of family and friends just erupt from their seats. We'll see it again on the replay. Just made it look so easy, didn't it, Alex? But if anything, it was nothing near that. It was so difficult to find the right combinations and the timing of the pass.
Just beautiful feet, time and space, just crafted to perfection. And the ability for you to do that, we mentioned it early doors, how Berkelein can just evade those challenges. He can draw a man in, get that space in behind.
Ridiculous finish.
It's just gone back and forth, Richard.
That goal is unbelievable. The build-up play out wide, the waiting, the holding, until you pull the trigger and just go. And, I mean, maybe there's a reason he's undefeated today. Undefeated the last 2 days. What a goal.
Yeah, and that showing, you know, we mentioned he went unbeaten throughout Swiss, unbeaten throughout the knockouts, hence the reason why he's here now in the semi-final. He doesn't have a team behind him, but it doesn't matter because he's found himself behind in this game so far, Berkelein. He started off on the front foot. Nicholas Rank came back, took the lead himself. The mental attitude that he has right here to just dig deep, goal after goal. I used to take a leaf out of that book.
Nicholas Rank straight for the restart. Last 15 minutes as it stands. Berkelein against Antonio Rodea will be this year's VBL Grand Final.
Oh, good pace.
What a run that is. Pace of Sadio Mane.
Need some hold-up play.
Is there a cutback? On that occasion. Remember, the winner of this gets a fast track into the Global Series playoffs as well. They'll be competing amongst the best players in the world. Just 2 weeks' time. Can you find that one more goal to solidify the tie? Griffo. A bit more of a quieter day today. Was involved in a few teams yesterday in the Swiss rounds and did more than just set up the goals. He did score a few all the way from the left-hand side. Mane. Nothing more. Can he break the press now? The idea was there. Frimpong made his run. And this is where you have to be clever, Alex, just to try and take some time out of the game, if you can do so with this press that is going to be so relentless.
Ooh. The audacity from Berkelein. Facing towards his own goal to just introduce that player lot to play that little dink ball out. The press is on right now from Nicholas Rank. It's all about looking for those little dink balls, playing it out in towards the channels, drawing the men in as and when you can, and taking time off. Berkelein doing to perfection.
What a performance. Switch of play, it's over there. Yeah, I think this is up. I think this is it. not going to give the ball back. Surprise go all the way to the keeper.
Well, what performance for the only player that has actually been unbeaten throughout this whole Virtual Bundesliga final process. Unbeaten in the Swiss rounds. A bracket run to remember. And they are absolutely loving it. I don't think he can quite believe it. Playoffs guaranteed for a second year in a row for Berke Lion. Alongside that, a grand final date up against Antonio Redea. A chance to become not just a newcomer this year, but the Virtual Bundesliga German champion for this FIFA 23 season. Commiserations to Nicholas Rank. He might get a top 4 finish, but he will still be in the play-ins. So I'll be interested to see how he gets on in that bracket run next week.
I mean, he looks so cool, does Berke Lion. He's still got his lanyard on. He played the entire game in his lanyard. Nothing's going to faze this kid. What a performance. Unbeaten throughout the 2 days of play. Just a truly remarkable set of FIFA ability and skills
17 as well.
He's put up. And tell you what, at the playoffs, I think he could be one of your eWorld Cup Grand Finalists, I'll be honest. He just looks so cool, calm. The mechanical skill is there. Alex, let's talk. Tell me about Berke Lion. What is he doing different? Why is he unbeaten?
Well, we saw a game previously with Khalid where he went 2-0 down. And you could see the reaction from him. He was not happy with himself. What did that lead into? It went into mistake after mistake. He passed the ball to the opponent straight from a goal kick. He won the kickoff and then he goes and gives it straight back to the opponent and goes through, scores an easy goal. This right here for Berke Lion is not happening. He found himself down in that game. He was winning. He was comfortable. And then we saw Nicholas Rank come through, pull it back on. He just didn't look phased. He was like, I've still got my head in the game. He's there all the time. He's driving that byline. He's got the ability on the ball at the feet with the mechanics, the skill moves. He can cross. He can look for the over-the-top through balls. To see any more of those games. And we're like, okay, well, what is he doing? Why is he unbeaten? The mentality and what he's doing on the pitch coming all together, he has to be the favourite going into this final.
Yeah, I think so. I think I don't know, it's a tough game though, because Antonio Redea has been pretty flawless throughout this tournament so far. However, they did match earlier on yesterday in Swiss, and
that's it, Richard, right? Antonio's been pretty flawless. And the game that he lost was against Berke Lion. First leg, 5-2. Second leg, 2-2. Now, if you're Berke Lion, you said, I've not lost a single game of FIFA. He doesn't need to have the conversation with anyone else because he's not got anyone else there with him. He's just having that conversation with himself. He is going to be oozing with confidence. It's a big, big ask for Antonio, but anything can happen in FIFA, Brandon.
Yeah,
absolutely. Just looking back on what Richard was saying as well, 7-4 when they matched the round 4 yesterday. I mean, if there's a time to get revenge for Antonio in a grand final, it doesn't come any sweeter than that.
Oh, absolutely. What an unbelievable tournament we've had so far. Plenty of FIFA action at the very highest of levels in Germany. And there is one game left to play. One final left to go of this entire Global Series season, to be honest. After this, we're into the play-ins. We're into the playoffs. The virtual leagues will have wrapped up. All the qualifiers up to this point. The door is shut right now. We know the play-ins. We know the playoffs. There's one trophy left to decide, and that is the Virtual Bundesliga title. The final will be coming up after this break.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Gee, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back. My self-esteem been bad.
saw a girl last night. She was standing in the light in a corner of the room. She was waiting for a hand. Then a boy came over and he asked her to dance. All eyes stopped to watch them. They moved up and down with the waves of the soul. Their moves keeping time for the rhythm. Then the girl looked at him and she knew what it was, and she smiled as she said to him, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. Spin, spin with me. I heard a story about a man. He came up with a plan for flying. He showed it to his wife. Then he said, now darling, why are you crying so? And she whispered in his ear, I fear you won't come back down to this ground. And he said, I'll always come back to you. Just help me this once to get higher up. And he kissed her and he said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl. And he was off and gone. 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 There once was a woman lying in bed with her lover's head upon her shoulder. She said, my darling, you sound so faint. Don't tell me it's time, I just can't take this. And she told her, please don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear in moving on. But there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. And she said, just tell me, darling, I'll do anything, anything. She said, please twirl me one more time and don't stop spinning me. Please swirl me in your mind so I can be a color painting that you'll look upon. And she was off and away. And she was off and away. And she was off and away.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem.
32 players came into this weekend's action looking to be the one to claim the Virtual Bundesliga trophy. 2 remain. And you're joined by 2 people right now to guide you through the journey of the grand final. Richard Buckley at your service, Brandon Smith alongside me to break down everything that is about to happen in the next 1 hour before we find our grand champion, the VBL 2023. It's been big. It's been a big tournament. It's been a warm tournament. It's been a long tournament. But we're here in the final. And what better way to spend it with you at home. Brandon, this is a big one. Both of these players guaranteed playoffs.
Yep.
The next thing that they're going to do is want to be going into those playoffs with a championship at their mantle. And I think if you'd have told me yesterday that it had been these 2 in the final, don't know if I'd have believed you. Berkey Lyon and Antonio Redeja have made their way through, and deservedly so, are the 2 players in the grand final.
I think if you asked a lot of people that were watching across these 2 days, Rich, who would be their top 4, their top 8, let alone their top 2, I think everyone would have got some of those names wrong just because of how stacked this tournament was. As we said, 32 players were involved. Now there is only 2. They've both guaranteed themselves playoff spots, as you said. If you were a FIFA Pro player and you were sitting there and going, if there was a tournament I'd want to win before going into the playoffs, you'd say, okay, the play-ins or the Virtual Bundesliga 2 weeks before the playoffs. I mean, what a high to go in on and play against the best players in the world for the ultimate chance to get to the biggest event of the season, that FIFA E World Cup.
And there's also a little bit of, I mean, it's great practice, isn't it? You're a VBL champion, you're going into the playoffs. Typically, the Virtual Bundesliga champions have had a pretty good run in FIFA esports and the global level and typically come out doing pretty well. Just ask Ummet and Dull Mike from the last couple of years. I mean, it's a big moment for both of these 2 players. Antonio Redeja, 1 penalty shootout away from an E-Champions League finalist, a top 8. On the other side of it, Berkey Lyon, he has been cool, calm and collected, and we can have a look at how they got to this grand final right now. Let's pull the bracket up and we can start to decipher their way through it and see what hurdles they had to overcome in order to get here. They started all the way back in the Swiss rounds. They were the 32 players who made it into yesterday's action, Brandon.
Yeah, they were the 32 that originally qualified for the tournament. And what was interesting about this Virtual Bundesliga, 16 came from the Club Championship, which is a very long bi-monthly process on head-to-head 90-rated mode. And then on the opposite side of things, there was an open bracket. It was the VBL Open. Basically, anyone, any German player could play, but this was on FIFA Ultimate Team. Hence, we had some of our fantastic stories and players that made it through, such as Nicholas Rank, who did get a top 4. And such players like Johnny, for example, who had a really good run, knocking out Ummet on the journey to this stage. Let's have a look at what's up for grabs as well. Remember, there is a lot of cash on the line here. 100,000 euros in prizing on the line, alongside, as we said, those important playoff spots. And this is how it is broken down. Yeah,
from 9 through 16, if you make it through to the knockouts, you're going to be taking on 1,500. 5th through 8 are quarter-finalists. 3,250 euros. For the 2 semi-finalists, 7,500 euros. Our 2 grand finalists have got a guaranteed 60,000 euros between them. However, who will be doubling down? Who will be taking home 2/3 of that 60k? 40,000 euros going to the winner, 20,000 going to runner-up. Great prize pool there on offer for one player to be lifting that trophy right there, the Virtual Bundesliga plate, and claiming the number 1 player in Germany. I'm really excited to see how this final does start to take shape. You can see Antonio Redeja's route to the grand final. It was a 8-1 victory against Dave, followed by a 7-2 victory against Khalid, scoring 15 goals. The goals dried up ever so slightly in the semi-finals. It was a back-and-forth affair versus Johnny, but Antonio just came out on top with a 4-3 win. On the other side of it, Brandon, Berkey Lyon, you can see a little bit of his journey there. A good win against Levi Finn, followed by a dominant victory against Kamal. And that game we just saw there against Nicholas Rank could have gone either way.
Yeah, and if you are sitting there watching the stream at home, get it full screen a second just to see the full bracket of some of those players, as we said, that are in there. From Tim Ox, who had a great run yesterday in Swiss, then came out, beat Musti in his round of 16 game. He fell in the tournament. Umit out round of 16. Levi Finn out round of 16 to Berkey Lyon. You can see the result he got there. And then a win against his teammate. Oh, his teammate that he played all season long with in the club championship. They had to go head-to-head for a place in the play-ins at that time in the quarter-final stages. Then it was against Nicholas Rank in that end-to-end game of FIFA. Ended 6-5 in the end. What a game it was in the semi-finals. And this is the big one now. The grand final, the Virtual Bundesliga 2023 grand final. Why we think this is a bit interesting, Richard, is because they were both in the same group of players, the same group of 16 players yesterday in the Swiss rounds, and they did match up both with a perfect record. They both matched at 3-0, where they were the first two players to qualify for the knockout stages, and they had to play.
They certainly did. Who came out on top, I hear you ask? Berkey Lyon. He was the victor in that particular matchup, taking home a pretty comfortable win in the end against Antonio Redeja. I'm going to take that with a pinch of salt as we see the walk-ons coming in here, for the simple fact that they'd already got through to the knockout. So I think maybe Antonio Redeja just took his foot off the gas ever so slightly. Berkey Lyon hasn't done that. He has been unbeaten throughout this entire process. But the man stepping up against him, serious FIFA talent on display.
Yeah, we got the music for it, haven't we, as well? For this grand final walkout. Antonio Redeja, one thing that's been so impressive by him, Richard, in the final stages today is the amount of goals he scores. He averaged 8 in the round of 16, 8 in the quarterfinals, and it's just been an absolute machine in the final third.
The big thing for me, Brandon, they both look pretty happy. I think that playoffs was the #1 priority. Get to the top two, get to the playoffs. Obviously, they'll both want to win. Everything on the line. An extra 20 grand to take home. However, the trophy and the playoffs, the most important factor of this entire journey. As good to see they've made their way to the stage. Shouldn't be too long before we start to get underway. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, well, especially for a player like Berkey Lyon, as you were saying about playoffs, Richard, they seem very calm. Because, look, he finished 28th this year in Europe. If he was to finish 28th, it'd be like, I was probably, one win away in FGS or a couple of wins away and skill points here and there throughout the season. To get that close and yet be so far from the playoffs, it was great that he got it done here today. But no, you're right. While we got a minute, let's have a look at the team of the season players that have been used in this Bundesliga process throughout. Let us know. We had a bit of fun with you guys in the chat. We have been trying to interact with you guys as much as possible. The 18 team of the season Bundesliga players that came out quite a few weeks ago now. A couple of them have been sprinkled in to the ultimate team of the season. But
how many do you reckon you could name off by heart after watching this Bundesliga VBL for the last 2 days? Do you know what? I'll try it now while we wait.
All right.
From top to bottom. There's 18 to go for, correct? So, Kobel, Kolomouani, Davis, Schlotterbeck, Frimpong, Brandt, Hoffman. You got the 3 moments, which are Lacroix, Goretzka, and Mane. Going forward, Jude Bellingham,
big ratings.
Diaby,
12,
Musiala.
13. There's a big one.
Big one. And Kunku.
Yeah, another one.
That's not the one you're thinking of. Who else is the final third?
Doesn't really get in any of the teams, but plays for a big club.
Muller?
No.
Muller not in?
You're on the right lines.
I'm trying to think.
CDM.
Kimmich. Yeah, good shout. Good knowledge. I don't think Thuram was in the team. I feel like he was somewhere else. Maybe he was. Sané. Yeah, we're not seeing Sané used.
Did you say Schlotterbeck? Did we do that?
I said Schlotterbeck. I feel like there's one or two more. Fulkrug. How could we forget about Fulkrug? And I think that's it. Gio Reyna doesn't count. Delete! We forgot about Delete because we've not seen him used. Thank you to the Twitch chat. I think we got there in the end. But
also, Rich, some of the players that are outside of the 18 packable players that we have seen featured, because there's been quite a few of those Bundesliga SBCs or special items that were released into the game that have been used and have been so important across these 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. Guerrero being one of the main ones coming in as a sort of that utility player. Griffo as well. Great utility player. We weren't counting the SBCs, chat, so don't get on to me at Griffo. I've got Griffo in my team, and he's very good. I won't have forgot my man Griffo. Coming from the SBC. I mean, Lucio's been electric. Marco Reus as well, yeah. The SBC, he's been electric in the final third. And how can we forget about Trapp in goal? He's been one of those players that's been sometimes good, sometimes not so good. Hearing there's a few technical difficulties on the stage in Cologne right now that they're just trying to fix and get solved. Let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to win? Will it be Antonio Radeja from Eintracht Frankfurt? If you think it is going to be Antonio Radeja, the man on your screen now, drop an A. That's all I want to see, an A in the chat. If you think it's going to be Berkey Lyon from FC St. Pauli, put a B in the chat. Will it be Antonio? Will it be Berkey? Let us know in the chat right now.
Well, I was going to say to have a bit of fun on this, Rich. If you've got a pen and paper near you, I'm trying to look for a pen. I've got the paper. Just to write down a score, an aggregate score of what we think this grand final could be. 2 legs of FIFA, as we know. When it gets 40,000 euros, you guys can get involved in the chat as well. Let us know what you think the aggregate score is going to be. Or give us a prediction, A or B. I mean, you've got the trend going, the LB trend's going. It looks like there's a lot of love for Antonio Radeja in here so far. But let us know an aggregate scoreline prediction that you think we could see across this game. Both have been so full of goals in the knockout stages. I think we could be seeing at least 8 goals, if not more.
I've got my prediction down. I've wrote it down for you. We'll see if it comes true. Thank you for joining us here on the Virtual Bundesliga 2023. We'll be getting the final underway very, very soon indeed. 4-3 to Antonio. The prediction coming in from Clip.
Just speaking of Antonio Radeja, I think it's a great opportunity just to say, like, how to never give up in FIFA esports, because he was 1 game away from an E-Champions League grand final. If you remember it rightly, he played against Umit, lost in a penalty shootout in what was a ridiculous extra time period, gold-filled game. And at that point, he would have felt absolutely devastated, thinking, oh, that's my big chance of playoffs and an outing to Istanbul. However, weeks on, months on, the playoffs still came to him, and he's got a chance of picking up that trophy there. It's the Virtual Bundesliga grand final. This is the big one. Berkey Lyon up against Antonio Radeja. FC St. Pauli against Frankfurt. Only one player and one club can be called this year's German champion. This year's Virtual Bundesliga grand final winner.
The lights come down, the music goes up, and our grand final is upon us.
Strap yourselves in. 2 legs. FIFA at the highest of levels here in Germany. It's officially underway. And speaking of Guerrero, he does get the start in this game for Antonio Radeja. We'll be kicking from left to right. Berkey Lyon from right to left in this one. who is going to kick off the ground final in the perfect way possible. One more pass. Good save from Kevin Trapp. He looked like he was just off balance there. I thought with the little deflection, the extra pass, we could be looking at a 1-goal scoreline in the first 5 minutes. Quarter played short.
Seen early goals dictate a lot of this tournament, to be honest. Berkey Lyon started very, very strong against Nicholas Rank in his semi-final. What a pass. Oh, great save from Trapp.
There's a time for Kevin Trapp to turn up. Let it be now. After some interesting goalkeeping across the weekend. 2 massive saves for Berkey Lyon. Punch into the feet. Musiala tries to elastico himself out of a spot of bother to try and get the shot away.
He's in.
Running race.
With
Marco
Royce.
Royce. Has he got the legs? No, he doesn't. 10 minutes in. A pause has come in from Antonio.
Yeah, maybe something with a setting, a camera setting, a controller setting potentially. Just not how he exactly wants it to be.
Switch of play, finds Davies against Frimpong. That's always just going to be a battle of pace and a sprinting race between the two. Very much interested to see what this pause is going to bring. Lyon, one of the few players that doesn't need anyone around him. He's had no coach since the start of play here in the 2 days we've seen.
Just look at the mechanical sort of creativity there from Berkey Lyon. He player locked, he went onto a player, he faked it, he player locked again. The quickness that he was able to sort of flick the right stick around there and try and create an avenue, frightening.
Earlier today where he was crowned the newcomer of the year. His second outing in the Virtual Bundesliga. It was Werder Bremen he played for last year, only 16 years of age. In that year of experience, he made a Global Series playoff last year in London. Unfortunately, was unable to find his way into an E-World Cup. No doubt he would have remembered that taste of defeat last year in London in the playoffs, and would not want to experience that same feeling again. Pause has been done from Antonio Rodea. Not really to conclude from it. See those players forward. There's the player lot. There's Nkunku outside the boot pass. Finds Diaby. It's another save from Kevin Trapp, who's had to pull 3 or 4 out of the bag in the first half an hour.
He's been very, very active as Kevin Trapp. Antonio Rodea is more than happy to play 3 or 4 passes and then quickly increase the tempo. As soon as he gets in around the box, it's the driven pass that is so prevalent for him.
Berkey Lyon's time.
Just tried disguising it.
A couple of ball rolls, then Drew with the ball, and he's lost possession. This could be a gift. Christopher Nkunku, great skill move. And an even better finish.
Mistakes in grand finals are often costly. Lost the ball in the middle of the park. Trying a pass that was never really on, and then the composure from Berkey Lyon. First time heel to ball roll. Just have a look at this. It's Lothar Matthäus, I believe. Just gives the ball away, trying to fire that back in. Never really on. First time skill move, and then a finish into an empty net for Berkey Lyon.
One bad pass, and it all comes apart. just saw there, Lothar Matthäus. One mistake. Now Antonio Rodea finds himself 1 goal down after what has been a really positive first 30 minutes. The run that Strassenkicker might make now. Picks up the ball. Where's his offloaded pass going to be? As he waits patiently, Sadio Mane, ball roll inside. Oh, he take it with the wrong foot.
Can't really do too much about it, to be honest. Again, Berkey Lion, when he gets into these areas in and around the box, he's usually so clinical. He's taking it with the left. The right foot is almost a guaranteed finish.
You're absolutely right. He couldn't do anything about it. It's just more of a question mark of why on earth has the animation not been on the right foot with Mane when he's done it so many times throughout this incredible bracket run that he's had. Davies working his way in. Is there a way around the goalkeeper? Referee goes down to ground. There's another block in the way. Just about. Antonio Rodea survives that one. And into half-time we go. Just 1 goal separating the two. Both have had chances and both have had some good XG so far. Only 1 goal to show for it.
It's been a good final so far. I think cagey is a word that is often thrown around in grand finals. This one's certainly not been that. Pretty end-to-end game so far. What's that? 3.1 combined XG for 1 goal. Goes to show exactly what sort of game it's been.
Underway straight away from the second half. And this is Virtual Bundesliga. It's already been both of their biggest paydays this tournament. €20,000 just for getting to the grand final. Alongside that, if you don't know, where have you been? Playoffs guaranteed. It's Nkunku, Berkey line. That's a clever ball over the top. Alphonso Davies, can he find a cutback? Does he need a cutback? Still Alphonso Davies, blocked, saved, offside.
Just wasn't it in the end. Again, it's Berkey Lion just putting on the pressure, standing on the acceleration pedal and revving it all the way to the max.
If it hasn't been for a big block or two, it might be a very different game. I think you can get when you come up against Antonio Rodea. He's going to create chances, especially when you've seen his goal-scoring form. It wasn't that great in the Swiss rounds. Berkey Lion scored like 11 more goals than him. But in the knockout stages, it's just been goals from Antonio.
I think the one thing with Berkey Lion, if we just go off the knockout performances, he's unbeaten in the entire tournament so far. However, the performances that he's been putting in, his biggest win was against Levi Finn earlier today. 6-3, 6-5. He's scoring goals, but there's always the door open that he's going to concede. 5 against Nicholas Rank and 3 against Kamal. On the other side of it, Antonio Rodea has been pretty ruthless in his performances when he starts to get ahead of steam. 7-2 and 8-1 his wins earlier on before just eclipsing Johnny at the final hurdle in the semis.
I think what was so impressive about him in his opening round of 16 and quarter-final, what he's averaging 3 to 4 goals a leg of FIFA.
Yeah, which is
up
ludicrous.
against that, it's ridiculous. Able to find a way through yet in this grand final. Is it going to change now? The step over exit just unfortunately ran into the path of Alphonso Davies. Keep an eye on that run there from the fullback. He's got pace. Has he got enough to get past Frimpong? This time it will be the Dutch defender that comes out on top. Sort of wish there was a slower right back on the pitch. It is Nkunku now. They find a way through these two lines of white shirts that are just so organised, so deep. Is that going to do it though? Is that going to unpick the door? Sadio Mane will!
Big moments require big players, and there's been no bigger for Antonio Rudea this entire weekend than Jude Bellingham and Sadio Mane. Jude creating it, Mane finishing it.
Well, it was in an interview before his semi-final game. He said, my favourite two of the weekend have been Christopher Nkunku and Jude Bellingham. If Sadio Mane could do that a few more times this grand final, I think he might be the favourite player. But you're absolutely right. The credit that Jude Bellingham deserves on that build-up there. Pretty much made the chance. He's just got this hype crew around him as well as Antonio. Every time he scores, there's a big moment in the game. They just erupt in that booth.
That can be either fantastic, or if you start losing, you just feels like you've got 1,000 eyes on you. There's nothing worse.
It definitely goes one of two ways, doesn't it? If you're losing, no one's saying anything, got there?
Yeah, you're just sort of sitting there all awkward.
Well, if this ends 1-1, I know there's still 50 minutes to play. It will be a smash and grab finish. Nkunku. Back to Bellingham and Nkunku steal. Was there a cutback potentially available? We delayed and delayed. It was just waiting for a body to pop up. Went to corner. Frimpong does his best to try and recycle that all the way around the box. Lothar Matthijs. Even Lacroix involved. Lucio involved, but they're out of position. Is there a counter-attack? Has Sadio Mane got the legs to get round that last body? Marco Reus does enough just to delay the attack and ensure that Berkelaar will keep possession heading into this last 10 minutes. Great switch of play. We've got a feeling we might go back round the other way. Mateus, Bellingham, does he fancy it on the edge?
Just have a look at the top of the screen there, the width that Antonio Rudea is just pulling out. I think it's Frimpong right at the top of the pitch. He's the out ball here. Doesn't want to congest it too much. But he's also probably starting to look at the clock as well and see where that last chance might come from.
It's how quickly Berkelaar can react to these moments as well, as there was nearly a through ball there for Christopher Nkunku. Lothar Matthijs.
Just player luck flicked onto the wrong player, I think. He wanted to go to the runner straight through the middle of the pitch, and as he flicked the right stick, it went to the wrong player.
Well then, last chance of the game will fall to Antonio Rudea by the looks of things, unless Berkelaar's press can be timed perfectly. Oh, maybe it can be Griffo. Wins it back to Sadio Mane. Look at the space for Marco Reus.
Red time. We've seen a few red time goals throughout the weekend from that far out. It was just too much to ask for. I like the confidence to go for the timed shot. I really do. However, maybe if you just wind that back, you probably take the normal shot. Get the guaranteed corner. Berkelaar, no one to talk to, just in his own thoughts at the moment. Probably going over that chance that he just had there with Marco Reus. Antonio Rudea. Well, the crew is there behind him.
If you remember, the goal that he conceded earlier in the game, Richard, it came from one of those exact moments, trying to play out from the back, midfielder being dispossessed, and the quickness of the reactions of Berkelaar very nearly on another day could have given him a 2-1 advantage at the break. As we said, there is still a second leg to be played here in this grand final, but the scoreline is 1-1, which means that this next leg is pretty much a 0-0. It's a one and done.
You see Berkey Lion there getting a slight in-look into some of his changes. I think he was just having a little look with the tactics and instructions on the big screen behind the players. Virtual Bundesliga. It's been a pleasure being part of this as we go into our final leg of FIFA. No bracket reset here. No losers bracket or winners bracket advantage. It's a straight one and done on this point out. Basically a one leg of FIFA to see who will be taking home the VBL trophy.
Yeah, who knows? We might need extra time. We'll have to see. We're a long way away from that right now as the admins are just in the booth setting up the game.
Where's the trophy gone? I thought you were in the middle of the pitch.
Is it there right at the back against the wall, or am I just...
I think it is. It's going to be carried in, I'm hearing. The trophy.
I heard some rumours as well that Lucas Podolski is actually in Cologne right now as well. Unfortunately, he won't be doing an English interview, but if you are from Germany and you can understand or speak German, there is another stream as well. The Virtual Bundesliga are also doing a live stream too with a fantastic team of talent there. Looks like Antonio Rodea is off maybe for a bathroom break, so he might not be getting underway
just quite yet.
As soon as we expect to. Berkey Lion, though, he's just in his seat, still ready to go. Let's get this second leg underway, I'll be thinking.
Yeah, you just saw there a few of the moving parts to what make a FIFA broadcast what it is. People coming in, the admins getting all the stats. The stats as well, I have to say, some of the best stat sort of updates that I've ever seen. If you go to the Virtual Bundesliga website, you can click on the individual game and it gives you everything. Shots, possession, XG, corners, all that information from FIFA is being also put onto the VBL website as well, virtualbundesliga.com, if you do want to check it out for yourselves. You're joining us. Second leg, grand final. Antonio Rodea up against Berkey Lion. It's a big one.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you type in the chat, !bracket, everyone loves an exclamation mark in the chat. !bracket, you'll get a link that will take you to that Virtual Bundesliga website. You can see all the stats, you can see the bracket from today. I know a lot of people have been asking about the tokens as well. I believe there's a swap token. There's some Virtual Bundesliga stadium customization you guys can get as well. You know the drill. 60 minutes of watch time. Link your EA and Twitch account. And all of it can be done. Because, I mean, you've probably linked yours, Rich. Is your stadium being customised yet in a VBL theme, or are you saving that for another day?
I've got a little bit of all the different virtual leagues customization in my stadium. For one last time today, I've got the thermometer. I've got the temperature. While we wait for the game,
are we in the phase?
While we wait for the game to start, I will give you. Is it higher or lower in my office right now than 31 degrees? Higher or lower than 31 degrees? I'm doing this for you at home. I'm here in the heat, in the
I've got a
sweltering.
question for you first and foremost. Have you not got a fan or anything?
Well, you hear it on the audio. It's the quality of the broadcast is more important than my well-being. Let's be honest here. 30 degrees, higher or lower.
Two, are you regretting the bomber jacket today?
I am, yeah. We're a denim jacket yesterday, a bomber jacket today. It's warm.
I'm going to say, as you've said 30s, it's...
31.
If it's more than 31 in your room, mate, you must be having a terrible day. I'm going to say lower.
Well, before we get underway, the temperature is 31.5. 31.5.
That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Here we go. Grand final time. The music has started. The second leg is right around the corner. Will it be Antonio Rodea? Will it be Berkey Lion? Only one player has the opportunity to lift the trophy. And here we go.
Here we go then, second leg. This year's Virtual Bundesliga Grand Final is underway. In about 15 minutes' time or more, we'll be finding this year's German champion. And he will be a player to be feared at this year's Global Series playoffs in London. This is the big one. If there's a time to bring your best leg of FIFA, it's now. Or maybe bring your best pair of shoes. Not sure what cameraman that was, but We'll forget about it. We'll move on. Berkey Lion from right to left of FC St Pauli. Did take the lead in the first leg and very nearly ended up 2-1. The last chance of the game. It's low for Matthias, who doesn't always back himself in and around the box, but this time he did. It was a time green finish. It was a good save.
Yeah, it was. I love the confidence as well, straight out the gate. Not a player that you typically take that shot with on his weaker side, but just confident in the approach.
And Kunku. Davies dives into the tackle with Antonio Radea. A couple of step overs. Lucio takes this sting out of the shot, and both players have registered a chance.
One thing that I will say, both players really solid in the second legs of their game so far, so I think the level will actually step up as well in this grand final. My score prediction that we did before we even kicked off, not looking great as it stands, gotta be honest.
Yeah, right now I need 5 more goals. Here's Diaby. Good close control dribbling there. The ball roll wasn't enough to get away from Bellingham. A quick ball over the top, defended well by Borussia Dortmund's defender. Nice triangles here from Antonio Radea. I'll tell you what, this is brilliant FIFA. Still in possession. Frimpong. Back to Mane. Matthias again. Can someone work this all the way through? Here's Sadio Mane. Oh, if that went in, that would have been like a 30-plus pass goal.
I love the idea of it as well. The step overs, typically then you expect someone to shoot straight across the keeper. He took that little touch inside and opened up with the Trivela, just showing us a few different angles.
Hello. It's a gift. Sadio Mane! And both the goals that Antonio Radea has conceded, he'll be thinking have just come from either a little bit of luck or a mistake from me.
It's a bad loss of possession. It's a really bad loss of possession. We're going to see the goal back here in the full. Decision making not great there, but Lucio, blood on your hands, my sir. As Berkey Lion will take that all day long.
Back in the driving seat is the 17-year-old. It's only been his second season that he's actually been allowed to compete. Potentially he's on his way to his first major trophy.
When those sort of goals as well, you score them, you get such a boost from it because you start thinking everything's going my way at the moment. When you concede a goal like that, no real fault of your own, the opposite.
Davies and Kunku goes for a corner. Berkey Lion still in possession. Marco Reus, couple of step overs, timed it green. Big tackle at the back from Lacroix, another corner. One-way traffic at the moment. That's a poor corner as possession.
Just look at the radar at the bottom of the screen.
Is there an ongoing run of Sadio Mane if he can just tease it? He's on the last man now. Should say Diaby, sorry. Musiala wins it back nicely. Antonio needs to show us some of that goal-scoring form again.
A bit risky at the back there, but got away with it. Lacroix, not got away with it, sorry, should I say.
Hello.
Lucio's bailed him out, though.
This time Lucio saves the day instead of giving the ball away. This is the grand final of this year's Virtual Bundesliga. And we're in the second leg of it. Nearly one half away from crowning a brand new champion in Germany. What a tournament this has been, full of surprises. Huge upsets, huge knockouts in the round of 16. And it's just allowed, for the first time in a while, a new wave of German talent to just have their voices heard. Frimpong being pushed back as far as Kevin Trapp. Last chance of the half, maybe.
Yeah, potentially so. It all depends how he elects to play this Berkey Lion. Keep possession and go for one more attack, or get the ball forward now and try and sustain a little bit more of a prolonged period of attacking play.
Half time. And look how much of a packed set we have here in Cologne.
€40,000 for the winner. Berkey Lion, 45 minutes away from potentially changing his life.
Especially for him as well, after leaving Werder Bremen last year, it would have felt like he was after a new opportunity this year with FC St. Pauli. How confident he'd be feeling too, heading into those London playoffs. Back underway we go again. 6 more minutes of real life time. 45 minutes of FIFA time. Oh no, there's a coming together, and Nkunku just got his run blocked by his teammate, I think it was.
Watch that switch apply. I thought it was going to go out wide. It looks like Alphonso Davies was high and wide up there for Berkey Lion. Let us know in the chat as well. Obviously, we can't be present on Ultimate Team right now. Anything worthwhile at 6 p.m?
Mane. Nkunku. Back to Nkunku again.
Oh!
Golden chance! Somehow squeezes it through! And just like that, we're all square again at 2-2 between these two German giants. Going toe for toe.
Nkunku just said, "Get off me." He bounced off him, Alphonso Davies. Ridiculous.
And back to the drawing board we shall go. Berkey Lion's chance to now get himself back in front. If it wasn't for Lucio there, he certainly would have. Do you just see Antonio Adaya just say, look, let's just take a breather for a minute and just slow it down. It's these moments here where he's always been quite costly.
Just maybe even losing concentration a little bit at the back. The press from Berkey Lion is very, very good as well. He's sort of giving him the chance and then quickly capitalising on it.
Guerrero. Finds Musiala. That's a low for Matthias. Punched into Sadio Mane. What a save! Kevin Trapp.
From zero to hero. Kevin Trapp. Unbelievable.
And now we go Straba down the other end of Berkey Lion on the counter-attack after that huge save from Kevin Trapp. Diaby finds Bellingham and tries to punch it into the feet of Sadio Mane. Possession, fortunately, does still stay within the white shirt of FC St. Pauli. Not for so long, though. Here comes the opposite counter-attack. Such a high line defensively, both are playing. Watch that far left-hand side of your screen. It's just offside there, Alphonso Davies, but it will still look to be used if you can get him on the ball. Last 20 minutes of this year's Virtual Bundesliga campaign. Mateus Diaby. Terrible heavy touch again from Lucio. Recovers though. And off we break again. Chance, back to goal, Sadio Mane! With maybe the goal of all goals.
Very well, could be a game-winning goal from Antonio Redea. 15 minutes left to play. The build-up play, again, crisp, concise. But look at that turn from Sadio Mane. Turned him inside out. Incredible from Antonio Redea.
Does he still believe? That is the question. There is time for one more good chance. Probably even 2 or 3. Depending on how he plays this last 50 minutes now. Antonio Redea, after heartbreak at the Champions League, losing to him in a qualification game for Istanbul. Maybe thought his luck was up for this season. 2 months on. He's 30 minutes away from a German championship. What an opportunity.
Berkey Lyon has been so close yet so far, but something in the air for Antonio Redea just seems to be blowing his way. So close at the Champions League, Brandon, to getting that grand final spot. Here he is, 8 minutes away from getting his hands on a piece of silverware, and Germany's biggest silverware on offer.
Yeah, we'll join the special list of winners. Those German champions that every single year we come round and we look at and say, that's the player to watch, that's the guy to watch out for. If he scores one more, it certainly will be done. Christopher Nkunku! I think we can say, get that man's name on the trophy. Frankfurt and Antonio Redea may have just done enough to be this year's Virtual Bundesliga champions.
What a player. What a moment with 4 minutes left to play. He cements himself in the history books. You thought he was offside, but he just kept on in Nkunku. And as soon as that ball fell into Antonio Redea's path, the headset came off for Berkey Lyon. And the teammates erupted for Antonio Redea.
What's even more impressive, the man on the right side of the screen is A-Man. If you remember him yesterday, he played in the tournament, he got grouped. But he plays for Frankfurt, they qualified together via the club championship to be it. And he has been alongside him every step of the way. And look, FIFA could be a cruel game sometimes. You can have the best Swiss record, you can have the best knockout run. But sometimes there is just a bump in the road, and unfortunately it's a bump in the grand final. For Berkey Lyon. 3 minutes for 2 goals. It would be a FIFA miracle. It would have to be perfect everywhere on the pitch. And I just do not think it is going to be possible. The possession falls back again to Antonio Redea, who doesn't even need to score again. He does not need to score again. I don't even think he will try to. He'll just take more time out of the game. And in time to follow.
What a tournament it's been, Brandon. I'll let you take the moment. Antonio Redea, a deserved champion.
Honestly, FIFA esports can deliver all sorts of storylines sometimes. One week you're losing in a qualification game, the next week you're winning a tournament, you're winning a qualifier. You can just see maybe a few tears in the eyes of Antonio Redea, who has done enough to battle amongst the best players in Germany, and he will be this year's Virtual Bundesliga champion. The trophy will go back to Frankfurt this year, with that man carrying it to and from. The 21-year-old Croatian of Antonio Redea, who might not have had the perfect Swiss run. He did lose the game in the Swiss rounds to the player that he rematched against in a grand final, but it was a knockout bracket run to remember. Some huge results along the way. And again, who would have predicted this story? Who would have predicted this ending to this year's German Championship? No one would have.
What a player. He was on the cusp. He was on the bubble, Antonio Redea. But now he is the man to beat. And he's the man going into the playoffs with one mantle no one else can have. VBL champion.
Well done. This is the moment that FIFA players dream of, getting hands on silverware, getting hands on trophies. It will be Antonio Redea who will be this year's Virtual Bundesliga champion.
A deserved champion, bringing his friends, his teammates who have been along with him every step of the way. Not only is it Antonio Redea's moment, it is Eintracht Frankfurt's moment.
Well. There it is. Another year of FIFA done and dusted. He will be amongst the best players in London in 2 weeks' time. Myself and Richard will be there commentating on the Global Series playoffs. You do not want to miss that one, because I tell you right now, he is going to be full of confidence heading into that ridiculously stacked tournament.
Berkey Lion will also be there. He will be on fine form, as we expect him to be. However, for right now, it's one man and one man only, standing on top of the mountain in arguably the most competitive nation FIFA Esports has to offer, in Germany. Will he potentially be one of the World Championship Grand Finalists come July? We will have to wait and see. What we can tell you, Antonio Redea, your VBL champion. Incredible scenes. And what a pleasure it has been covering this tournament. One of the biggest and best E-leagues in FIFA. We've been covering it every single step of the way, Brandon. Reflecting back on what a weekend it has been, your takeaway moments.
I mean, look, I just think that today, that round of 16 was crazy. I don't think you've ever seen a round of 16 like that, where you've had so many big names, big favourite names that have done it before in Germany, in Europe, in World Championship moments. Just all full. 4 or 5 massive names for the round of 16. And it just, I think everyone looked round them in the quarterfinals and was like,
where's everyone going?
What a chance. What a chance this is for me to go and win a championship. And we saw a handful of players fall their way through. Great runs from players like Nicholas Rang, got a top 4. Berkey Lion, a grand finalist, still playoffs in the bag for him. But then Antonio Redea, GG's all around. GG's to Frankfurt. Look, he goes into the history books now. And then he has to be another serious name that we talk about when we speak of German players.
Yeah, absolutely so. It's been a pleasure being with this tournament every single step of the way. Big shout out as well to Alex B. He's been with us side by side, covering, presenting and commentating this illustrious tournament. However, right now, it is Antonio Redea's moment. He is the new VBL Grand Final winner. He is the champion. He will be going into the playoffs with all the confidence in the world. Thank you very much to the VBL for having us here. Thank you for everyone at home who's been watching and following along with this fantastic tournament. And you can just see some of the scenes here that are closing out in Germany. Shout out to the great team as well in Germany who have also been covering this tournament on the VBL's page. Brandon, final thoughts from yourself before we wrap up today.
Look, Germany always produces new talent, and we said it today, we said it yesterday. We're in this new era of German prospects, I think was the word you used, Richard. These new players that we have to keep an eye out for. It's been a great tournament. Again, we need more virtual leagues. There needs to be more opportunities for FIFA players to have an opportunity to basically grind the game, play for football clubs, and showcase what they can do on the biggest of stages. Germany does that year after year. It's been a pleasure being involved, working alongside you and Alex this weekend, as always. And all that's left to say from us, mate, is look, we've done all our leagues, we've done all the major tournaments, play-ins are next week. Get us to the playoffs, because we want to find out who's going to the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see you on this exact channel in a couple of weeks' time at the FGS playoffs. For tonight, it is that man's moment. Antonio Redeja, your Virtual Bundesliga champion. Good night, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time at the playoffs. See you soon.